Thank you, Angola. Next.
Good morning, SG and senior colleagues. My name is Joyce Nakuta. I'm the Director for Community Services at the Parliament of Namibia. My expectation is to see how I can continue to support the Office of the Speaker in the implementation of the project.
Thank you, Director. Next.
Good morning. My name is Yapoka Mungandi. I'm Director of Finance and Corporate Services at SADC Parliamentary Forum. And I'm here to enhance the understanding of the participants regarding the HR, finance, and administrative policy of the SADC PF governing the SRHR project. And I expect that by the end of this meeting, we'll have a better understanding, we'll be better informed about what governs the SRHR project.
Thank you, Madam Director, from SADPF. Next.
Thank you, Program Director, Madam SG. My name is Masanata Malapo from the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I am the Program Manager and Committee Secretary to the Trade, Industry, Finance and Infrastructure Committee. My expectation is to actually learn in depth into the issues of SRHR, as I'm finding there is deeper levels into the issues that govern SRHR, and probably and foremost finding ways to leverage my committee into the issues of SRHR. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Manager. Next.
Good morning, Madam SG. Morning, colleagues. My name is Pamela Nyikavaranda. I'm the SRHR M&E consultant with the SADC PF. My expectations, it's simple about results. I just want to see how the deconstruction of the thematic areas is going to assist the researchers also in understanding how to implement the project according to the results framework and be able to report accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, our M&E consultant, Pamela. Next.
Thank you. Good morning, Program Director, Madam SG, colleagues. My name is Rachel Mundilo, and I am the Program Manager and Committee Secretary for the Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action, and from the SADC PF. My expectations for the session are particularly to ensure that the researchers remain alive to the cross-cutting nature of climate action across the thematic areas, and to ensure that we are able to integrate these across our reporting and research areas to ensure that we integrate climate action across these areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Manager at DPF. Next.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Shaunen Kurasha. I'm the Program Manager for Democracy, Governance and Human Rights at the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I also service the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development in addition to the Democratization, Governance and Human Rights. In terms of my expectations, I expect greater interface with colleagues who are researchers, particularly in two areas of interest for me, thematic areas. Firstly, human rights and also democratic accountability, as these are issues that I deal with substantively in terms of program delivery at regional level. Thank you.
Thank you, another Program Manager from DPF for that. Next. Yes, after Kulasha. Yes.
Merci Madame SG, merci chers collègues. Je me nomme Alidon Pichot-Edouard. Je suis directeur en charge des ressources, des relations extérieures au niveau du Parlement de la République démocratique du Congo et je suis chercheur. Ce que j'attends de cet atelier de capacité, de renforcement des capacités, c'est d'apprendre beaucoup plus sur les connaissances pour bien mener les actions de la SDR au sein de notre Parlement et beaucoup plus plutôt de la part des partenaires pour nous apprendre comment ils peuvent nous aider à bien mener ces actions au niveau de notre Parlement. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Next, I'll speak, because that's the Secretary General. I'll introduce her at the time. I'll be inviting her to deliver her remarks. So then we'll, as I said, we'll go to the outer row for further introduction. Over to you, sir, behind there.
Bom dia, Sr. Secretário-Geral, bom dia, caros colegas. Eu chamo Figueiredo Sengo, sou diretor de Recursos Humanos da Assembleia da República de Moçambique. Também sou coordenador desse projeto em nome do Secretário-Geral. A minha expectativa é que nós possamos compartilhar as experiências que cada parlamento tem, de forma a conseguirmos atingir os objetivos do projeto. Obrigado.
Thank you, Mozambique. Next.
Merci pour la parole. Et je suis Marcelin Makitou. Je viens de la République démocratique du Congo et je suis directeur chargé de la section politique, administrative, juridique et droits humains. Et là, je m'occupe aussi du secrétariat administratif du Forum parlementaire de la SADC. Mais aujourd'hui, je suis là en tant que directeur des commissions des chercheurs du projet S et SR. Et qu'est-ce que je peux attendre de la réunion d'aujourd'hui ou de ces assises, c'est que dans le cadre du renforcement des capacités, je voudrais encore beaucoup plus apprendre, beaucoup avoir des éléments nécessaires pour qu'aux côtés de notre chercheur qui est dans la salle, qui s'était présenté, voir comment nous pouvons suivre les actions du projet et comment soutenir les actions du projet ou comment nous pouvons ensemble conjuguer les efforts afin de pouvoir rendre utile tout ce que nous aurons ici auprès de nos parlementaires pour voir comment alors faire aboutir les projets. Merci.
Bom dia. Bom dia, senhora secretária-geral. Bom dia a todos. Meu nome é Maria de Lourdes Gomes. Sou funcionária da Assembleia da República de Moçambique e estou aqui na qualidade de pesquisadora. A minha expectativa é reforçar as minhas capacidades de investigadora neste projeto sobre saúde e direitos sexuais e reprodutivos para melhor assegurar a implementação do projeto. Obrigada.
Thank you, Mozambique.
Good morning, Madam SG. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Cornelia Shaonjo. I'm the newly recruited researchers from the Namibian Parliament. I'm extremely grateful to be here for the capacity development session for the SRHR project, to basically learn more about the project and to have a better understanding of the project, as well as to know how we can get the members on board to support us on this project and to attain its goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Namibia.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Mamehela Matamani from the Parliament of Lesotho. I'm the SRHR researcher in that parliament. I hope to gain more in-depth knowledge on regional SRHR trends and how best I can leverage SWOT analysis to improve collaboration with different stakeholders to enhance project implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mamahera. Lesotho, next.
Good morning, SG colleagues. My name is Manzaki Morosi from the Parliament of Lesotho. I'm the committee coordinator in that parliament. My interest and very much intriguing is that this workshop, this capacity building came at the right time when the Parliament of Lesotho is trying to do gender responsive budgeting. So it will be very prudent for me and the Parliament of Lesotho to integrate SRH as we go through that route. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, SG. Good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Bogosi, and my role is internal auditor for the SRHR project, as well as the Parliamentary Forum. In terms of my expectations, I'm looking forward to learning from the various countries what is working well and what is not, with the aim of improving the operations of the projects to increase chances of success for the project. Thank you.
Thank you, our internal auditor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeff Zulu from the National Assembly of Zambia. I'm an SRHR researcher. I've been with the project for almost 5 years now. So my expectation is that as the presenters give us the information, we'll be able to grasp new ways and strategies of enhancing implementation of the project in our parliament, of course, working with our members of parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Zambia. Next, quick.
Bom dia. Sua Excelência, Senhora Secretária-Geral, senhores diretores e colegas. Meu nome é José Estevão Lourenço, da Assembleia da República de Moçambique. Minhas expectativas é compreender melhor melhor compreender as políticas do SADC, desenvolver capacidades para poder cumprir com os objetivos sobre saúde e direitos sexuais e reprodutivos e melhorar as intervenções para uma melhor implementação deste programa. E muito obrigado.
Thank you. Once again, the country. The country?
Mozambique.
Mozambique. Thank you.
Good morning, SG and colleagues. My name is Nomasonto Sunga, Deputy Clerk from the Parliament of Zimbabwe. My expectation is to learn from colleagues best practices regarding the implementation of the SRHR program, as well as to learn how to effectively supervise the implementation of the project and ensure that our researchers are up to speed regarding the current trends in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk.
Good morning, SG. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Brenda Nyeverwa Irumotsa from Parliament of Zimbabwe. I'm a researcher serving the Committee on Health and Childcare, and also I'm a researcher under the SRHR program. In terms of the expectation, I'm expecting to be enlightened on the best practices of SRHR issues, and also I would like to know the topical issues related to this. And I believe this workshop has come at the right time since I am still new, and right now we also have the Medical Services Amendment Bill in Zimbabwe, and from here I'm going to accompany the members of Parliament to for hearings, and I'm sure with the knowledge that I'm going to gain from this platform, I'll be able to identify the SRHR gaps in the bill, and also to influence the members of parliament in ensuring that key SRHR issues are incorporated or addressed in that amendment bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Next.
Bonjour à tous, je m'appelle Raj Kublal, je suis comptable pour le projet SDSR et aussi comptable pour le forum parlementaire de la SADC. Je suis basé à l'île Maurice. Mon objectif est de aider sur les aspects financiers du projet SDSR et aussi la responsabilité et comptabilité du rechercheur. Merci.
Thanks, Raj. Next.
Bom dia. Bom dia. Eu sou Isilda Costa, funcionária parlamentar no gabinete da Presidente da Assembleia Nacional de Angola. A minha expectativa é ter mais informações no projeto de saúde, direitos sexuais e reprodutivos.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. My name is Chandra Finis. I'm part of the research corps from the Parliament of Namibia and looking forward to gain a better understanding of the program over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go we should finish off the last row there before we come to this row. Just behind there.
Good morning all. My name is Dennis Bondwe. I'm the Senior Clerk Assistant from the Committee Department for Malawi. My role basically is to work hand in hand with the project researcher in the project implementation. And my expectation is to gain a deep understanding in terms of best practices regarding the implementation of the SRHR project. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dennis. Next.
Good morning, SG. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Moses Magadza. I am the Media and Communications Manager at the SADC Parliamentary Forum. My role is to ensure that the work of this program, done in collaboration with national parliaments, is made visible regionally and internationally. My expectations are to leave this engagement wiser with respect to current and emerging issues on SRHR, as well as how we can enhance implementation of set programs and targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moses. Next.
Good morning. My name is Clopas Kokwara. I'm with Parliament of Zimbabwe. I'm in the External Relations Directorate. I also am the SADC PF desk officer and SRHR researcher. I've seen that there is a high-powered team of facilitators. So my expectations is that I will come out here with the knowledge and information that will be able to make me transform the activities that we report on in our national parliament into publishable journal articles, policy briefs, and enhance the standing of the project regionally. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gokwara. Now we jump into this last row, this one.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, SG. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Zanele Kwabe from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I'm a new SRHR researcher. My expectations are to learn more from other countries and carry out the invitation of the SRHR project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Program Director. Good morning, SG. Good morning, esteemed delegates. My name is Aifoma Molewa. I'm a researcher in the National Assembly of Zambia. My expectation is to get the best knowledge around emerging topical issues around SRHR, as well as best practices from this rich parliament seated around the floor in terms of how they roll out the project. I thank you.
Thank you, Ifoma. Next.
Thank you. Good morning, SG. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tep Washiremba. I'm a committee clerk from Parliament of Zimbabwe. I serve in the Health and Childcare Committee and also Culture and Heritage. My expectations is to appreciate the human rights approach to SRHR issues and also appreciate across all thematic areas the emerging issues that we can run on as we are implementing the project, and also to appreciate new strategies that we can use to implement the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Zimbabwe next.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, SG. Good morning, delegates. My name is Dr. Patricia Machawira. I'm the Team Lead and Regional Advisor for Education for Health and Wellbeing with UNESCO. Extending my thanks to the SADC Parliamentary Forum for inviting us. We've always been partners engaging with the SADC PF on the various SRHR projects. So we really look forward to interacting with you this morning.
Thank you. And next.
Thank you, Program Director. SG Honourables, yes, thanks for the invitation as well. Jonathan Gampo, I work with SRHR Africa Trust, SAT. We work with young people's health and sexual health across Eastern and Southern Africa.
Thank you, Jonathan. Next.
Good morning. My name is Teboho Mohlwai, a Regional Programs Officer with SRHR Africa Trust. Thank you.
Lastly,
Good morning. My name is Magdalene Madibela. I'm going to be the overall facilitator for this particular two-day session, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you. My expectations is to really have a highly participatory 2 days, and most importantly, looking forward to increased knowledge and skills, particularly for the SADC Parliament researchers on SRHR thematic areas. And it is really my hope also that after this meeting, the researchers will be able to drive the program in such a way that we'll be able to achieve the results of the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Anybody else who is in the room but did not introduce himself or herself? I can see a new face there just at the end there. Please, over to you, madam.
Good morning. My name is Monica. I'm with UNDP.
Thank you, UNDP. You are here now. You are most welcome. Thank you so much, distinguished participants. The introduction have clearly confirmed the cross-section of the participants, which I mentioned earlier. I can see that in terms of, there's another one. I'm taught. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Madam SG, our distinguished resource persons, colleagues from member parliaments, and everyone, including the ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if the ladies in the booths. My name is Claire Musonda. I am Program Manager for Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. And my expectation in this meeting is that we'll have good interactions and be able to learn from each other, because I think there's a wealth of experience in the room that will benefit the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Claire, for anybody else in case? I think we are done. So I was at a point of saying, I think the self-introduction have clearly confirmed, I think, the cross-section of participants that I indicated earlier. In terms of countries, I captured that we have about 10 countries, national parliaments that are here. So somebody who works in parliamentary circles normally will look for a quorum. I would say I think we have a quorum because SADC has 15 member states or 15 member parliaments. So out of that 10 are here. It means I can confirm that this workshop should proceed accordingly because we have the quorum. And secondly, that indeed we have directors here, directors of committees and directors for research. As I did mention, these are supervisors of the SRHR researchers in the national parliament. So it means at least at the end of it, we should be able to be sailing together, moving together in terms of in as far as the specific objectives are concerned for this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, at this special moment, it is now my singular honor to invite the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Her Excellency Boemo Sekoma, to deliver her remarks as a way of officially opening this capacity development session for us. Madam Secretary General, over to you.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Bonjour, bon dia, and good morning to you all. Allow me to just stand on the protocol that has been established, including the introductions that you have made. And let me just say, dear colleagues, distinguished participants in your respective hierarchy, you're welcome to this important capacity development program, which we believe you will own, you will take to your parliaments, you'll utilize so that at the end of the day, the networks through the resource persons that are here today will grow. And further, that your already appreciation on the issues at hand will take you further into your commitment for the work that you do. I've already welcomed you, I believe, and I think that at the end of the day, this meeting will aim to enlighten you further on issues that are contained in the agreements that all the 10 parliaments have signed regarding the implementation of the Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Program, which has been funded by the SEDA government. I also hope that we'll have an opportunity to canvass all the thematic areas that are included in the project agreement. For your own knowledge, for you to also clarify your own values on some of these issues, and for you to also look at how you can integrate and parcel out most of these thematic issues at implementation level so that it is integrated in the architecture of your committee structures, your caucuses, and many other modalities that exist in your parliaments. Let me welcome you, my colleagues. We've been in the trenches for long. When I look around, this movement always has the same people who remain in the trenches because it's about people's lives. It is also about the impact that one wants to see. And once you have been bitten by that passion, it's not always easy to leave. So I'm happy to see that we are reunited here again with the UN agencies. We are reunited with our key civil society partners. We are reunited online with academia and other civil society organizations. You are participating, and I believe, and I can speak on your behalf, in this particular session because of your commitment to the institution of parliament. You are very much aware that by building capacity of the sexual reproductive health researchers, we are mitigating risks that come with anti-rights movements, that come with lack of knowledge, and the vulnerabilities that impact on our various populations. And indeed, we are dealing with the issue of justice and human rights and ensuring that at the end of the day, we become human in our approaches and engagement in our day-to-day life. I also believe that at the end of the day, the UN agencies, civil society organizations that are here with us today are committed to boosting your appreciation and also to give you the latest information that you can gather on these subject matters which are contained in your project proposals. It is also true that they are also equally implementing
the same focus areas, and this is what you'll begin to appreciate and realize that the SADC Parliamentary Forum need not have multiple staff dealing on these issues. We believe in partnership. We also recognize the value addition that we can leverage from the partners that are here today. Let me also say thank you so much, partners from the UN and also from civil society, among others, for believing in the SADC Parliamentary Forum. This partnership that you've had with us for many, many years that I can remember is a partnership that will stand the test of time and really renew our belief in parliamentary democracy and the institution of parliament. Our unending gratitude to SEDA for their financial support. SEDA has supported the SADC Parliamentary Forum for several cycles of this SRHR project since 2007. They believe in engaging parliaments. They believe that we cannot have the judge and the jury in one. They believe in accountability. They believe in saving lives. And they also believe in human rights, which are inalienable, that we all are born with. This is a clear demonstration on the other level for their belief in parliamentary democracy and support to humanity in their diversity without any discrimination. I'd also like to say our gracious staff from the SADC Parliamentary Forum also deserve special mention for working around the clock to ensure that this project is integrated in the forum policies at administrative level. The project is also integrated at program level. The program is also integrated in the budget of the forum, among others. It is a demonstration of a formula for great success. They are also participating in this session as technical staff from the various committees, and also they are here to harvest the various issues for integration and domestication of our model laws and other related protocols that we all are familiar with under this subject matter. Colleagues, most of us are familiar with the history of our regional economic communities and regional parliaments. Some of us may not be, but I want to believe that as parliamentary practitioners, at least you know about SADC as a regional economic community, and you know about the SADC Parliamentary Forum. But for the avoidance of doubt, and for those of you who may not be, I want you to appreciate that the SADC that you know of was born out of very peculiar circumstances. It was born out of an awareness for justice and ensuring that we protect lives. It was born out of a strong sense of ensuring that humanity is protected and humanity does not perish without reason. It is for this reason that the frontline states were emboldened to come together and combat the destructive and destabilization campaign, which was carried out then by the Pretoria regime and its surrogates in the frontline states. The SADC Parliamentary Forum later on was born out of a discussion by honorable speakers who were led by the then Speaker of Parliament of Namibia, Honorable Mose Chitendero. May his soul rest in peace. He raised a moral question on the conspicuous absence of the role of the elected representatives of member states. It accorded speakers of parliament an opportunity to come together to talk about parliamentary democracy. They opined that, and I want to quote, SADC is, for a lack of a better word, executive-oriented. You are parliamentary practitioners. They looked at the Council of Ministers and they said it appears to be both the legislative and the executive body. And this does not only raise the question of moral legitimacy, but also of effectiveness and efficiency. Close quote. In addition, the then Executive Secretary of SADC, Dr. Simba Makoni, also said, and I quote, They are not only legislators, but more so representatives of the people, and they deserve to be given a stage in the regional integration agenda of SADC. This is how the SADC Parliamentary Forum was born. The SADC Parliamentary Forum was born out of the realization that the representatives of the people need to participate in the affairs of SADC. Secondly, that the members of parliament ought to be aligned and integrated for whatever reason, accountability for legislative efforts in the affairs of SADC if the regional integration agenda is not going to be a pipe dream. That is why in 1997, through a resolution of summit in Blantyre, Malawi, the SADC Parliamentary Forum was established through a resolution of summit as a regional parliamentary framework under Article 9.2 of the SADC Treaty. Fast forward, all of us know where we are, or maybe it's important for me to say where we are. You'll all recall that during the 44th Ordinary Summit of SADC's Heads of States and Government, held from the 7th to the 19th of August this year in Harare, the Republic of Zimbabwe, at the Parliament buildings, 12 member states had signed the agreement amending the SADC Treaty to recognize the SADC Parliament as one of its SADC institutions under Article 9.1 of the SADC Treaty. I will not list the countries that have signed. Safe to say, at least the 3/4 or 12 member states required to sign the agreement for it to enter into force have done so. So the agreement has entered into force on the 11th of July, 2024. The draft protocol establishing the SADC Parliament has also been disseminated to member states on the 18th of August to submit comments to the SADC Secretariat within 6 months from August. You can do the mathematics. At that time, we will know the type of parliament. We will know who will be staffing this parliament. We believe that we will know where it's going to be. We will know many other things that have been submitted for consideration. Safe to say, this parliament will not have legislative powers, but model lawmaking powers. This parliament will not infringe on the sovereignty of our member states, which is something that was a condition. Let me now come to today's capacity development ideal. Let me highlight to you all for your own, recall, because you are aware of the project. The project encapsulates 6 focus areas, which relate to sexual reproductive health and rights commodity security, sexual gender-based violence and gender equality, preventing child marriage and unintended pregnancies, comprehensive sexuality education, key populations, and finally, democracy and human rights. Under the second focus area, which is gender equality, there is now a marked focus placed on mainstreaming gender in climate change and action. This means that within the context of the gender discourse, there is now an opportunity to heighten parliamentary interventions with respect to the contributions which women and young girls can make to policy making concerning the protection of the environment, reduction of carbon emissions, as well as in precautionary planning for disaster recovery. Undoubtedly, this is a theme which will directly benefit you as parliamentary practitioners, which SADC equally has experienced that share extreme weather events and the rise of sea levels due to global warming. It should embolden us to do better and to integrate this area without effort, but as part of something that is mandatory for us to do. I also wish to add that the project also focuses on democratic accountability and anti-corruption frameworks. This in turn weaves with the recently adopted SADC model law on public financial management, which provides for best practices of democratic accountability by empowering parliaments to mainstream the sustainable development goals through the budget, and to consider the fiscal accounts of all bodies which are funded by the state in view of oiling accountability levers which are too often clogged through an opacity of transactions and lack of information. We just finished a 2-day session where we're doing budget analysis, where we also reflected on the implications of the public financial model law with regards to SRHR. This will open the doors to democratic accountability. It will undeniably lead to a better implementation of human rights. It will lead to countering anti-gender and anti-rights movements, including the right to health, pursuant to the relevant SDGs, and let me cite those that we've been talking about for the past 2 days, SDG 3, 5, 13, among others. Lastly, the project now encourages an outreach to academic institutions much more deliberately. It encourages you to deliberately reach out to faith and traditional leaders, as well as civil society organizations, to act as think tanks that can supplement the information that is fed to Parliament for sexual reform purposes, among others. So when you have a committee sitting, always invite civil society to your meetings and other experts. I always hear that Parliament is open. Is it true? For that purpose, more than ever, the project aims for you to actualize that mantra. The project is also rule-based, and it really leverages on human rights approaches to sexual reproductive health implementation, which is grounded in the sacrosanct values of equality of treatment and non-discrimination. All of you are aware that all the model laws that we have developed are based on these principles. Colleagues, we have the model laws on eradicating child marriages and protecting children already in marriages. We have a model law on gender-based violence. We have a model law on elections precisely because we need to operate in a rule-based environment. We have a model law on, I've already said public financial management. Yeah, we have minimum standards for key populations. We have a compendium of existing protocols in the SADC region and other related policies, which helps you draw the linkages across. And as we speak, colleagues, despite all of these frameworks that we have, despite the advocacy that the SADC region has really been endowed with, we still have female genital mutilation and other abhorrent practices such as child betrothals. They continue to influence negatively the development and successes in our region, especially in rural communities. And when we talk about disparities, when we talk about equality, we must think of where the data is pointing us and the vulnerabilities that we must point our parliaments to. Colleagues, every year, thousands continue to die from unsafe abortion. Yet the legal framework for safe abortion has barely moved in recent years due to the sensitivities at stake. When you talk about comprehensive sexuality education, yes, there's been progressive initiatives, there's been commitment shown here and there, but the reality is that hundreds of schools are still unable to dispense age-appropriate and culturally sensitive comprehensive sexuality education to an acceptable standard. We ourselves, I talked about the values that we hold, we still second guess whether or not our children should actually be exposed to comprehensive sexuality education. At another level, we talk about young people and adolescents. They continue to be exposed to various vulnerabilities. As they call for the recognition of the sexual reproductive health and rights, it is our hope through this project that will educate, will transform lives, will have motions that are crucial to support the incorporation of the needs of young people. And that at the end of the day, this will be sustained through the knowledge that you have, and they will sustain parliamentary interventions. When we look at sexual gender-based violence, it has increased due to compounding of several factors, which include poverty, early and unintended pregnancies, lack of access to services, may I also add affordable services, climate devastation, loss of employment, and hyperinflation, which is causing a decrease in the standard of living of citizens in our region, among others. When we consider key populations, the situation in prisons is worsening in the SADC countries. That is why we are embarking on a model law on prison oversight. Because we have hardened and recidivist criminals serving long sentences who are often mixed with petty offenders serving a short time, making prisons a vain place to seek rehabilitation. Those who are presenting will give you much more information around such vulnerabilities. Today, colleagues, HIV is still being transmitted due to repressive laws relating to sex work, some key populations. Also, when you look at sex work and the lives of most of our sex workers in our countries who can't access health facilities, who live in circumstances of fear, this we cannot say there's access to sexual reproductive health and rights facilities. Now, concerning LGBTQI community, thousands are still living in denial or are afraid to come out due to taboos, due to stigmas, due to fear of rejection from families and society. Repressive laws in most of our countries, and also in some of our neighboring countries, are bringing fear among citizens. Issues around sexual orientation and gender identity are becoming much more important for us to be knowledgeable of and be able to grapple with the issues that come with these matters. Because identity is the fundamental ingredient which opens the way to the enjoyment of other human rights, such as the right to marriage, the right to family, among others. Dear colleagues, indulge me as I deconstruct some of the issues which appear subjects or themes in our engagement. We often find it easy to throw around words around universal health coverage, sexual gender-based violence, without intimately engaging with the implications that come with some of the commitments or some of the thematic issues in the program that is before us today. Having said that, the time is therefore nigh for the SADC region to make progress and for SADC parliaments to be at the center as representatives of the people and resolve once and for all the sexual reproductive health and rights issues that have imperiled the region for so long under the guise of religion, tradition, ignorance, or preferences at an individual level should really be confronted. Without this baseline of sexual reproductive health and right protection at the core of our intervention, at the core of our inhibitions, at the core of our choices, the region will not be able to respond to the ambitious aspirations, such as the SADC Vision for 2050, the Africa Agenda 2063, let alone the targets that are closer in time, such as the fulfillment of the SDGs under the Sustainable Agenda 2030. The SADC model laws that we have adopted and passed will be in vain our own belief in humanity and in rights will be in vain. It is for this reason that one must reflect, are you in the right portfolio? Are you contributing to the right project in order to advance some of these issues? Colleagues, we can end child marriages. We can end unsafe abortions, and to do so much more quicker and with much more evidence that is at our fingertips. If you give ourselves the means to do so, we can do it. We cannot end climate change, but we can gear up so that at least the women and girls are prepared to face climate devastations. Allow me to emphasize that as project implementers, you are piloting hands-on for sexual reproductive health and rights initiatives at the national level. It is for this reason that we're depending on your goodwill, your commitment and dedication to saving lives and believing in everybody's humanity and human rights, that indeed we can all come together and make it happen. It's your ability that we trust in. It is parliaments that we believe in. And it is for the greatness that will come to you and that will come to generations to come that we will need to reach out for greatness and not allow greatness to reach out for us. You are the ones who have the ears of members of parliament. You are the one who control the agendas of parliament. You are the ones who can transmit briefs to members of parliament. You are the one who can surface evidence to members of parliament and advise them of the sexual reproductive health and right situation in the SADC region. You can empower chairpersons of the various committees. You can empower the public accounts committees and other committees, gender caucuses, sexual reproductive health and rights caucuses, and make change happen. You can change inaction to action. You can give fluidity to initiatives which have remained stagnant for too long. You can connect the dots and bring stakeholders at national level together for concerted sexual reproductive health and rights advancements. Having said this, I wish to open a sidebar and speak a few words on innovation. In the 21st century, influencing change occurs through innovation. You need to think laterally, outside the box, to engage members of parliament and devise the activities which actually make a difference. This time around, the project has implemented the recommendations of the committees of clerks and secretaries general. And you have a variety of project activities which offer flexibility and which allow you to adapt the project to a national context. We heard the other day that there are drones dropping medicines in far-flung areas of some countries in the region. We have heard that we can track progress without having to always organize an outreach from where we sit. And we are able to use that information to influence parliamentary processes. The end goal is to create the necessary impact for members of parliament to influence change in advancing sexual reproductive health and rights in parliament. Colleagues, SRHR is not about sex only. Sexual reproductive health is not just about women. And I believe that in today's discussion, we'll be able to do so. Where we need to advance further input, we have in the project an opportunity for you to do public hearings and awareness campaigns, which are useful tools that you can leverage to implement this project. Where workshops and capacity building sessions work better, you can also conduct those, but you are not restricted to always doing workshops. You can go to a clinic and do an oversight session so that when we talk about outages of medicines, where we say there are no doctors, where we say there's members of parliament can engage and see that. In the same vein, in countries where there's a demand to conduct constituency projects instead of workshops, please do that, or public hearings. This is also possible under the project. This flexibility has been conceived so that you can create an optimum impact at national level. In addition, SEDA has provided a 1% of the total budget as part of flexible funding, so that you don't just look at the project proposal and say, it says workshop, it says turn left, it says sit down, it says run, and therefore I cannot innovate anything besides those 3 instructions. I wish to also underline that there's a separate budget line for posters and other media and advocacy materials that you may wish to develop. Take advantage of messaging, take advantage of posters as part of advocacy, collaborate with partners who are here. Sometimes they already have those posters. Look at something that can add value to your circumstances. It is also your responsibility to consider how to integrate themes such as climate action, digital transformation, artificial intelligence, trade facilitation, and other emerging issues to sexual reproductive health and rights. By so doing, you can endeavor to capture the interest of a broad majority of members of parliament, not just those in the health committee, not just those in the gender committee. Your parliaments must take advantage of these themes. Your parliaments must take advantage of the government agenda, which will undoubtedly address at least some of all these issues. The point is that you have all the tools at your disposal to innovate and create an impact that you desire. We are confident that you will succeed in this goal, given the architecture of the project, which is not limited to researchers. It is a project for Parliament and all those who make up the institution of Parliament. As I end, I wish to thank you for being here today, dedicating time. The researchers have been here for the other 2 days. You are still going to be here today and tomorrow. Allow me also to thank our resource person, a childhood schoolmate worker. We come a long way in the trenches, who will take this session forward and who will assist in coordinating between partners and also between country teams. And I would like to thank her for her generosity in agreeing to be part of this session at the last minute for short notice. I want to reiterate that the project made an impactful difference, and it involves day-to-day hard work and engagement, not once in a month, not once in 2 months. And it's for this reason that all these ideals can only be implemented. As it will be explained later, the results of the project will be closely monitored by the M&E consultant. And she will integrate these into the annual narrative that will be submitted to Sweden. We have monthly reports. We also have 6 monthly reports of the project results. And these are often surfaced to the Committee of Clerks and Secretaries General in accordance with the framework for the project supervision. As you're well aware, on the 5th and 6th of this month, the Committee of Clerk will be meeting and will be discussing progress and the architecture of the project. We are confident that you perform to the standard expected of you and that you make your national parliament and your region proud. We are also learning in this round of the project that indeed a multi-sectoral approach may actually be helpful. Some of you don't come from traditional professions for health or traditional professions around SRHR. We have also learned from our anti-rights and anti-gender movements that a journalist can actually do far much better in packaging the information. We have also learned that, in fact, that could be the only person who is listened to, more than the professionals who believe that they know. So leverage on your multiple professions. What matters is your boldness, your courage to save humanity and respect humanity. With these words, I wish you a fruitful deliberation.
Thank you so much, Madam Secretary General, for the key not addressed. Can we give another hand of applause to SG? Once again, thank you so much, Madam SG. I think she has touched quite a lot, and it's not my intention to go through it again, but just one message which I picked and is key and relevant to us as participants is that it is an advice that she has given us and an expectation. We are the people as officials from the National Parliament that we are a key in terms of helping our members to do the needful. We are the people that we conduct research on these issues that we are going to discuss here, SRHR issues. We are the people that we are supposed to prepare briefs for the MPs on the things that they need to take action, because those are our leaders, they depend on us. There are so many tools that SG has indicated that we can use, issues of workshops, public hearings, as outreach, and so on and so forth. So that's the key message that perhaps I can repeat. The rest, I think we have heard it, and I don't intend to repeat for risk of spoiling a brilliant speech that we have heard from them. At this point in time, if you look at the program, we need to have at least a thing to be said for this meeting. After getting a keynote address from the FPG, the thing has to be said in terms of what are the things, the pillars that perhaps we need to stand on as we're moving. Before we start getting the presentation, I think that has to be done. So the person who is going to do that is none other than Madame Graham Sonda. And in her introduction, she did mention, and I'll repeat, she is the program manager for Regional Parliamentary Model Law Oversight Committee, which is RAMLOC, and also the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, RWPC. She is the one who is responsible for these two programs at the moment. So I'm inviting her to quickly, just to set a pace for the meeting before we invite, or before we go into the workshop session. Over to you, Madam Claire.
Good morning once again, colleagues, Madam SG, distinguished partners, resource persons, and all protocols observed. I hope you can see me. I have a bit of a challenge in terms of, but I think eventually you might want just to look at the screen. Yeah, it might be more helpful. So my presentation this morning will be, I think, quite brief, and it's basically because we have a mixed group here, and I'm hoping that my presentation will help us to locate in terms of our specific roles in the parliaments that we're coming from, in our parliaments, what can we do in order to bring the project together? As we know, parliaments are big organizations with a lot of different roles that they perform, different functions, the different departments. But in terms of this particular project, we need to locate ourselves. And I will specifically also zero in at some point on the role of the directors of committees, because I believe this is one of those interactions where they also need to specifically look at what they can bring or how they can support the project. Yeah, overall. So sharing. Yeah? Okay, so before the esteemed resource persons come and speak about the technical aspects or the thematic areas of the project, the various thematic areas, I just wanted to remind, especially that we have some colleagues who may not have interacted so closely with the project. I thought it's important for us to just go over the objectives of the project. So the first one is efficient management of the project. This relates to how the secretariat, the Forum Secretariat, manages the project. In terms of the law, the project seeks also to ensure that MPs, SADC MPs engage in the discussion and enactment of SRHR legislation to enable universal access to SRHR, HIV, and AIDS-related services, gender-responsive climate action, and laws which promote accountability and transparency by consolidating the democratic drive. Other objectives, the leadership of the forum in SRHR. So at regional level, the forum is, it is hoped through this project, the forum will lead the SADC region and beyond in showcasing SRHR norms and best practice. I hope I'm not speaking too fast for the interpreters. Maybe I am. I will slow down a little bit. My apologies. So ensuring that the forum leads the SADC region and beyond in showcasing the SRHR norms and best practices contained in the model laws. At this point, let me just say, I hope that all of us here are aware that the forum, one of the flagship activities that the forum does is actually development of model laws. And by engaging in interparliamentary networking with like-minded partners and organizations such as the Interparliamentary Union, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, the East African Legislative Assembly, among others. I know that all our parliaments in one way or another do participate in these particular or different organizations. Another objective is to ensure robust SRHR research and evidence. So this is to ensure that leveraging on robust empirical data and evidence in relation to SRHR and in collaboration with us, we promote parliamentary interventions in relation to legislation, budget, oversight, representative functions, and facilitate the role of the forum as a leader in SRHR normative frameworks. Another objective of the project is to ensure democratic accountability to promote SRHR. So in this regard, the project hopes to ensure that SADC MPs leverage the democratic framework to hold government to account on SRHR, HIV and AIDS and governance, and to promote a robust anti-corruption framework that is conducive to SRHR. Another objective is advancing human rights, promoting the justiciability of human rights through parliamentary interventions in view of implementing the right to health, inclusive of SRHR, the Agenda for Sustainable Development 2030, and regional agendas such as Africa Agenda 2063. So in a nutshell, the project hopes to enhance Parliament's performance in its oversight legislation and representation roles. So the project is not outside what Parliament does. It is actually an integral part and it's meant to enhance how Parliament performs its functions. So project activities or projects developed under, activities developed under the project, the SRHR project, are actually supposed to align with Parliament's core functions, as well as being technically sound. So you may not necessarily go out and create activities that are really outside. It's to work within what Parliament does, but how can we enhance that and magnify the voice of the parliamentarians? So in this regard, there is need to localize implementation. As much as we have the overarching objectives and the outcome areas, there are issues in each country which are priority issues. They may not, in Eswatini, they may have different priorities at a particular time. In Zimbabwe, the priorities may not necessarily align at that time with what Eswatini has. So it's important to identify and prioritize those areas which are priority for the country and be able to work around it so that the project activities are actually relevant to the national agenda. Then this session is, I just wanted to remind ourselves what is expected of us in this session. There are basically 4 expected outcomes, and these are enhanced capacity of the researchers in engaging with their parliaments to advance SRHR policies. Then improved understanding of the democratic accountability and human rights-based approaches in SRHR governance. We also hope there will be strengthened regional collaboration among researchers, enabling cross-country learning and the sharing of best practices. Obviously, there are certain experiences that Malawi may have. They've gone through certain things, maybe passed certain legislation. So someone from Mozambique might want to learn from that, or from Angola, or from Botswana. We don't have Botswana here, I think. Yes, DRC, for example. We also hope that this meeting will result into clear action plans for national level implementation of SRHR, supported by sound financial planning and monitoring frameworks. So we hope that after this, the implementation of the project will become more robust with clearer understanding of the objectives that I have already outlined, and also the capacity and more knowledge that will be imparted to our researchers and the other supporting personnel in the parliaments. I would also like to focus a little bit on the need to institutionalize the SRHR project. First of all, we must all realize that actually this project is implemented by parliaments. This is quite important because I think we have had some experience where the project is seen as belonging to the researcher. That is not the case. Actually, the implementation agreements are signed by the parliament, usually the clerk. In some cases, even speakers actually are part of that execution. So this is a requirement that the parliaments should be the ones that take responsibility for implementation. So it's the institution that undertakes to implement the project, and in accepting or undertaking to implement the project, the institution of parliament actually accepts obligations under the project implementation agreement. And my advice is that all of us take time to read and understand the obligations in that implementation agreement, because almost everyone in parliament is concerned and will be affected or has to perform some role in terms of project implementation. So it's important to at least take time to read and have an understanding of what the obligations are. So the project must be owned by member parliaments. I think this is what I am just reiterating. It's not really necessarily about individuals. Individuals may be the ones spearheading, but it's on behalf of parliament. So ownership is quite critical, because everything that's going to be reported will be reported as the parliament of Lesotho did this or achieved this under the project. And any challenges will have to be reported by the parliament as well, and not necessarily the individual. So also the number of researchers, it doesn't matter what number of researchers, the implementation still remains the responsibility of the parliament. So there are some departments, as you say, having said what I've said, there are still some departments in the parliaments which are more closely related and interact more closely with the project. And this is because of the nature of their work focus. I can immediately think of the committees department, the parliamentary budget office, the research department. That is not to say the other departments don't interact, they do. And sometimes quite closely depending on the subject matter. But these three, I picked them out because I think that they are more often more likely to be interacting with the project and to be involved more almost in the day-to-day activities of the project. So the other departments also play very key roles, which cannot really be underplayed, because For example, a department or section that might seem to be a little bit off, like the procurement department might appear to be a bit off, but when it comes to project activity implementation, they are quite critical in terms of ensuring that the governance processes relating to procurement are actually adhered to. So that's very important. And as the forum, that is a matter that will be followed up and will be to ensure that the procurement, for example, is not going outside the established processes within the parliament. So there is need to integrate project activities in the programs and activities of the other departments. There is no so-called SRHR project unit, so to speak. It's the parliament itself. And also because of that, it's important for staff in various departments to receive some kind of training or at least sensitization in order for them to be able, through the performance of their day-to-day core responsibilities, to be able to support the researchers and the departments responsible for directly delivering the project activities. I think I wanted to give an example here. In Zambia, many years ago, when I was researcher on this project in another phase, I think some of the people here were not yet born. It's quite a long time ago. Yeah, so what we did do is we actually arranged for some training. It was a weekend training for people from different departments, staff from different departments, so that we could receive the support that we needed. So we had people from the Journals and Table Office, research, of course. I remember ICT, we had people from ICT. And after we had done that, we even had people from Hansard. After we had done that, one of the things we realized was that it became easier for us to collect data for reporting in under the M&E framework. So we're able to call on the ICT people, because sometimes what they need is just an appreciation. What is the project about? You know, sometimes they don't know, they just see you running around. If they're not taken on board, it becomes difficult for them to support you. So they were able to help us with, I think they have a software where you could just key in keywords and you're able to, extract the information that you need. For example, how many motions or speeches were presented regarding a particular SRHR issue. So we found that very, very helpful rather than having to go, physically checking the Hansards, checking the records, even records of committees. Thank you. Yeah, so those are some of the benefits of having such sensitization. So you are going to have a ripple effect, because this is a relay. All of us need to play our part. It's not a one-person show, or I don't want to say one man, one woman show, as the case may be. So I also wanted to just focus a little bit on committees, because committees are the engine room of parliament. They are very important in this process. Committees present a major, if not the biggest opportunity to link the project with parliamentary processes, because by their very nature, committees kind of open up parliament to interventions from, for example, partners, or from other stakeholders, even members of the public. They are free to come in. They can speak in committee, which they can't do on the floor of the House, as we all know. So committees can be a platform also to grow MPs' leadership through championing various causes, one of which could be SRHR. So you might be able to develop champions, SRHR champions. I think Zambia has recorded some remarkable progress on this issue. I think they've ended up with an SRHR caucus, which is quite big and I hear very, very popular. So committees are also a forum for direct citizens engagement, and this promotes ownership and participation in policy development and priority setting by citizens. So committees are quite important, and I really would like to emphasize their role in this particular project. So researchers are expected to identify and conceptualize project activities in consonance with the work, action plans, and focus areas of the parliament. So they need all the support that they can get. For example, when a parliament goes through an election, I think many of us would testify that we lose a lot of members when we have a general election. And because of that, you lose some of the members that you have developed, over the life of that parliament. And then you need to almost start again. So they need to be quite versatile, and they need a lot of support in doing that, in ensuring that the work that was done before is not totally lost, but actually the new members actually continue with that. In terms of the role of directors of committees, and this could also relate to research department, the PBO, this project presents an opportunity to play a role in terms of supporting the researchers to attain the project objectives on the one hand, and also at the same time the objectives of the parliament in terms of its functions. So it's an opportunity that we encourage that you take up and take advantage of. So we expect directors to take interest in what's going on under the project and seek out opportunities to engage with the project. In short, we call for leadership, collaboration, and support for the researchers. You can interweave the themes that your committees are dealing with the project, so that you are able to synergize and achieve multiple objectives using the project. Maybe I think the SG mentioned a little bit about the committee of clerks. I don't want to go into too much detail, but basically there's a committee of clerks at regional level. All your clerks of parliament or secretaries general are actually members of this committee. And from time to time, they are required to advise the forum, the secretariat. They also sometimes are called upon to advise the executive committee, which is the board of the forum, and also to report. And among the many things they report on would be this project. So it's very important for you to always keep close touch, keep them in tune with what is going on. There shouldn't be a situation where the clerk comes to, or the secretary general from your parliament comes to a meeting, like the meeting that is coming up, and they say, I don't know, maybe the researcher will know. It would be amiss, because they are the responsibility, the duty bearer in terms of implementation of the project. So kindly do ensure that you do regular updates with them. Find some time, some room. They're very busy people, so find some room to keep them abreast with what is going on. I think on this committee of clerks, I will not go into too much detail, because I'll just leave it there and say thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Claire, for setting the scene for the meeting. I'm quite sure now we know the roles and expectations on various capacities that we have in our national parliaments. Directors, those are in the clerk's office. I see the deputy clerk here, and the SRH researchers. So that's the path that Madam Claire has set for us. Colleagues, we are behind schedule. We should have been breaking for health or tea, but we allow, I think, for us to take one presentation, because now we're going into workshop mode. Before I introduce the facilitator, I just wish to recognize that we have participants also online. I think I don't know whether they are able to hear us. Are they able to hear us, Ronald? Yes. You are most welcome, participants online. I think we skipped you during the introductions, but we will keep to know you in the course of the meeting. We'll keep to know you, so just bear that in mind, that we are together with you. For now, distinguished participants, I will introduce to you the facilitator for this workshop. Here she's none other than Madame Magdalena Madibera. She had introduced herself during introductions, but now I'll quickly go deeper, a little bit deeper in terms of who she is. Madam Magadrena is the Executive Director for the African Institute for Gender and Development, based in Gaborone, Botswana. She is a development specialist with over 15 years of experience working in the African continent and beyond. Madam Facilitator previously worked as a team leader for the Gender and Rights Unit for UNFPA in Sierra Leone, leading the SRHR programs for women and girls in line with the ICPD commitments. She also served as the gender advisor for UNRCO in Zimbabwe from 2020 to 2022. She also served as the UN Women in 2015 all the way up to 2019, and the USID in 2014. Magadrena is the former head of the SADC Gender Unit at the SADC Secretariat, where she left the legacy of the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development in 2008. She led the SRH agenda championing human rights, gender equality, and access for all. Madam Magadrena has over the years engaged in gender and SRH technical, strategic, and advisory work with the SADC member states and within the SADC parliaments, and also organizations such as Gender Links, SAFET, SADC-PF, which is with us today, Southern Africa Trust, and the WLSA. I think this should be women lawyers, I think. Amongst others, we could go on and go on, but these are just a few that she has worked and she has led so many programs with. She continues to advance and advocate for the implementation of the Agenda 2023 and SDGs, the CEDAW, the Maputo Protocol, and other commitments related gender and SRH policy, the oversight, capacity building, and research in Africa. Just a few issues that we can talk about. But otherwise, the CV is as long as we can spend the whole day about her. So at this point in time, distinguished participants, it's my singular honor to invite the facilitator to take us through the first presentation as it appears on the program. Over to you, Madam Magdalene.
Thank you so much for your kind words. I'm a bit jittery. We've lost a bit of time, but we'll find a way of dealing with this together, collectively. Yes, as introduced, my name is Magdalene Madibela, and I'll be working with you as a facilitator, and I'm really, really looking forward to this exciting process. SG, I would like to recognize the Secretary General, Boemo Sekoma, in a special way. I also want to recognize researchers from SADC parliaments, directors of the various committees here present. I also want to recognize experts from the United Nations, civil society organizations at regional level, as well as experts from the academia, among others, who are going to be our resource persons throughout our workshop. I also want to recognize experts from the SADC Parliamentary Forum as well, and country level presentations experts, particularly the SADC researchers. So really we are all looking forward to learning from you and to engage with all of you. So this workshop is going to involve quite a number of methodologies, which I believe will help us to learn more and learn better. better as adults. So we'll have expert presentations, we'll have roundtables, we'll also have world cafes so that we can, engage more and have more discussions that are more interactive. We will also facilitate discussions to enable sharing of best practices, to enable, more learnings from each other. It's not just presentations from experts. So we're really excited that this is going to be a very interactive process that will allow all of us to speak, all of us to share our experiences, and most importantly, to learn in a very free environment. We'll also have interactive polling and digital tools used in the process. We had hoped that before the presentations would conduct a baseline survey of some sort, just to gauge your knowledge and experience in the subject of SRHR. However, we'll find time to squeeze it in between our program. At this point, I really want to plead with you that we go straight into the first presentation. However, instead of going into the second session, we wait until tea break. I really want to put that as a proposal. May we do the first session? And then after the first session, we go for tea and coffee. And then when we come back, we can go into session number 2. Colleagues online, I really want to apologize on behalf of all of us, the organizers and participants in the room, that we are running behind time. However, we will find a way of catching up together. So thank you for your patience. And at this point in time, let me take this opportunity to introduce you to the first session. The first session will be on promoting democratic accountability and advancing human rights for SRH, including safe abortion. As you know, this is one of the focus areas of the program. And we have experts that are going to share very detailed information about the subject matter and also to expand our knowledge on this topic. We will have Tamarine Cranshaw from HEAD Project from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. But she'll not be alone. She'll be presenting with Professor Jane Friedman, also from HEAD, University of KwaZulu-Natal. Please, let's note that UNDP will not be part of this session, but it will only be KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you so much. Over to you, colleagues online.
Good morning. Thank you so much, everybody, and good morning, Madam SG and all guests and colleagues. Would you like me to load my presentation?
Yes. I think, yeah, that will be helpful.
Sure.
Yes, it will be easier for you to project and also to control the slides.
Yes, sure. Just to introduce myself, my name is Tamarine Cranshaw. I'm an SRHR project leader at HEAD, and I have my colleague online, Professor Jane Friedman, who I work closely with on a number of aspects of SRH and looking at vulnerability amongst particularly young women. She is a visiting professor at HEAD. Right, so I'm hoping everyone can see my screen. So just to position ourselves, there's a bit of an echo. I'm not sure if you are having an echo. Just to position ourselves in terms of the research where HEAD is located on this topic. HEAD has been engaged in various research, rapid assessments, and situational analyses, and in some cases in law reform processes in the region. And we've engaged with all levels of actors influencing policy. And this has been for nearly a decade now. More recently, Professor Friedman and myself have been engaged in a project that aims to build coalitions amongst members of parliament, civil society, journalists, and researchers in order to strengthen strategic advocacy around advancing access to safe abortion care. And these are some of the countries that we have already begun work in and will be doing work in. So a lot of the insights that we present are actually grounded in the countries that we have been engaging in. Maybe to also, before we go into law reform and what is the legislative context in SADC, is to take a page out of Madam SG's book and say, why are we interested in changing the law around access to safe abortion? And in the words of Madam SG, it's about people's lives. And so this is just to really highlight that the intersections of gender and wealth inequalities lead to inequities in health. And while it seems on face value that, of course, women suffer consequences of unintended pregnancy because they bear the pregnancies, it's much, much more than that. Women who experience unintended pregnancies, they lose their partner's support, they're abandoned, they have to assume financial responsibility for dependents. If they're young, they're chased from home, they often have to drop out of school. Even if they re-enter school, they're often left behind because of the demands of motherhood and because they just have fallen so far behind in terms of their schooling. This sets up a vicious cycle where women experience repeat unintended pregnancies, deepening the cycle of poverty, not just for the woman, but for the entire family. And also sets up a cycle for poor maternal health, poor reproductive health, leading to complications in pregnancy and maternal death. So it's not just about law, it's fundamentally about women's lives and more broadly. And of women, adolescent girls and young women are the most impacted. And this is because of where they're situated socially. And I'll go into that a little bit more. So another aspect that the Madam SG raised said, where is the data pointing? So the data is pointing us to the fact that young women with no or low education and are the poorest are disproportionately burdened with early childbearing. Nearly half of least safe abortions occur amongst women aged 15 to 24 in low and middle income countries. And women who are poorer and of lower socioeconomic class are also disproportionately burdened by unsafe abortions. So what is this telling us? You can have two women living in the same country, but if one of them has less access to financial resources, has education, they will have a fundamentally different experience in terms of an unintended pregnancy and possible death compared to a woman with resources. We know that even in restrictive context, there is always access to safe abortion, whether it be you can go to another country where abortion is provided, or whether you go to the private sector. But for that, need the financial resources to access that care, which echoes also what the Madam SG said earlier. And on top of that, the burden of the costs for unsafe abortion are also the highest for poorer women. So there's just this compounding cycle of. And then on the right-hand side, I just provided a quote that really captured, we published some work recently in Zambia, and this captured what the point that I'm trying to make about where the responsive state's role is in terms of dealing with vulnerability of citizens. And this quote was from male focus groups amongst young men in Zambia. And they spoke about difference between the rich and the poor, because those with money can do things in secrecy. They can go to private hospitals, and no one or very few will know that they've done it. But those who are poor, people will know about the abortion because they use traditional medicines. They tend to have high bleeding, that's complications, and people will notice. The poor are the ones that get mistreated because they easily get exposed. So then this goes back to the whole interlocking cycles of stigma that young women particularly face in terms of their reproductive health. I mentioned earlier that adolescent girls and young women are most impacted, and this is not only because of their social status, but they're the most visible and they're most exposed to scrutiny. So if you start at the very point of them wanting to access contraception, it's difficult for them on many levels. They're stigmatized as young people. They're told by nurses, go and have your first pregnancy and then you can have your contraception. Or why are you even here? You're too young. You shouldn't be having sex. Contraception is not for you. And they turned away. This then leads to unintended and early pregnancies, and enormous stigma is experienced by young women. The consequences are dropping out of school, being pushed into early marriages, and community censure, being asked to stand up in their churches, being stigmatized in their communities. And then there's the interaction between the stigma of having an abortion and trying to access post-abortion care. So we've heard healthcare providers judging the difference between the young versus a young person versus an adult, and them rationalizing that the adult has come for post-abortion care because they must have experienced a spontaneous miscarriage versus this young girl who definitely induced her abortion. So there's judgments made at the level of access to post-abortion care. There are also judgments made depending on whether a woman is married. If they are married, there are thoughts about the discussion was between the husband and the wife, and they decided together they couldn't afford a child, and so it's okay they had the abortion, versus unmarried women, where they are stigmatized for being, in quotes, loose or immoral and engaging in behavior that they shouldn't be in. There's the dichotomy between rich and poor that I've already highlighted, and linked to that
Sorry,
is the...
Pam, to interject. We are kindly requested to speak slowly. May you kindly speak slowly for the simultaneous interpretation. Thank you for understanding.
And then the rich versus poor allows you to and have an abortion even in restrictive environments in a concealed way where you're not exposed to scrutiny, versus if you have to, for instance, experience heavy bleeding and be in a community setting where toilets are shared and you get exposed, in fact, by the community, and heard stories in the field where that has happened. So what then are the impacts of a restrictive law? The evidence tells us that restricting access to abortions does not reduce the number of abortions. It just makes them unsafe. That is the beginning and the end. And most women of reproductive age in sub-Saharan Africa live in countries with restrictive abortion laws. This map just gives you a snapshot of what the progressiveness of abortion law is globally. So the green is where abortion is allowed on request, and it varies with gestational limits. And the blue is broad grounds of social and economic reasons that you would be allowed to have an abortion. And I think it visually, it is very clear that on the African continent, the grounds or the conditions in which one is legally allowed to have an abortion are very limited and limited to preserving health or saving a person's life, and in some cases prohibited altogether. The evidence has told us that complications arising from unsafe abortion are a major cause of maternal morbidity and mortality in sub-Saharan Africa. And in some countries in SADC, it's amongst the top 5 causes of maternal deaths in country. I also wanted to draw your attention to a recent systematic review, which looked at the effects of abortion law reform on women's health services and health outcomes. And it found that legislative reforms, where we moved from a highly restrictive to relatively liberal conditions, resulted in lowered fertility as well as lowered maternal mortality. And these are all facts that it's really important to understand when you're faced with opposition in terms of liberalizing abortion law. This graphic provides a sense of the trends of abortion law reform globally since 1994. On the whole, globally, there has been an increase towards liberalization, with 59 countries globally expanding their grounds for abortion. On the left-hand side, or on the red side, you have 4 countries that have actually regressed in terms of their previously less restrictive abortion law. And the US of A stands out as a key example. And they are an important country to look at and watch, because they are a very key donor and one of the biggest on the continent. So for those who don't know, in 2022 in the US, there was the overturning of Roe versus Wade, which ended the constitutional right to abortion. And since then, in America, there has been a narrowing and narrowing of conditions on which abortion is allowed, almost to the point of not at all. While on the right-hand side to the green, there have been a handful of countries in SADC that have moved to liberalize their laws since 1994. And while there has been a global trend, in the last few years, the world globally, and including in SADC and more broadly on the continent, we are seeing a rollback of rights, quite significantly so. So I would encourage all of the SADC PF researchers to have a look at the WHO abortion care guidelines. It's a really excellent document that very clearly lays out all of the issues that we need to be aware of. And they point out that abortion is regulated differently to other forms of healthcare. And unlike any other kind of health service, it's regulated to varying degrees through criminal law, in addition to being regulated under healthcare law. And these frameworks interact variously in other areas of law and policy. So abortion, depending on your country, can also be regulated by constitutions, by reproductive health laws, by health and medical ethical codes, by guidelines, and by judicial decisions. And this makes it very difficult to understand what the position of the country is in terms of abortion law. And it also means that it makes healthcare providers very cautious and reluctant to offer abortion care for fear of punitive consequences. So the penal code in most of the SADC countries determine the circumstances under which abortion is criminalized. And depending on what country was a former colonizer, depends on which criminal code the SADC country has inherited. And some of these original colonial codes remain the same today in SADC. So we can't talk about human rights without drawing attention to the first African Human Rights Treaty, the Maputo Protocol, which explicitly recognizes abortion as a human right under a set of conditions. And with the exception of Botswana, Malawi, and Madagascar, all other SADC member states have both signed and ratified the Maputo Protocol. But I think what is noteworthy is that in some of the countries that have both signed and ratified the Maputo Protocol, their laws don't align with the conditions laid out in the protocol in which a medical abortion could be permitted. And this is a source, a place where you can move forward in pushing for accountability. This graphic was trying to show very quickly what the range of permissiveness in terms of law is in the SADC member states in terms of abortion. So on the green side, you have Mozambique and South Africa, who are the only two SADC countries that allow abortion on request within certain gestational limits. And on the left-hand side in the red, you have Madagascar that doesn't allow abortion on any grounds. And in between, you have the range of countries that allow abortion on some grounds. What I did want to point out was that while one needs to focus on reforming law and liberalizing law as a first step, but it's also important to understand that there are various conditions in which abortion is allowed in the various legislation that I've already mentioned. And these are some good practice examples that countries have adopted. So for instance, South Africa has explicitly removed healthcare authorization before a woman can access an abortion. They've also explicitly removed the need for parental or spousal consent. They've removed the need for an ultrasound explicitly to determine fetal heartbeat. And they've also removed the need for counseling prior to obtaining an abortion. And the reason this is important is because some of the countries in SADC are silent or don't speak to these conditions, which leaves gray areas where people and providers particularly will take a more conservative route, not knowing what the span or scope is in which they can act. The Democratic Republic of Congo has also had an interesting approach. They have had a very contextually relevant approach. They have explicitly removed the need for specially licensed facilities, as well as the need for judicial authorization in cases of rape and for police reports with rape, as well as parental and spousal consents. And clearly this responds to the high levels of sexual violence in the country, so affording women access. On the other hand, we have countries like Zambia and Seychelles. So these countries on paper have relatively liberal conditions in which abortion is allowed, but there are other conditions that impede access. So both Zambia and Seychelles require 3 doctors to sign off permission for a woman to obtain an abortion. And of those 3 doctors, 1 has to be a specialist. In the context of Zambia, when there are very few healthcare providers to many ratio to the population, it means that access to abortion within gestational limits is almost impossible. So that's just good practice, things to consider in these discussions. In terms of barriers to reform, first is donors. So I've mentioned the US. The main funder of reproductive health funding assistance on the continent or in sub-Saharan Africa. But there is this policy called the Mexico City policy, or more commonly known as the global gag rule. And for those who don't know, it disqualifies foreign non-governmental organizations from receiving any US family planning assistance if they use funds. Doesn't matter if it's not fund, if it's their own funds, not US funds. If they use any of their funds to provide abortion services, counseling, or referrals, or advocates for the liberalization of abortion. And this has had a profound effect regionally. Even though, so what has happened with the global gag rule is it gets enforced under the Republicans and it gets rescinded under the Democrats. It was expanded President Trump's administration to include all global health, and it was rescinded under Biden. But what we have found on the ground, the long-lasting effects of the gag rule, that's you need at least 4 years to start recovering, and that's your cycle of American politics. So what we found were US-funded civil society and provider organizations who refused to work with and collaborate with rights-based civil society or a civil society who's had anything to do regarding access to safe abortion. And it also resulted in the defunding of rights-based civil society who did advocate or support access to safe abortion. And then on the other side, there's limited funding for rights-based civil society, which means that the donors are smaller than the US, the pool is smaller, and the competition is high. And it means that there are competing priorities, and this doesn't create a lot of space for pushing on issues of law reform for safe abortion.
Tim, your 20 minutes has expired. Let me know how much time you need to finish.
Nearly done. 2 minutes.
Okay.
At policy level, the barriers that are very clear are the interactions between religious organizations and political structures. So religious organizations are very politically connected. This plays out at parliamentary level. There is a very well-funded anti-rights, anti-gender movement, and its scholars have traced it back mainly to the US. They're well known, but elsewhere as well. And they bring money and invite decision makers, policy makers to workshops, to retreats, and there's a lot of counter anti-rights, anti-choice advocacy happening. There are also silences around the issue of abortion. There are silences at community level, and there are silences at parliamentary level. It's difficult to get abortion onto the agenda, parliamentary level, and even when bills are tabled, they're not held up for debate. It's difficult. Members of parliaments have spoken about fears around losing electoral support, whether this is perceived or actual. And of course, there's turnover of members of parliament with electoral cycles. So you build up a movement and you have champions and you have an election, and you may not see that champion, maybe because of his position or maybe because of the change in government. And then other considerations include divisions in rights-based civil society, and really weakens efforts. So we found that there's divisions on how abortion is messaged in civil society, what the aims are for reform. Some civil society want abortion on request, no negotiation. Some have a more conservative, iterative approach. Their strategies for reform are different. Some are very direct and confrontational. Some prefer quiet diplomacy. And these rights-based civil societies, which are few in each of your countries, there's often a tension in them working together. There's also concerns around the possibility of backlash if you raise the issue, and that you may actually contribute to regressing progress. So we have a lot of questions around: when do you start the discussion? Do you keep the status quo, or do you push for reform? And where are those windows of opportunity? And then really key is the importance of mobilizing young people. They are the most effective. They are a different generation from their parents, and they are the upcoming voters. And I think we need to put more efforts into giving voice to young people. So in terms of recommendations, evidence is always, of course, useful. A lot of successful law reform efforts have used the evidence around unsafe abortion as a pressing public health concern very compellingly, but also we can pressure international treaties, and we can hold governments accountable to the agreements they've signed. And WHO, in fact, recommends that the content, the interpretation, and application of grounds-based law and policy should be revised to ensure both human rights compliance and be in compliance with the Maputo Protocol. I won't go into this. This is just, you'll find this, I'm happy to share these slides. The WHO provides 7 recommendations for reform, or how we should be moving forward. And we have the Maputo Protocol and the WHO guidance, and need to think about how we engage coalitions of actors to push accountability. And for this, we need everyone. And Madam SG spoke about multi-sectoral cooperation, and I fully agree. It's the only way we're going to make progress. We need to use the evidence to show the impact, and we need to ensure parliamentarians have access to this evidence. We need to choose the right time, and we need to consider that sometimes we shouldn't act. We need to choose the right language that doesn't alienate those we're wishing to influence. And we need to consider MPs engaging more with the youth. This is just to give you some resources. This is a really useful database that the WHO are currently updating, which provides all of the policies related to abortion, as well as the ratified human rights treaties. And you can create country briefs out of this database. And then this is the abortion care guideline that I highly recommend you read and see where best practice is located. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for such a comprehensive presentation, Tam. We have all learned a lot. And as we know, the subject of abortion is very sensitive in most member states. But as we know, this is a human rights issue. It is an SRHR issue that we all need to discuss with an open mind. And Tam has really laid it out for all of us to appreciate what it means, and also to appreciate what criminalization means to the lives of women and young women, and also how as parliaments we can tackle this subject matter to engage more meaningfully in line with the Maputo Protocol, and also in line with other commitments that our member states have made. We also acknowledge, as Tam has said, that other SADC member states in this room have not actually legalized or legislated this issue. However, it does not stop us from having dialogues and conversations at different levels. So Tam, maybe at this point in time, let me give an opportunity to the participants to ask questions and also to share any comments if they have, to express their views, or, you know, anything that they want to say related to your presentation. Yes, thank you so much. Over to you, colleagues. I recognize your hand at the back, ma'am, sorry. And also you as number 2, and I also recognize you as number 3.
Okay, thank you very much for your informative and engaging presentation. May I take you back to slide 2? Slide 2, that you have a citation about the number of abortions occurring among young women. Yes, the bullet number 4. It says 41% of least safe abortions occurring among young women aged 15 to 24. And the citation is for 2012. My concern is it that we have an analytical gap or research deficit in safe abortion that we don't have current data? I'm interested in knowing the current data in that regard, whether there have been changes from 2012 up to now. It's almost like 12 years. And I'm aware that contemporarily we are having children as young as 10 years falling pregnant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tam. Let me give you an opportunity to respond to the 3. For now, let me hand over to the second question.
Thank you so much for such a comprehensive presentation. For me, it's not a question, it's just a commentary, especially in the case of Lesotho. I didn't, if you can just go back to the slide where you were showing how the next one, I guess. Where you were basically trying to show us how, yes, this one, thank you. I just wanted to make a comment in the case of Lesotho. I didn't see any other comment in terms of saying how maybe what are the provisions in terms of the law that address issues of abortion in Lesotho. It's true that we cannot necessarily say that we don't have challenges in terms of access to safe abortion. However, our penal code, as Lesotho, has some provisions that allow access for abortion under certain circumstances. One is in the case of rape and incest. If such a pregnancy is as a result of such access to abortion, it's guaranteed. And also, if there's a risk to health or life, especially in the life of a pregnant woman, abortion can be accessed through certification of a doctor. That is also allowed. And again, if oh, sorry for that. Yes. So I just wanted to highlight those issues that in Lesotho, abortion is not completely shut out. There are some provisions under our penal code. Thank you.
Well noted, and thank you for highlighting that. That is the case in some member states, and including Lesotho. Thank you for that addition. It's well noted. The third question was, no, did I say Eswatini, Jabu?
Yes, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for this sterling presentation. It's so informative. Indeed, abortion is a human rights issue. And I want to attest to, especially on this very same slide, that in our case, Eswatini, for instance, constitutionally, abortion is provisional in terms of medical grounds. There are instances where it can be practiced. And we are seeing, as a country, a lot of illegal abortion scenarios in place, number one. We are experiencing, as a country, a lot of scenarios where we have damned fetuses. As a country, especially post-COVID era, we are experiencing a lot of early unintended pregnancy issues. And we are experiencing, with evidence base to be supported later on, we are experiencing post-care abortion services
digging deeper into the past government of our envelope with respect to this. Now, my intervention to this effect is that it is not legalized, please, but how can we best learn from other countries on how they are handling this particular human right issue at hand, which is a reality and which is taking place. Countries like maybe South Africa, countries like DRC, how best can we learn from them? Why this kind of intervention and question? We are noting that with rape cases, with incest, with medical issues, abortion can be initiated. But with respect to trials and getting doctors' reports and all, how are these initiatives expedited such that the impact or emotional support is well advocated amongst the affected? It's such a gap I truly feel, and I need that kind of intervention. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'll give Tam an opportunity to respond to the three and come back to the floor to give two member states a chance. I saw Madagascar and Zimbabwe. If you don't have other pressing, okay, I recognize you, sir, DRC. I'm just cognizant of time, but I will not compromise the quality of the discussions. And you are? Pardon? Zambia, okay. Oh, let's manage it, and let's keep our questions short. Let's hand over to Tam and then come back to the floor. Over to you, Tam. Just respond briefly if you have anything to say, and we'll come back to the floor.
So the bit about the data, yeah, exactly right. I was preparing this presentation and thinking the same thing. It is a perennial problem. It is difficult to get statistics on complications resulting from unsafe abortion, in parts because they're not collected, countries don't collect them. What we have also experienced, our countries are starting to collect them, but they're not being released publicly. So there's a lot of politics also around rolling out studies to determine the extent of safe abortion, as well as releasing the evidence when the studies are conducted. It's also very difficult to measure it because there are different methodologies that people use, which makes it difficult to compare. So some of the data is dated. You're absolutely right. In terms of the provisions of law of Lesotho, that's absolutely noted. And it would be also that graphic that I showed was to show that it was based on there are various grounds on which abortion is allowed, and it was compared across all countries. And across the SADC countries, Lesotho has very limited grounds for abortion compared to the other countries. It's not in the same spectrum as Madagascar, but it is very limited. And how to best learn from other countries? Sessions such as this. We've done some work recently with SAFAIDs, who are also on who also maybe could speak a little bit more, but we are doing work to provide best practice regionally for countries to learn from each other. And I think this is something that you'll probably be seeing more of through that ministry.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Tam. I think it's very important that as we're discussing, we identify the gaps that come across. We've just talked about the gap of data on this issue. How can we close it? Possibly strengthen partnerships with CSOs, with research institutions. How do we really, put forward a concrete recommendation to address this so that our interventions can be informed by evidence? Also, for countries that have limited legal and policy spaces for abortion, What is the next steps? What is the way forward? So let's keep this in mind also for our discussions this afternoon, because those interactions and learnings from other from other countries that have done a lot more in this area will be very helpful as well. Time is not on our side. However, your voice is very important, and this is your meeting. It's your capacity building session. So over to Madagascar, I'll give you 2 minutes, and then Zimbabwe in that order, 2 minutes, DRC, Zambia, and Malawi. After that, we'll go for a 10 minutes break. I don't know if Professor still intends to make a presentation, or you have wrapped up your presentation as a team, as head, because we are really tight with time. And after tea, we thought we could actually proceed to session 2. However, we still want the presentation that Professor had prepared. If there's any, let us know. There wasn't. Okay, so we could actually just consolidate here. Let me hand over to member states to share their questions before we close the session. Over to you, Madagascar.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Madame Tamarine, pour la présentation que vous avez faite. On commence à avoir l'habitude d'être toujours mentionné en tant que parmi les pays qui a la récit scientifique pour l'avortement sécurisé. On est conscient de cela. Et justement, à travers ce projet CSR, on a beaucoup travaillé avec les parlementaires et maintenant, nous avons un focus des parlementaires sur la justice reproductive. Le problème qui se pose, c'est qu'on n'a pas vraiment de problème avec les parlementaires. Ils sont conscients. On apporte des données qu'on a. C'est vrai qu'on n'a pas vraiment de données factuelles parce qu'on manque de données sur l'avortement clandestine, même sur le cas d'inceste et de viol. Mais on est en train de travailler avec les organisations de la société civile pour avoir quelques données sur ces cas-là, sur ces cas de viol, d'inceste et tout ça, qu'on puisse apporter des données auprès des parlementaires. Mais ma question, c'est, nous sommes conscients aussi de Global Tech Rule. Et on a des problèmes avec les organismes des Nations Unies. Avec eux, on pourrait vraiment travailler parce qu'on a besoin de renforcer la coopération internationale dans le cas de l'avortement sécurisé. Là, maintenant, on a la pub ISIS, la pub francophone. C'est pas assez pour pouvoir avancer. Et le problème aussi, c'est que on a passé la loi sur l'interruption thérapeutique de grossesse. Il faut une proposition de loi apportée par un parlementaire. Non, on n'a pas passé au fond du gouvernement. C'est toujours l'obstacle. L'obstacle se trouve au fond du gouvernement. Donc, peut-être qu'on pourrait faire des partages avec d'autres pays qui ont réussi. Mais là, on travaille beaucoup. On travaille sur le protocole de Maputo. Là, maintenant, on est en train de monter une commission de ratification du protocole de Maputo. Mais j'aimerais avoir votre avis. Comment renforcer la coopération internationale parce qu'on a besoin d'appui pour qu'on puisse avancer. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Madagascar, Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much for the very informative presentation. My question, I guess it concurs with my colleague from Zimbabwe, looking at the second slide on the safe abortion percentage, because on the 10th of January in 2024, Zimbabwe signed to the comprehensive abortion guidelines according to the WHO guidelines. But my worry is on still, we have high reports, we receive reports from the population of Zimbabwe services, citing that girls as young as 10 years are at high risk of eclampsia. So I don't know how can we be helped in order to advocate for safer abortions, because these girls are very young and they're also at high risk of high blood pressure, which in the long term, they might not be able to have children and it affects their health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DRC, and then after DRC, Zambia.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Tamarine, pour la présentation. Et pour le cas de la RDC, en ce qui concerne l'avortement sécurisé, c'est-à-dire que l'application du protocole de Maputo, et d'ailleurs la RDC avait ratifié et même publié au journal officiel, il y a eu effectivement résistance de la part de la magistrature. Dans les codes pénals congolais, il y a énumération des cas pour lesquels l'avortement était autorisé. Mais la justice ne voulait pas appliquer cela parce que elle voulait que cela soit inscrit dans la loi nationale. Là n'a pas été le cas. Suite, nous avons tenu un atelier sous la SDR où nous avons invité les parlementaires, les députés et les sénateurs. Et nous avons essayé de leur démontrer, pour dire par exemple, dans les cas de conflits armés à RDC, où 4 ou 5, 6 militaires violent votre fille, et que cette fille-là attrape la grossesse. Le premier risque, d'abord, attraper le VIH. Le deuxième risque, vous ne saurez même pas les parents de cet enfant-là. Pourriez-vous toujours refuser qu'il y ait avortement alors que vous ne connaissez pas ni le papa de cet enfant, ni la fille peut avoir le VIH-Sida. Et dans la salle, effectivement, il y a eu la majorité des parlementaires qui ont donné raison, qui ont dit effectivement, à ce moment-là, il faudrait accorder l'avortement sécurisé. Mais il y a eu des objections, comme je dis, les lacunes religieuses. Il y a des considérations religieuses, disons les églises chrétiennes, qui tenaient à ce que l'avortement puisse toujours avoir lieu. Maintenant, ici, à l'heure où nous évoluons, Dieu soit loué, le fait, comme madame venait de souligner, vous venez d'enlever, c'est-à-dire que l'autorisation judiciaire est déjà enlevée. Les cas de vol, dans les cas de vol, l'avortement est autorisé, mais il y a toujours la résistance de la justice pour l'application de cette loi. Et surtout, même si elle est enlevée, le pays est très grand. Il faudrait que cela soit sensibilisé à travers le pays pour dire que dans les cas, par exemple, de viol, dans les cas de l'inceste, il faudrait qu'on accepte cet avortement sécurisé. J'ai dit, je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Zambia, and lastly, Malawi.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you for the presentation, our resource person. Very, very reflective of what is happening in our countries. So I just wanted to share from the perspective of the project in terms of what you've depicted there is a true reflection of Zambia. The law that we have was last put up, that was in 1972, the termination of pregnancy law. And our members of parliament, the champions that we have, are alive to the fact that I think the law is old. Working with our national working group, these are issues or conversations we've had through the project. And indeed, as you have shared, we've been thinking through how to handle the situation. And one of the issues we realize in the case of Zambia, the landscape has changed. The culture is very strong, which is anti-abortion. Religion is also very strong, which is anti-abortion. So as a project, we were asking ourselves, is it strategic to push for legislative change? And as you've said, we felt no, it would just empower resistance. So the strategy that the project has taken is when you look at the members of our national working group, which is a group of UN bodies, national civil society organizations, academia, the church itself, and traditional leaders. So start within ourselves, those who are comfortable to sit on the same table and discuss these issues. And within that, we've identified that if we have members of the church, how can they speak to their church? Because they can be listened to from a different angle. But you realize that members of parliament are also part of society. Some members of parliament are part of the traditional leadership. Some members of parliament are also leaders in the church themselves. So our thinking is, why not have soft dialogues that do not raise a lot of anxiety among those that are resisting? So that's the approach that we've taken. We've said, let's not touch the law, because at least it gives us that room that has been shared by you, the resource person, but with a lot of hurdles in terms of providing the service of abortion. But I think the project is opening up the spaces that they feel they can open, which are having dialogues and saying this is the law, but the law is not actually addressing our situation. So for us, in terms of the project, I think that's a very key area that we are rolling out, even in the past phase and the current phase. So some of the sharings that you've given us are very, very helpful. And indeed, the issue of let's go into other opportunities that we have is a very useful process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your experiences, Zambia. Context is indeed everything, very crucial. Malawi?
Thank you so much for the presentation. In your presentation, you listed some of the countries that are signatory to the Maputo Protocol, of which Malawi is excluded. And I wanted to highlight that Malawi is also a signatory to the Maputo Protocol. Number two, I wanted to agree with you on the timing issue when advancing abortion law reform. Like in our experience for Malawi, we have been advancing the abortion law reform since 2019, 2020, whereby members were newly elected to parliament. We managed to form a task force. Members were very active, and they were even in the media advancing, advocating for abortion law reform. And now in next year, we are having an election. No member of parliament is willing to talk about safe abortion. And when we are engaging them, they say no media. We don't want to be seen. This is because they are looking for the votes. So it's indeed very important to make sure that we know when to engage with members of parliament in advancement of the abortion law reform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malawi, for sharing your experiences. Indeed, the subject is requires a lot of engagements, discussions, and I believe during the interactive sessions, we'll share experiences and lessons, and we'll also discuss further on how best we can position our countries. So let me hand over to Tam. Most of them were comments really, and the sharing of experiences at country level, but let me know if there's any specific question that you need to respond to before we close. Thank you so much, Tam. And your team.
Thank you for all your comments. I think one thing that I did want to raise, and this would apply to Zimbabwe and actually Zambia, is the recent change in age of consent. That's something also to watch, because that we found is affecting access to safe abortion. And the issue of very young children becoming pregnant is also a growing concern in South Africa, so under 12 pregnancies. And how to deal with those, because that is sexual abuse. I actually wanted to hand over to Professor Friedman to respond to the Madagascar question, because we've spent some time there. So,
absolutely. Prof?
Hi, thank you. I didn't hear very well what the Madagascar colleague was saying, actually, but it was not clear. But I think we found in Madagascar, really, the issue is clearly that there's a lack of civil society pushing, unity to push for reform and information for parliamentarians faced with the big power of the Council of Churches in Madagascar, which has a huge power. And there's a real need to provide evidence. And I think that's one of the key things in Madagascar, is to have the evidence, because there are key issues related to unsafe abortions and deaths linked to unsafe abortion, and having that evidence really to push the issue onto the agenda and to give parliamentarians a reason to be able to try and challenge the current change the current law, but also to think about a problem we found was the criminalization of doctors, which has really resulted in doctors being sent to prison, as well as women who have had abortion, and that is really having an impact. Even those doctors who previously had been able to provide abortion aren't doing it anymore because people are scared. So there's this atmosphere. It's not just the legislation; it's also all the atmosphere of fear around the issue of abortion, which needs to be addressed. So it's not just policy law reform, it's also actually the policy of criminalising medical professionals, which needs to be really thought about seriously.
Absolutely. Now, thank you so much, Head, University of KwaZulu-Natal. We appreciate your time, your expertise, and your insights. And I would really like all of us to give you a round of applause. And thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience also as we were running behind time. I also want to, before we close, I want all of us to reflect on this focus area on democratic accountability and advancing human rights. Reflect on the roles of Parliament, really broadly speaking, to say it's very, very important to continue to promote the observance of constitutional values, such as the rule of law, promoting accountability, advancing human rights, and most importantly, strengthening advocacy for human rights in that regard. So let's discuss again during the interactive sessions. I believe this topic, we still have a lot to talk about, among others. So thank you very much. So let's close the session. I'll also propose that we go for tea at this point, a quick one, 10 minutes only. Stretch your feet. You've been sitting the whole morning, and we really want to manage time collectively. After that, we'll go straight into session 2. I'll negotiate with session 2 presenters also that we sort of, manage the timings as well to be able to accommodate the time constraints that we're facing. But otherwise, thank you very much. Enjoy your tea. Colleagues, you'll guide them where the tea is. I believe it's just outside somewhere. And then 10 minutes, we have to come back. Thank you. Yes, time to start. Let's get settled.
Ronald.
Thank you so much for understanding. Just bring your cup of coffee or tea and have your working tea. It's fine. There's an echo. Okay, so thank you very much. We are now getting into session 2. And session 2 is on promoting comprehensive sexuality education, also commonly known as CSE, and right to information, especially for adolescents. Our presenters are Patricia Machawira, Regional Advisor at UNESCO. We also have Jonathan Gonthop, Executive Director of SRHR SAT, Africa Trust SAT, and colleagues from Head of Policy from African Population and Health Research, APHRC. Those colleagues will be presenting online. I believe they are waiting online and an opportunity will be given to them. So for this session, we propose that all the presenters will actually just share their presentations all at once, and then please note, questions or comments for each and every presentation so that you can ask after all the presenters have shared their presentations. So to save time and also for coherence, we think it will be the best approach. Thank you so much. Over to you, Pat.
Thank you, Madeline. Good morning again, everyone. My name is Patricia Machawira, Regional Advisor and Team Lead for UNESCO for East and Southern Africa region. So today I'm going to talk to you about comprehensive sexuality education, but my talk is informed by the work that we do through the program Our Rights, Our Lives, Our Future, which is also funded by Sweden, but it has other partners, Norway, France, and Ireland. So the O3 program is, I can confidently say, the largest comprehensive sexuality education program in the whole of Africa, spans 35 countries across sub-Saharan Africa with a budget exceeding $50 million. It works through ministries of education. So there are no separate programs running outside of the ministry. It works through ministries of education. So just a little bit on the countries covered. So all your countries here are covered and supported by the O3 program. So just to give you a sense of the context in which we are implementing this work, I think we did hear speakers in the morning talking to some of the challenges that are still facing adolescents and young people in our region. So in particular for us in East and Southern Africa, HIV still remains a large concern. We have ESA accounting for 64.7% of the global total number of adolescents living with HIV. New HIV infections are still very high for us, particularly for adolescent girls and young women. I think East and Southern Africa still tops the charts with 2,500 new infections weekly. If we disaggregate that by country, you'll see that some countries have a heavier burden than others. But in this context, we also know that HIV knowledge levels for most of our countries are still below 50%. And young people show permissive attitudes towards gender-based violence. So for example, 45% of our girls and 34% of boys in the region agree that a husband is justified in hitting or beating his wife. So we always show these, sub-regional statistics. But what I thought I would do today is to get into your country profiles. So if you take your phone and scan the QR code, you'll get linked into the country profiles. I believe they've been shared with you by WhatsApp as well. So in there, you can now look at, so what is the data telling me for my country around new HIV infections, childbearing amongst adolescent girls. There's also data on HIV knowledge levels and many other key indicators. I won't go into that, but I know that this will be a useful resource for you because data is important for us to make the case when we are talking about sexual and reproductive health. So when we talk about comprehensive sexuality education, so the term comprehensive sexuality education is the term that we use at global and regional level. But please note that in your countries, we use different terminologies. So this is the term that we use so that we all understand what we're talking about. But a lot of the resistance and pushback also comes because of this term. So in your different countries, for example, in Zimbabwe, if you ask about CSE in the curriculum, you'll be told that it's called guidance and counseling. Zambia just recently changed the name from comprehensive sexuality education to LSHE, life skills-based health education. In Namibia, we talk about life skills. In South Africa, we talk about life orientation. So for us as UNESCO, it doesn't matter what we call it at country level. What matters is the content that is contained in that package that is offered to young people. So going back to our conversation, why do young people need comprehensive sexuality education? Why are we talking about the importance of our schools providing comprehensive sexuality education from young people as early as 10 or even slightly younger? So we know that every child will one day have life-changing decisions that they have to make about their well-being, about relationships, about families and life goals. But many of our young people go through the school system and they don't even receive the basic knowledge and skills that they need to make these decisions carefully. These life decisions are so important, but our school system sometimes focuses on maths and physics and passing that without preparing our young people for life, which is important and can get into the way of that maths and physics if young people then fall pregnant. I think we did hear from Tamrin about quite concerning data around pregnancy for countries like South Africa, where young people as early as 10 are already giving birth. So children receive a huge amount, especially now, of confusing and conflicting messages. Just go onto your phone and see the messaging that you'll see on different sites, on Twitter, on Facebook, and so on. And they also receive quite a lot from their peers, from other voices in the community. And this also includes messages about relationships, about love, about sex, about what it means to be a man or a woman. I think a lot of us heard a lot of things. If you have sex standing up or if you take a bath immediately after, so many myths and misconceptions that young people receive. But what we are saying is, by learning in the classroom from trusted sources, which are teachers, children and young people are able to understand and make sense of all this information that they may encounter elsewhere. So for us in East and Southern Africa, we can't let, because we have fairly high enrollments, which means that large numbers of our young people who should be in school are in school. So we can't let them pass through school and not have used that opportunity to give them this life-saving information. So when young people receive, whether you call it life skills, guidance and counseling, or sexuality education, when they receive this in school, they learn to treat each other with respect and dignity from an early age, and to understand how the decisions that they make can affect themselves and affect others. All children and young people learn that it is okay to talk to an adult that they trust when they are confused about their bodies, about relationships, and about values. And colleagues, when I talk about children, I'm not talking about some children sitting somewhere. These are our children, and this could equally well apply to ourselves. When we were growing up, how we would have loved to understand what is happening to my body, to get the information in a way that is not judgmental, so that you transition to adulthood in a very safe manner where you are confident and comfortable in your own body. So with CSE, all young people learn to think that about what is right and safe for them, how to avoid being coerced, to avoid sexually transmitted infections, including HIV and early and unintended pregnancy. Children and young people learn to identify what violence against children and women look like. So when we do studies on school-related violence or school violence and bullying, sometimes young people experience violence, but they don't know that it is violence, right? So when sometimes when someone is bullying you, they cannot identify that this is not, this is not normal. And in some of our schools, we've normalized some of these practices. So by learning in the classroom, a young person can defend themselves and say, look, I'm not comfortable with what you're doing to me, and be able to report it appropriately. So CSE reinforces healthy and positive values about bodies, about puberty, about relationships, about sex and family life. It also helps to keep children safe from abuse by teaching them about their bodies and how to change practices that lead to girls becoming pregnant before they are ready. And what does the evidence say about CSE? So in 2008 and 2016, UNESCO commissioned 2 separate evidence reviews. And this is what came and was reinforced in each of the evidence reviews. Comprehensive sexuality education has positive effects on young people's knowledge, attitudes, and skills related to SRHR behavior. And this is one that is really important. Sexuality education does not increase sexual activity. I think a lot of us worry that if you start talking to young people about this, then they start engaging in sex. In later slides, I'll break down and show you what we teach to the different age groups so that we can allay this fear that young people will learn and become sexually active before their time. We also know that programs that talk about abstinence only are not effective in delaying sexual initiation, reducing the frequency of sex, or reducing number of sexual partners. So while we do recognize that abstinence is important for the younger ages, but we also have to recognize that even when we are talking to primary school age children, there are some of them who are already sexually active. So our messaging should respond to the needs of the young people. Programs that are comprehensive and delivered fully as intended are more likely to have the desired positive impact. This is where we have a big challenge with teachers who bring their own moral values to the classroom. So as a teacher, because I'm Catholic, I'm not going to talk about condoms. So once the teachers start selectively picking subjects, then we know that our CSE is not going to be effective. And then we also know from evidence that CSE is most impactful when school-based programs are complemented by youth-friendly services and also parental engagement. So in the morning, the SG spoke about the multi-sectoral approach. It's really important that when education provides the CSE, the health sector is available to ensure that young people then go and are able to access services. So when we talk about sexuality education, what is it that we are talking about? So we're talking about a curriculum-based process of teaching and learning about the cognitive, emotional, physical, and social aspects of sexuality. What CSE does is to equip young people with knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values. So our teachers, when we train our teachers, they need to go beyond giving young people knowledge to ensure that young people actually have the skills and the right attitudes to be able to use that knowledge. So it empowers young people to realize their health, well-being, and dignity, develops respectful social and sexual relationships, and consider how their choices affect their own well-being and that of others. So if we take a closer look at the content, what is it that is in that package that we call sexuality education? So the package is a comprehensive set of key concepts, topics, and learning objectives. And these learning objectives are age appropriate and logically sequenced, and they become increasingly complex with age. So the 8 key concepts, the first concept is around relationships. The second one, values, rights, culture, and sexuality. Understanding gender, violence and staying safe, skills for health and well-being, the human body and development, sexuality and sexual behavior, and then sexual and reproductive health. And again, these are taught simultaneously. So for all the grades, they go through all the topics, but they gradually get complex as the learner's age advances. And they focus on the 3 domains of learning: the knowledge, the attitudes, and the skills. So to give you an example of, if we pick one of the key concepts and then take a closer look on it. So I've picked the skills for health and well-being, and I've picked the topic on decision-making. What I want to do here is to show you what content is taught to what age group. So when we are talking about decision-making, what is it that we are telling our grade 1s to grade 3 or grade 4? It differs a little bit depending on the age when the country starts. So the key idea for the younger age group is everyone deserves to make their own decisions, and all decisions have consequences. What we're trying to do in such a lesson is to ensure that learners are able to describe a decision that they made and they are proud of. This is for the younger learners. When we go to the slightly older learners, your 9 to 12-year age group, what we're saying is decision-making is a skill that can be learned and practiced. So we've moved now from the knowledge, we are now talking about the skill because it's an older group of learners. So here we ask them to describe the main steps in decision-making. We also ask them to acknowledge that decision-making is a skill that can be learned, and they start learning and practicing how to make decisions. When we go to the 12 to 15-year-olds, this is your lower secondary. It's now getting more complex. The process of making decisions about sexual behavior includes consideration of all positive and negative potential consequences. So learners will be able to evaluate the positive and negative consequences of different decisions related to sexual behavior. So you're seeing that the content is gradually getting complex and adjusting to the age of learners. So we've done this for all the topics. So there should be no fear that, the learners are still too young. The concepts are just adjusted to their age, and then they build up as the learners get older. So in terms of the policy framework, how many of us are familiar with the ESSA ministerial commitment? Can I just see by show of hands? Okay. Yeah, so some of us are. So this is the commitment. This is the second iteration where ministers of education and health initially came together to make a commitment to the provision that they will provide CSE and sexual and reproductive health services for young people. This was in the wake of all these challenges that I mentioned facing young people. So the first commitment ended in 2020 and it was renewed in 2021. And in this second iteration of the commitment, it went beyond ministries of education and health to include ministries of gender and youth, because they also work on and support programming for adolescents and young people's health. So in terms of this commitment, it has 2 sets of targets. The first set to be achieved by 2025, we are close, it's by next year, and then the second set by 2030. So the first one is really ensuring that all adolescents and young people are reached with good quality CSE through in and out of school programs. And then also the adolescent youth and SRHR services are integrated into the universal healthcare packages, multi-sectoral frameworks, and so on. In terms of the targets to 2020, we want to be able to fast-track regional and country-level actions to reduce EUPs, early and unintended pregnancy, by 40%, reduce new HIV infections. So all those statistics that I showed you at the beginning, reduce new HIV infections by 60%, eliminate all forms of violence, eliminate harmful practices, and then the last one speaks to increasing domestic financing. So in terms of, for the first round of the ESSA commitment, we got all 21 countries endorsing the commitment at once. But come the second one, we started facing backlash to CSE. And as a result, these are the countries. So I'm going a little bit beyond SADC because I'm covering East and Southern Africa. So this covers 2 regional economic communities, the SADC and EAC. So those are the countries that endorsed, and then on the right is the countries that have not endorsed. Important for us to look at the SADC countries in the list that has not endorsed. Malawi in particular stands out. It was a surprise for all of us when Malawi didn't endorse. For some of the countries like Comoros, Seychelles, it's really an issue of just needing to be mobilized. I don't think there is opposition. Where we face serious opposition is Kenya, Uganda. Rwanda is okay. I think it's also that the process just needs to be followed up. So Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia is where we faced significant pushback. So why are we facing pushback to CSE? So what we know is that resistance to CSE is not new. I think in each of our countries, there's always been concern about what are you talking? What is sexuality? And actually, I don't know for all of you and the different countries, for us, the concept sexuality doesn't translate well to vernacular. So it becomes a challenge. What are we talking about when we are talking about this? So there's always been that fear that the term sexuality is understood differently by different people. But what we started seeing is coordinated, resourced opposition coming from outside and then building on and amplifying some of those local concerns. And then what we are now seeing, particularly for CSE, is that this is part of a much larger anti-rights, anti-gender movement. I think it was spoken to early in the morning, whose actors are motivated by defending what they call the natural family. So when they talk about the natural family, they're talking about the heterosexual family, with the man and the woman as the only family, and that's what they want to defend. So we're seeing people and organizations that are really pushing, and it's quite an organized movement. So I spoke to the pushback in the lead up to the ESTA commitment. And it wasn't just a coincidence. It was organized because they were following the work the UN was doing, supporting countries towards the endorsement. And they were really timing so that they can, infiltrate key people in the different countries, resulting in the pushback. So we've seen this being well coordinated by I'll mention 2 groups in particular who have been really central in the pushback in Africa. Family Watch International, and lately we're seeing quite an active movement from the Institute for Women's Health. We know that Family Watch International, for example, has started setting up offices in Africa. They now have offices in Kenya who are really working actively in East Africa. So they portray themselves as pro-family while they're pushing conservative values, they push abstinence, and they push a lot of misinformation and disinformation about CSE. And I've talked about their concept of family, which is very Western, a nuclear family with man, woman, and children. But for us in Africa, we know there are many definitions of family, which are not necessarily nuclear, with many family members, neighbors, and other trusted elders having a key role to play. So our definition of family and the family that they're pushing is even not the same. So since we started experiencing opposition, UNESCO has published a number of documents, case studies that we undertook to really understand what is happening, with opposition, where are they coming from, and because we know that there are countries that have been successful in pushing back on the opposition. What is it that those countries did that helped to push back the opposition? And this is important because even for countries that have not been hit, we can learn from there. I think one of the key learning points for us as UNESCO is the opposition is putting in a lot of resources and time into this. What we do as the UN and civil society partners is to react once they've struck. We don't do the work to build the support, to build the foundation so that when opposition strikes, we are prepared. So we find ourselves scrambling to come up with a response when the opposition has hit. So what we saw in those 6 countries where we really looked at closer case studies was that the opposition was in some cases led by conservative CSOs which are led by charismatic individuals. This is what happened in South Africa and Ghana. But in some cases, opposition was driven by religious leaders, but with an external influence. We saw in Zambia that the key person who was infiltrated was someone in a position of power. They were the CCM chair and they were religious. They held sway with a lot of audiences, from different fora, and they were quite influential. In Ghana and South Africa, we saw the CSOs hosting international events, promoting conservative family values. So even though the international groups were less visible in Africa, what you saw was the CSOs and the religious leaders, but the messaging was the same. So that's what made you realize that it's coming from the same source. In a lot of the messaging, it was talking about CSE sexualizing our children. I think you saw those WhatsApp messages that said, stop the UN from sexualizing our children. That was the key message. And what the opposition is also good at is they focus on a few messages. They don't have 10 messages which are difficult to digest. It's really around stop the UN from sexualizing our children. Yeah, CSC is against family values and it has a hidden agenda to promote homosexuality, period. That was the messaging. And some of the tactics that they used, they use sensationalist hooks, these short WhatsApp messages on Twitter, and then they counted on the limited awareness of the longer history and rationale for CSE in each country. So they presented CSE as something new. But remember, when I started, I talked about, we call it, life skills. So life skills in Zimbabwe has been implemented since the early 90s. And in a lot of the countries, at that time, it was very much focused on HIV prevention. It has just evolved to include all these other sexual and reproductive health issues. So they cause confusion by saying, oh, this is a new concept that is coming from the West. And yet this is something that we've always been delivering to our children. And then sometimes they take textbooks from other countries. A lot of our countries, the Constitution does not recognize the rights of LGBTIQ, so you will not find this content in our curricula, except in countries like South Africa and Namibia, where the Constitution recognizes it. So they'll take textbooks from the US and share this on social media and say, this is what your children are learning in school. They circulate foreign materials claiming they have evidence that CSE is harmful. They use mass media. So we've seen even in countries where social media is quite controlled, like Ethiopia, they used WhatsApp groups because they know that a lot of senior people in government have their WhatsApp groups, so they're able to infiltrate in those WhatsApp groups. And then in some cases, they really personalize the attack on policymakers and education leadership. So for example, in South Africa, the DDG for basic education was now being followed, and threatened personally. The attacks became personal. And then sometimes they politicize CSE, using it as a way to force politicians to take opposing positions. We saw this in Zambia. It was in the lead up to elections, and they really used CSE to polarize the different views. And then they cause fear amongst parents, where they say this will be taught to your children. And then they, bring in the issues that CSE brings, issues of homosexuality. And then I've talked about the timing, where this intensifies with key milestones. So they are looking at the different processes taking place in the different countries, and they're doing their homework. And this is a big challenge because we don't have people who are actively working on pushing back the opposition, but they have teams who are working on this. And if we don't unite, I think they will start making inroads, because we have to all come together and work and push back. So they coordinated around specific events. I've talked about the ESA commitment. Yeah. So what are we learning from the country responses? I've just summarized this, but happy to share with you the full report. So in a lot of our countries, parents, communities, religious leaders, traditional leaders, there is common ground. We all do believe that CSE is the common preventive strategy for HIV, for teen pregnancy, for child marriage. So when you talk about, thematic issues, you don't face resistance because everyone agrees. So for example, now recently we hear that teen pregnancy rates are going up in Zambia. It could be because of the free secondary education, but again, that's a concern. So when we talk about the thematic issues, we have common ground. No one disagrees. If we are transparent and share information proactively, it helps. So for example, in South Africa, they were saying, oh, this is what is being taught to your children. And what the Department of Basic Education did was to publish the content of the textbooks in the newspaper to say, this is what is being taught, so that everyone is clear that whatever is circulating is misinformation. So when they're confronted with real facts and materials who have been influenced by disinformation, they become more, those who've been influenced by disinformation, they become more supportive when they see the true information. So I've talked about coordination. So I think our weakness is, you know, UN agencies are responding separately and sometimes not even coordinated. And then you also have civil society partners working separately. I think we need to come together and really come up with a strategy to respond and be more proactive and not wait until the opposition has hit. So again, what we've learned is the response is stronger, it's more effective when government takes firm ownership. So the messaging was saying, stop the UN from sexualizing our children. It doesn't help very much if the UN is the one who comes out and responds because it looks defensive. But what helps is when government comes up and says, we've had in the first quarter of 2024, this number of pregnancies in this age group, we cannot afford not to talk about CSE in our classrooms. That is what is effective, yeah? But governments were very clear that speaking with one voice, that should not mean that only one voice speaks. So governments were saying, yes, we are happy to be in the forefront and to respond, but we need other voices as well. We need parents, we need religious leaders, we need traditional leaders. So again, speaking to the coordination and speaking to our building support, because if we are already working with religious leaders, if we're already working with parliamentarians who, by the way, in Zambia, were really critical in the CSE debate and the pushback to opposition. So if we're constantly engaging the parliamentary portfolio committees on education, health, they're familiar with these issues. Even when the opposition strikes, it's not government, it's not the UN, it's many voices coming to the table to say, look, for us, it's a non-negotiable. We need to ensure that our young people receive comprehensive sexuality education as part of their schooling. And then CSO partners are also appreciated by government and by the UN because CSOs provide CSE and they provide services, and they sometimes can say things that the UN or government officials cannot say. And then mobilization of the youth voice and experience sharing, it's really important, where you get young people themselves pushing back and saying, we need to receive CSE as part of our school system. And then we saw the importance of, in countries where there was really pushback, which put CSE on hold, civil society partners. So for example, in Uganda and in Ghana, civil society partners have been the ones who've been coming to the table and providing CSE. So high-level support from national leaders and policymakers has been the result of steady efforts by the leaders and development partners and CSO partners. So just to say that we shouldn't just respond when the opposition comes, we should be working and engaging all the key stakeholders so that we are prepared to strike back when opposition hits. So I will end here. Another QR code, if you want more resources on CSE, this takes you to the learning platform for the program, Our Rights, Our Lives, Our Future. I'll end here and then the presentation will be shared with you. Thank you.
Hello, colleagues online. APHRC?
Yes, sure.
If you're ready, let me hand over to you. If you don't mind, I'll give you 10 minutes.
That is fine.
Okay? Perfect. Over to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Can go on.
Are you able to share? We have to
You have to
unshare
end the
this.
slideshow first, yeah.
Let's stop sharing here. End slideshow. Yeah, stop sharing. Okay, we'll stop sharing from our end so that you can share your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, over. We can see your presentation already. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you very much to everyone in the room for your patience. And my name is Kenneth Juma. I come from the African Population and Health Research Center, and I'm lucky to also be joined by my colleague, Grace Kibunja, who is also attending virtually. Because of, I think the initial presenter has really covered quite a lot of some of the background information. So you'll allow me to move pretty quickly, and in light of the fact that I only have 10 minutes. So in this outline, perhaps I'll focus more time on the last two bullet points, which is sharing some key findings from a scoping review on CSC that we did, and also highlight opportunities for enhanced data use around using evidence or generating evidence to support comprehensive sexuality education. So needless to say, sometimes it's good to re-emphasize the definitions of the specific groups of interest as we refer to them. So for instance, when you talk about youths, young people, and also adolescents really at the age between 10 to 19, but then young people then transcends from 10 to 24. Of course, in most cases, there are the subgroups of interest, men and women of broader reproductive age, 15 to 49, but then also women above the age 50, and also men. So this sometimes good to emphasize because I'll be using these words interchangeably throughout the presentation. Okay, so some of the key challenges really that have already been highlighted in the initial presentations from morning are that adolescents in the regions do face quite a significant challenges. Growing up and navigating these challenges sometimes is very critical because it determines the nature and productivity and health and well-being of these young people who in future will be adults. We know that this region, the SADC region, has a good proportion really being young people. So the idea is, how do we protect this young population to be healthy in future and to remain productive so that we can reap whatever dividends that emerge or exist by having them healthy and productive. Side by side with that, we know that while we have too many adolescents or too many young people in our population, sexual activity begins so early, and which is a threat to their future well-being. And the context of this sexual activity that begins early is that it happens both within and outside of union. So sometimes, it's within what we call Romeo and Juliet, so two young people love each other, and sometimes it's sexual activity, but also sometimes it's coerced and in the context of sexual abuse. And in most cases, really, this sexual activity begins without proper information or protection, because rarely do we introduce sexuality education to these young people. As such, they face extreme vulnerabilities and really limited access to comprehensive sexuality education and support. And of course, again, access to information and education is heavily rooted in sociocultural and economic differences. And because of that, adolescents in Africa really have the poorest sexual and reproductive health outcomes compared to other regions globally. Okay, so in particular, I've talked about sex beginning early. We know that almost a quarter of these boys and girls have begun having sex by age 15. And I've talked about the nature of this sexual activity. And perhaps to add is that sometimes it occurs in the context of concurrent multiple relationships, sometimes transactional, intergenerational, and of course, sometimes peer relationships. Education is known as a critical protector to early initiation of sexual activity. And because keeping them in school, keeping them within the education forums really delays the age at which they are exposed to first sexual activity. And of course, side by side with that, we know that even for those who are already engaged in sexual activity in the context of unions, there's a great gap in terms of unmet need for family planning or contraceptives in the region. 11 million women of reproductive age want to avoid pregnancies in this region, and only, just about 2.1 of them have unmet need for modern method of contraception, which means that they would want to prevent a pregnancy, but yet 2.1 million have no access to modern and effective contraceptive methods. And of course, this gap in terms of access to contraception is highest among adolescents, 15 to 19, to whom almost 23% lack access to contraceptives, compared to 19% of their counterparts above age 19. So that's important to highlight, that they're disproportionately affected by their unmet need for contraceptives. Of course, the consequences of early sexual activity are known. All these are consequences of beginning sex early, including school dropouts and also early marriage, but also teen pregnancies, which you know very well. Comparing regions, the East and Southern Africa has about a quarter of girls being pregnant within their teenage years, and this is the leading cause of maternal deaths. Data indicates that an adolescent 15 to 19 years old is 5 times more likely to die from a pregnancy compared to other women above age 20. So this is important to note, because sometimes we want to prevent adolescent pregnancies, not because, not only because of the immediate, stigma around the teenage pregnancy, but also because it is really a leading cause of death among teenagers who are exposed to motherhood. That's data sort of across countries. Now, what happens after teenage pregnancies happen? We know that various countries have now increasingly established return to school policies. And this slide, really, the focus is not the fact that there are return to school policies, but rather because the existence of a policy does not necessarily indicate implementation or proper implementation. So the policies sometimes are there, but the actualization to make sure that even girls who are exposed to early pregnancies are able to return to school after their pregnancy has been delivered is important. And the nature of support, and also avoidance of stigma, that they need to be protected within the school settings to allow them constructively remain in school and learn. So really, retention in school is a smart investment because of its broad and, of course, long-term benefits. Because of the context within which we live and the stigma around teenage pregnancies, of course, abortion sometimes becomes a solution to a lot of girls who are exposed to unintended pregnancies. And of course, earlier presentations are focused on the loss. I'll not belabor the point, but the greater point is that because of our loss, abortions then become very, very common, and safe abortion specifically. In the SADC region, about 155,000 unsafe abortions are estimated to occur. This is based on Guttmacher modeled data. And this is quite high, exerts a heavy toll, human and health system burden to the populations in the region. There are, of course, other threats to adolescents and young people in the region, including sexual, gender-based violence, HIV is an unfinished business, but also, of course, other harmful practices. Now, how can these poor outcomes among adolescents be prevented? And of course, there are key evidence-based interventions that can enhance the health and well-being of adolescents and young people. One of them is comprehensive sexuality education, CSEs, which is known to empower and, of course, offer critical skills to navigate some of these challenges. But of course, aside from that, there's also the legal and policy reforms that can also enhance protection. But apart from that, also access to comprehensive sexuality education and services is also important, because then they're able to access HIV, for instance, HIV, prevention, contraceptive services, response to sexual and gender-based violence, and so on and so forth. Now, I'll speak briefly about a review we did on CSE in sub-Saharan African region, and in general, really comprehensive sexuality education is largely opposed, partly because the consolidation of evidence that is needed to make the case for CSE sometimes is lacking in some settings. And of course, now there's urgent need to make sure that we generate this contextually relevant evidence to to mobilize political goodwill. Most of the CSC programs are small scale, and of course, when evaluated, the findings can be mixed from one setting to another in terms of what they offer. So the generation and synthesis of evidence is critical to make sure that we have the evidence base to support the case for CSC. And of course, the key methods for evidence generation could be reviewing just existing literature as has been done before. They could also be designing of new primary studies and data or programs that are evaluated properly. And then, of course, sometimes we can analyze secondary data. All this offer opportunity for continuous generation of evidence to support the case for CSC. In our case, we conducted a scoping review across sub-Saharan Africa on CSC, and we included up to about 93 articles. There were three main models of CSC that we observed in our review of published research, which included school-based, these are the formal school-based CSC programs, which have a curriculum and are offered within the school setting, but then also others that are out of school, which include mass media and digital platforms for CSC programs. An example of that is in Zambia, supported by SAFIT, leveraging on television and radio programs. But of course, that's because not all adolescents and young people that are in need of information are in schools. There are also other programs that have really targeted out of school youths or adolescents. And these have included out of school CSC programs that are largely peer-led and leveraging on peer educators in the community or clubs. And there are examples of that in Tanzania and Namibia. One of the key findings we elaborate in this presentation are some of the innovative approaches that when used in CSCs can really enhance uptake of information, but then also shifts in attitude, leveraging on technology, role plays, using games, retains really attention and memory, but also short messaging services, pictures and drama, and most importantly, social media, which is widespread and almost available to a significant proportion of youths. There are, of course, challenges that have been highlighted. I'll not belabor these same points because they've been spoken to, but socio-cultural norms is a key barrier, and a lot of myths and misconceptions around CSC that we need to tackle in our day-to-day advocacy and also our day-to-day research generation to address how can we, mitigate the norms around opposition to CSC. Parental attitude, mostly emanating from lack of sufficient information around the role of CSC. Teacher-related challenges. So while in some cases CSC is being implemented, there's not sufficient support to teachers, resourcing, and so on and so forth. Now, what has CSC delivered? And this has been spoken to again by the previous presenter. In our review, it showed improvement in knowledge among the learners, especially around specific topics on HIV and STI transmission, but also prevention of pregnancy and also uptake of contraceptives. It also showed modest shifts in attitude, mostly because most interventions or most programs are short-term. It's less than a year. So really, that's a very short time to transform attitudes permanently, basically leading to our conclusion that there's need for long-term programs that are much more embedded. Of course, our review also found that where CSC was implemented, it led to delays in sexual DB, which is where I began. The sex begins quite early, so how can CSC play a role in delaying sexual DB and also improve contraceptive use for where girls are already in union, some form. In conclusion, there's need for large-scale sexuality education programs in the region, and these programs need to be evaluated to make sure that we know what works, how it works, how can it be improved, and the weaknesses. Most programs evaluated have been short-term, that's less than a year, which report mixed findings. So there's need for longer-term programs that are robustly evaluated. There are, of course, several platforms for data sets that can be easily accessed and be analyzed to present continuous data within the countries. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Thank you very, very much. And I'll hand over to Sat.
Buenos días. Anyone? Bonjour. Good morning. Sanbonan. Ha, sanibonani. We like Sawubona. You know what Sawubona means, right? I see you. So I grew up in Durban. The greeting of Sawubona, yeah, well, Sawubona. I see you as a human being. Yes, I see you too. Now we can carry on interacting. Sawubona, sanibonana. I see you. Yes, you all see me as human beings. It's part of what this conversation is about, interacting as human beings. Colleagues, I think that most things on CSE have been said in the last while, or many things have been said, and I don't want to repeat any of them because I will bore you and make you irritated. But what I do want to talk about, so I want to talk about trying out 3 unusual narratives. So, you know, people sometimes say you must talk to unusual suspects, and they mean people we don't normally ally with. I want to talk about 3 unusual narratives that we can and should be using around CSE. But first, I want to remind you, I don't think actually anyone in the room is old enough to be reminded, but anyway, when I grew up, my mother received letters and invitations addressed to Mrs. J.H. Gunthorpe. J.H. Gunthorpe, of course, was my dad. My mother couldn't own a bank account. She could own property, but she couldn't sign contracts by herself. Across most of the world in the 1970s, women could not do those things. They could not open businesses, they could not open bank accounts, they could not sign contracts. Switzerland, we laugh at Switzerland a lot because it was so late in giving women the vote. 1971. And then we remember our own countries because we were colonized. Zimbabwe in 1980, women got the vote. Namibia, 89. South Africa, 94. So we are late. Contraception was illegal in the UK until 1961. It was illegal in Ireland until 1979. So the narrative that I think we're not talking around CSE is the narrative of women's progress and struggle for equality in this region before liberation, during liberation, and since liberation. The struggle for gender equality, for agency for women and girls, for access to whatever they need in terms of services for women and girls, and to knowledge for women and girls. And the knowledge part is where the CSE links into the struggle for women's equality in this region. Because that struggle has been a struggle against being denied access, against being denied agency to take their own decisions, and against having the knowledge to act for equality. The struggle for equality has been a struggle to give women and girls access to all those things, including knowledge. The anti-CSE movement is an anti-women's movement. It is a movement to roll back the gains of the last 5 decades in this region in terms of women and girls. And we must start thinking about it and having conversations with the women's movement and others who support equality on how CSE fits into it. It is essential. We cannot have equality when girls remain ignorant of issues that will protect themselves. So that's the one unusual suspect conversation. I think the other conversation where you are up against people who don't believe in the rights that we believe in is to go back to the economics. This demographic dividend, we've talked about it a lot, but we don't ever really follow up because then it feels quite difficult. But there are economists who understand it. There are population and development units in every country represented here today. They understand it. They are looking at it all the time, the demographic dividend. Because without that demographic dividend, we are all trapped. We're trapped in what's called a low growth poverty cycle. And what that cycle, that trap is about, is having young children who don't receive enough education and food and support and stimulation. And then later they have learning issues against their peers because of inequality. And that leads to nationally poor educational outcomes, and that leads to an impoverished skills base and higher education degrees base, and that leads to slow economic growth. And it's a cycle that South Africa has just recognized in a sense that it's in. We're talking about redoing the national development plan. We're talking about new strategies for children to break out of that cycle. It's a cycle that endangers all of our countries. And so there the discussion is around, it's not about a rights issue, it's about a national development issue if you can only have that conversation with people. The demographic dividend cannot happen if young people do not have access to health, including SRHR health. Not only is it a rights issue, it's a national development issue. If we can't cut down SGB for boys and girls, if we can't teach them to have good relationships as adults, if we can't keep the girls safe, thousands who acquire HIV every week, if we cannot keep them safe from HIV, if we cannot keep people's mental health resilient enough to cope with all the stresses of the modern world, if we cannot give young men and young women the agency, the rights, the gender equality, just the energy to move forward and become adults, then economic development will not happen. It's a simple economic equation, and that's another conversation we need to be having more with parliamentarians and others. And the final conversation, I said I would speak for a short while, the final one is the voice of young people themselves. I think that the voice of young people counts in our countries, in our region, in ways that it never has before. And some of that's for very positive reasons. Others for some quite dramatic things that have happened globally that you may have different views on whether they're positive or not. But the voice of young people is being taken seriously more and more. So that's the third narrative. The third narrative is not the scientific one or the human rights one, it's just young people saying, what do I need? What am I not getting? Every day when I go to school, what am I experiencing? That voice will put together can speak to parliamentarians and can speak to duty bearers. The nothing about us without us voice. My organization, SAT, we work with an electronic platform for young people called Youthwise. We're operating in a number of countries across Africa. We're in 7 of the SADC countries. I should unmame them. If I name them, I get into trouble with the other 15 or whatever. 7. So we're in Namibia. I just got back yesterday from Namibia. We're in South Africa. We're in Mozambique. We're in Botswana, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Malawi. The reason we're not in other countries is not because we don't love you, it's because as in Mali, we don't have the money to be in all the countries all that time. But the point is, in those countries where we are, and other countries where other people are, use civil society as your allies. Through applications like Youthwise, we can survey young people in your country at any point. We can ask them if they think parliamentarians are too old to represent them. We can ask them if they think parliament is speaking for them. We can, etc. So when you're talking about CSE and you want to know about CSE, use young people's voice, mobilize, work with civil society, collect that data, and let's take those 3 narratives: gender equality, demographic dividend, and the needs and voices of young people into the CSE advocacy space as new narratives or beefed up narratives. Thank you, moderator.
May we give a round of applause to the session 2 presenters for the comprehensive and insightful information that they have just shared with us. I truly want to believe that after this, you are going to be true advocates to your parliaments on CSE and why it is important. Yet another controversial issue that is so simple but so complex. Thank you so much. This is an opportunity for you to ask questions and also to comment. I would like to propose that I thought I was going to say let's go for lunch at 1. It's already 1 o'clock. So let's take 10 minutes on the Q&A. And also let me alert you that we have moved other presentations to the afternoon. And we should be able to give the attention that our presentations quite deserve. We are not going to compromise them. So let's move other presentations to the afternoon so that we can receive quality information. I see one hand there. Okay, let me write the countries. I see, is that Zambia? DRC, sorry. Oh, thank you. Zambia, Angola, DRC, and Eswatini. RDC, Malawi. Yeah, let's start with Zambia and Mozambique.
Thank you very much.
So colleagues, let's keep it short so that we can find our lunch still warm enough, and then we come back at 2 p.m. So please, 2 minutes each intervention.
Thank
Zambia.
you. I'll be very brief. The first presenter talked about the need to extend comprehensive sexuality education to children and adolescents outside the school system. I would like to learn what strategies could be employed to reach that audience, because I think that while those in the formal school setup are really being catered for, there is this cohort which is outside the school system, which has been left behind, and which also requires, to be attended to. And the brief question number 2, the second presenter talked about a review which indicated that there was some dividends from CSE, reduction of HIV infections, teen pregnancies, and so forth. My brief question is, he didn't mention where the review was done and when. I would like to learn. I wasn't clear enough. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next, Angola.
Em primeiro lugar, quero parabenizar os preletores pela brilhante atuação. A minha questão é, mas antes deixa contextualizar um pouco. Angola, nós não temos um sistema de educação onde a matéria da educação sexual é tratada de forma aberta, nem sequer posso até dizer que não faz parte do programa curricular. E visto que a educação sexual é um dos pilares do projeto, penso que é o 4º pilar desse projeto de saúde sexual abrangente, pela experiência que tem, e visto que nós também, como pesquisadores, já pretendemos, não digo esse ano, mas o próximo ano, em concertação com o Ministério da Saúde e o Ministério da Educação, tentar propor uma revisão do conteúdo escolar de ensino, com o objetivo de colocar disciplinas que falam da saúde sexual. Em termos acadêmicos, gostaria de saber qual é a melhor estratégia que nós podemos usar para convencer essa mudança.
Thank you very much, Angola, for that brief input. Malawi.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentations. Indeed, CSC is one of the important thematic area and our project that we're supposed to pursue. And this is our opportunity to learn from other countries that have managed to endorse the ESA commitment. Malawi has not yet indeed endorsed the commitment, but we are not justified. Under the project, in collaboration with UNESCO Malawi, UNESCO Malawi has provided a lot of support in influencing the ministries responsible for the endorsement of the ESA commitment to endorse the commitment. But nothing is forthcoming. We have done a lot of interventions, engagement with the ministries to unpack the ESA commitment, just to deepen their understanding so that they endorse. Nothing is forthcoming. We have also engaged, we have done several engagements with our members of parliament so that they help us lobbying with the line ministries to endorse the commitment, but now it's beyond our members of parliament's control. So I wanted to find out in the event where the country has not endorsed the ESA commitment, how best can we pursue or advance the CSC agenda? Number two, how best are there any other strategies that we can use to influence our line ministries to endorse the commitment? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malawi. DRC.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais m'adresser au premier intervenant. Je vis dans les tableaux, vous avez mis les pays qui ont endossé le programme de l'éducation sexuelle complète. Il n'y a pas la RDC. Et dans les tableaux là où les pays n'ont pas endossé, il n'y a pas également la RDC. Je voudrais savoir où se trouve la position de la RDC par rapport à cet endossement. Et dans votre intervention, vous aviez dit que les parents voulaient connaître la matière à enseigner aux enfants pour qu'ils puissent être sécurisés. Et je pense que les parents ont raison, puisqu'il faudrait que la matière que vous enseignez selon les différents âges d'enfants sur la sexualité, il faudrait que les parents puissent être sécurisés pour cela. Alors, je voudrais poser la question. Dans votre organisation, avez-vous prévu un modèle de contenu de la matière donné selon les différents âges dans votre organisation? Pour les premiers et les deuxièmes intervenants, je voudrais poser la question. Quel genre d'interaction ou de collaboration doit-il y avoir entre vos organisations et les chercheurs que nous sommes pour faire évoluer l'accaparement de ces sujets par le Parlement et les pays? Merci.
Thank you very much, DRC. I think DRC is in West Africa, according to the regional demarcations of the UN. This UNESCO here is speaking to Southern and Eastern Africa, but she'll speak to that. It's okay. Eswatini.
Thank you very much, Madam Facilitator. I would like to thank our presenters, especially our third presenter on the narratives on engagement of a voice of the young people. Or we know the youth are the energy of the world. APHRC, thank you so much. Thank you so much for such an informative presentation. And also with respect to our UNESCO, I'd like to flag to say, thank you so much, SADC PF, for the implementation of the SRHR HIV and AIDS governance project in our member states, especially our parliament. A case at hand in Eswatini when during the inception stage of our project, it was not an easy journey, but with the engagement of our media with respect to SRHR responsive media reporting, it prompted such strong political will with respect to comprehensive sexuality education, now termed with the assistance of APHRC as life skills education, to the point that our parliamentarians invited UNESCO and Minister of Education to say, we want to see the materials which is used in schools. You are saying it's age appropriate, but we want to browse through before we engage and indulge in all the thematic areas of this particular project, which was a way to go, and it yielded such positive outcomes. That's why we're saying thank you so much. More so, I would like to thank the support of UNESCO with respect to the Ministry of Education, which is party to our National Working Group, and Education is our line ministry, highly involved, that we have successfully sensitized our parliamentarians on the ESA commitment and its targets and more, and it is a positive way to go. We have a lot of branding from UNESCO at hand. We have upcoming activities supported by UNESCO, and politically on the legislative path with respect to the outcomes of the project, we are seeing a lot of motions tabled with respect to life skills education, where members are now speaking into issues of cyber bullying as well as gangsterism in schools. So it's just to say thank you so much. We truly appreciate. Thank you.
The gratitude well noted. Thank you so much. Malawi. Zambia.
Thank you. And my colleagues spoke about the areas of inquiry. I just wanted to share from the project again perspective. I give a lot of gratitude to SADC, I think, for their bird's view. I sat in a room like this around 2019, and you know, CSC was one of the thematic areas that was shared, and I was learning about it. And I was wondering, like, what's wrong? I think in Zambia we're safe. CSC is already integrated in the curriculum when I went to our country. And I said, I think this is not one of those areas where you need to be jittery about compared to maybe abortion, key populations. And so in the context of Zambia, at that particular time, everything looked calm and set. Lo and behold, as was being shared by the presentations, which I really appreciated, we saw a heavy backlash from the church organizations, from the churches. And even within the parliament itself, remember the church is a heavyweight. So the people that were pushing the church, those who were funding them, those who were sponsoring them to fight CSC, also looked for a fellow. When they realized that Parliament also has projects around that, they looked for a heavyweight within Parliament. And before we realized it, one of the members of Parliament was actually ready to move a motion. And they were coming to ask the same SRHR researchers to say, a member wants to move a motion against CSC, provide data. And there we were confused with my colleague there on how we proceed. One of the strengths we had is that, remember, the project was already within it. So we had parliamentarians in terms of champions that were already alive. I said that SADC had already talked about it. So trainings, evidence had already been provided to a good number of members of parliament. And within that, there were people who converted, members of parliament who were ready to defend. And they realized this is something that we have already. But there were those who left room. And indeed, when we went to our leadership, also that's the strength of having the project from the administrative wing. We went to the leadership and said, we have a project. And there's a member of parliament that actually wants to fight the project. And the wisdom of management and our principal leaders, they said, don't worry, that's an opportunity for it to be debated on the floor of the House, and the whole nation will be listening. So now what you do as researchers is what you were employed to do, which is to provide the evidence. And for us, that was an opportunity that, okay, it's going to go on the nation, and the debate is hot out there. How do we equip those members of parliament that are actually going to defend the position? Because it's their right. That member of parliament wanted to move a motion. It is their right. Dissenting views. We're a democratic country, we're a democratic parliament. So management said, no, it's their right to also air these views. So if you have a different position, equip the members of parliament. And that's where the National Working Group, if you look at the architecture of the project that we have, remember, already capacity was built through SADC PF. So we went to the National Working Group. The SATs that are seated here, UNESCO that is seated here. We had REPSI, all those organizations you can think about. Remember, again, the ESA commitments were signed by the Minister of Education, the Minister of Health that we just listened to. And for us, the outside is captured under the Minister of Youth and Sports. They are part of the National Working Group. So we also went to them and said, people, this is the situation we're in. How can we reinforce ourselves? When the Secretary General was presenting, she mentioned that we who work in Parliament have an opportunity of just going to a member of Parliament and shaking their hand and giving them information. If UNESCO walked into Parliament, they would need to write a letter. They would need the letter to be responded to. And that would be a challenge. So now we were the channels to, people had the evidence, people had the information, we had the platform to talk to members of Parliament. Even in the middle of the night, you just send a WhatsApp and say, tomorrow there's a motion. You will target this. Within the WhatsApp group, we're able to identify who will say what, who will say what. Again, CSC or matters of SRHR sometimes are boiled down by the fact of, by the fact of different positions, the ruling and the, so we were alive to that threat again. If those that are pushing for fighting CSC go the way of dividing opposition and ruling, then we lose the battle. So one of the quickest ways was to say, quickly, let's ensure that the ruling and the opposition, we have people within that to speak, and the power, the heavyweights. Within that, also within parliament, you realize that, members of parliament, they are those who are chairs of committees. So when they speak, they have a bigger clout than those who are just mere members of parliament. So all those strategies within that, from the researchers' point of view, was the winning point that we had. And for us, I think we were able to defend CSC. Some of you had an opportunity of seeing the community, and the motion was negative. In the language of parliament, it means that it fell short and it was a score. But the media ran with the issues of the house. So from a national point of view, we scored and management was very good. So just the last part, there was the issue of how do you now sustain? Learning from that, as researchers, we realize, don't be comfortable. Don't say that CSC is in our curriculum. Wake up. And working with civil society organizations, we still have the project. We're very grateful. So what is it that we're doing going forward? We're going to an election again. It's the same CSC. One of the issues we've done is, number one, we've developed an advocacy strategy. Just as they said, we are geared on how we defend CSC. Number two, the members of parliament that we felt were anti, we need them on board. There is further awareness raising for those members of parliament to come on board. The other issue is traditional leaders, religious leaders that we're fighting. Instead of going against outway, similar to the abortion issue I was talking about, we're interacting with them. But on top of that is now the members of parliament, just this month, curriculum was being reviewed. Our members of parliament were called so that also they understand the issues of CSC from the point of development. So a good number of about 25 members of parliament were part of reviewing the curriculum. As she was saying, it has moved from CSC to LSHE. So for us, we realized, don't think the waters are calm in your country. Wake up, these issues at any time can be attacked. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing such rich experiences. You're doing a lot of great work, and I believe other countries can learn a lot from your experiences as well. Since we had promised ourselves to go for lunch at 1, and it's 1:15 now, let me quickly ask the presenters to respond quickly to the few questions that came. I'm encouraged that most of the inputs were just comments and sharing of experiences, so I believe we'll keep it short and come back from lunch at 2 o'clock so that we can start our afternoon session at 2 p.m. Thank you. Pat, Jonathan?
Yes, thank you. I believe I had a number of questions, so I'll try and go first. The first question was around strategies for CSC out of school. Just to say that if there's something that we learned during COVID, is that the divide of who is in school and who is out of school is quite artificial. You are in school in the afternoon and you're in school in the morning and out of school in the afternoon. So speaking to the need to have consistent messaging for those who are in school and those who are out of school. For UNESCO, our comparative advantage is working with young people in school, but we do work and partner very closely with UNFPA. We have developed a package on CSC for out of school, and organizations like Jonathan's SAT who are doing work with out of school. But what we do is to try and ensure that the messaging is consistent, because we are effectively targeting the same group of young people. So Jonathan will speak more to the work that they're doing with out of school. The second question from Angola specifically. So unfortunately for us, Angola moved, our own UNESCO distribution of countries moved from, it's no longer under East and Southern Africa, it's under our Yaoundé office. We used to have a program in Angola, but we're happy to engage with you as you review your curriculum, because that's the critical moment to ensure that CSC is included. We've developed a tool called a SRHR tool that you can use to review your current curriculum against the International Technical Guidance on Sexuality Education, and then you can see what topics are missing, whether your topics are coming at the right age for the learners age group. So we are happy to link you with our Yaoundé office and support you with that. In terms of Malawi and the ESA commitment, Malawi is an interesting case, and I would, even though Malawi has not endorsed the ESA commitment, I would not bunch it with countries like Kenya and Uganda, because even though Malawi has not endorsed on paper, if you walk into any school in Malawi now, CSE is being delivered. So I think the blockage is at the policy, the national level, but in terms of the technicians at school level, everyone accepts and appreciates that CSE needs to be delivered. So I think we need to continue with the advocacy, and also note that in Malawi, it's not all the ministries who were against signing. In fact, at some point, we were told that Ministry of Health, Ministry of Gender and Youth are ready to sign. But for us, because the bulk of this work is happening with young people in school, we wanted to use those ministries to engage with the Ministry of Education. And for education, it seems it's a number of people in the ministry who are pushing back. And I think we just need to continue. But the good news about Malawi is that the work is ongoing. Currently, Malawi is reviewing their curriculum. We've been working with them to ensure that we include content even earlier than for the 10 years, to really include age-appropriate content even for the younger learners. So the work is ongoing in Malawi, and I'm always hesitant to lump them with some of the East African countries where we've really had quite serious pushback. The issue around parents, really it's important that parents are engaged. So whenever we work with and support countries to introduce new curricula, we ensure that school governing bodies or parent-teacher associations are on board. Again, we have developed a parent-child communication manual, because sometimes we assume and sometimes we say parents should deliver CSE, but parents don't know CSE because they also didn't receive it. So we make assumptions that parents can talk to their learners about these issues. When parents don't have the knowledge, they're also uncomfortable. So we're working with a number of partners around parent-child communication, so that we really ensure that there's a seamless transition between what learners are learning in school and the messaging that they're getting at home, so that we don't confuse our young people with contradictory messages, which is likely to happen when parents are not on board. And then Eswatini, I believe that was a comment, and also for Zambia. Yeah.
I'll be very quick, and my apologies, I forget the member states who asked the questions, but just a little bit on the out of school. One of the issues around out of school that we found in school health, not necessarily in CSE in particular, is there's quite a porous wall between in and out of school, because kids in school have siblings, and siblings are part of families, and families extend into communities. So many of the things we do in school, both normatively in terms of behavior and attitudes, but as well as knowledge, come out of schools into families and into communities. So I think we must figure out how to work with that. Patricia's spoken about parents. I'm very excited to hear about parents' materials. There is a need for parents' materials everywhere around school health, not just CSE again. Out of school work, we are working with radio a lot, community radio and even national radios and TV, so to get to out of school children. We're also working, Youthwise operates on Facebook. We're reaching some 7 million young Africans across the continent through Facebook and through social media. So there we have a CSE outreach that is for those who are not in school. However, it obviously requires access to the internet, which is not appropriate for all of our learners. And then the colleague who asked about the benefits in CSE. So I think that what we're saying is it's the demographic dividend that brings the benefits. The demographic dividend is when our country's demography flattens from a pyramid into a gourd shape. And in that gourd shape, we have more people who are productive and working than we have young people who aren't productive. That's the whole essence of the demographic dividend. Once you get to your population that it looks like the majority are productive in the middle years between childhood and retirement, then you get a demographic dividend. You get an extra economic boost to the economy for a number of years until that boost runs out and wears out. So what we're saying is not there's a direct link from CSE, but that CSE and access to adolescent SRHR and health are essential prerequisites of the dividend happening. And then if the dividend happens, you get national increase in national growth. We would never ever claim that there's a direct link from CSC straight up to national growth. CSC leads to other things: protected children, knowledgeable mothers, healthier second generation, and all of those then have economic impact. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Kenneth Juma online. I want to believe that the presentations overlapped and most of the questions have been responded to already. Unless you have a burning issue to raise, 1 minute. Anything to respond to? Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to this panel. They've done an amazing job. Under the time constraints, I think we've given them an opportunity to really build our capacity and strengthen our capacity. So it goes back to us. Let's keep reminding ourselves of what the project expects from parliaments. And here we need to continue to ensure that parliamentary interventions to promote CSC will include legislative, budgetary, oversight and representation initiatives by MP to advance CSC through law or through holistic administration frameworks. So really, in a nutshell, let's continue to ponder on how best we can position our countries to advance CSC and make a difference in the lives of our young people and adolescents. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's lunchtime. We're a bit late, but let's agree. I don't want to impose. Let's agree how much time do we need for lunch? 1 hour. I'm receiving very strong indicators that 1 hour is enough. So what time is it now? It's 13:24. Let's come back at 2:30. At 14:25, so that 2:30 on the dot, we start the presentations. So we've spoken to our presenters and we've agreed that we align the remaining presentations in the afternoon. So let's really prioritize our presentations because they form the core part of the objectives of our meeting, and we don't want to compromise on the capacity building objective, and that is why we are here. So thank you so much. Where is lunch? At the restaurant? We all know where the restaurant is, and please let's make it on time. 14:25, we should be seated. Thank you. Thank you so much. Colleagues online, don't lose us. Please come back at 2:30. We're looking forward to reconvening with you after lunch. Thanks. May we kindly settle in? Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you had a very good lunch. Welcome to the colleagues online as well. And let me take this opportunity to welcome our next presenter. We'll be presenting session 3 in the morning. At this point in time, we'll go to session 4, which is commodity security in the context of universal health care. And our presenter, our expert this afternoon is Stephen Mupeta from UNFPA. And I'm pleased to give Stephen Mupeta the floor. Stephen, over to you. We're giving you 20 minutes or 15 minutes, and then a few minutes for Q&A. Steve,
all right, thanks.
Over to you.
Margaret.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Let me just share my screen again. Are you able to see my screen?
We can see your screen, yeah. Just put on slideshow, then you'll be good to go.
All right, thank you. All right, are we good? Are you able to see my screen?
It disappeared. Try to put it back.
Are you able to see it?
Not yet. Please try again.
Let me just It's dropped off. I think there's a message that is screen sharing failed. Just one.
Let's check our IT situation from our end, but keep trying meanwhile. Steve, kindly send your presentation to us so that we can project it from our end.
Yes, I've shared with you, Magdalene. Just you check your email. I think you'll see.
Oh, great. And then meanwhile, you can proceed as we put it on the screen. Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right. Right. So whilst Magdalene is waiting for the presentation by email, just to give a bit of a background to this presentation, and thank you so much for the invitation to share our experience in commodity security. And my name is Stephen Mupeta. I work for UNFPA East and Southern Africa Regional Office here in Johannesburg. And I am the regional family planning specialist, and my team takes responsibility for reproductive health commodity security in East and Southern Africa. And we work with countries that are in SADC. So the work we are going to share is what are we doing with regard to ensuring that commodities are available for the women. and girls. Let me just say for sexual and reproductive health. So my presentation is going to cover several areas. First of all, I will just situate this presentation in the context of UNFPA strategic plan, just key areas of focus. And then I will highlight one of the programs, the biggest program on reproductive health commodity security, which we support 54 countries. And then I'll narrow down to what we are doing in supply chain, what vehicle are we using to deliver. And then I'll look at which commodities are we talking about, how do we plan and procure these commodities, I'll give some figures in terms of the procurement quantities. Then I will discuss on the financing for the commodities, what initiatives are we in place for sustainable financing for commodities in generally in UNFPA, but also specifically for East and Southern Africa. Then also some of the challenges, chain, lessons learned, and some of the recommendations. So that's how my presentation will be. So I hope that Magdalene will be able to see it soon, so that it will be better if the audience is able to see the presentations. So you'll just signal me once you see it. But I'm glad to hear familiar faces. I come from Zambia, so I'm glad to see that there's Zambia in the house. Thank you so much. I also had Madam Claire Musonda. We collaborated when I was in the UNFPA Zambia country office on the SADC SRH program, and we shared quite a few presentations to parliamentarians, and it was good engagement. So I'm quite glad to be back with this team, and in this case, focusing on commodity security. Right. We wait for the presentation. I can start sharing from my side. I can start just sharing what the presentation is about. I will start off by sharing what the UNFPA, how commodity security is situated in the UNFPA strategic plan. We are currently implementing our strategic plan 2022 to 2025 as UNFPA Global. And our past two strategic plans, the current one and the previous one, which started in 2018, and the one that will come next from 2026 up to 2029 or 2030. The three strategic plans have got three thematic areas that we refer to as transformative results. And these transformative results are focusing, number one, on addressing the unmet need for family planning globally as UNFPA, then addressing the gender-based violence, where we are saying to end the gender-based violence and all harmful practices, focus on child marriage and ending FGM and the related harmful practices. And then the third transformative result is ending preventable maternal deaths. So if we talk about these three, unmet need for family planning, ending gender-based violence and all harmful practices, and then ending preventable maternal deaths, they're very critical to the work that we're doing in SRH. And this presentation on commodity security is just one component of the work that we do as UNFPA. We've got many output areas we work on. We work on policy and accountability. We work on quality of care and services, of course, gender and social norms. We work on population change and data. As you see, we support our countries in terms of census and DHS and other data management processes. We also support humanitarian response. So we work with countries when the emergencies occur, but also those countries that have got protracted emergencies and humanitarian situations. We also work with adolescents and youth. So the work that my colleague Patricia presented on comprehensive sexuality education, as she mentioned, one area that we collaborate on very well. So we have got many thematic areas on. But today we're going to just focus on one piece of work that we do in terms of supporting countries with regard to commodity security. And this work is anchored on one of the biggest programs on commodity security. I'm sure we know there are different programs globally that support different types of commodities. We know about the Gavi supporting vaccines. We know about the Global Fund supporting the HIV, the PEPFAR supporting the HIV programs and medicines. We've got one particular funding source that supports the procurement of reproductive health commodities. I can see the slide is on now. Or you can pass this one, the introductory slide. Okay, so that was the outline that I showed you, I said earlier, and this was just a snapshot of UNFPA strategic plan that I mentioned, the 3 transformative results plus the 6 outputs. Next slide. The partnership, the UNFPA partnership that I'm talking about. So this is a UNFPA supplies partnership, which is a multi-donor partnership. I think currently we have more than 25 donors contributing to this partnership to provide support to countries with commodities. Like I mentioned, we have different vehicles for commodities for various health conditions. We have vaccines, we have HIV, but this one is focusing on reproductive health commodities. And currently we are supporting 54 countries using this funding source. 23 of them are in West Africa. We have 17 in East and Southern Africa, plus some of the middle income countries. Yeah, so total will be like 25 countries in East and Southern Africa. The SADC countries are part of this program. And we procure commodities and we work with governments and partners to strengthen supply chains. This is how we work. And why do we do so? We do so because we want to deliver a world where everyone can access quality reproductive health supplies wherever they want or when they need them. So meaning that when they need the commodity, they should be available. If somebody needs a condom, it should be available. Somebody needs oxytocin to prevent postpartum hemorrhage, it should be available. Next slide. These are the countries that we work in, 54 highlighted in East and Southern Africa. The middle income countries are not here, like South Africa, Namibia, and Eswatini, because they do not receive donated commodities. These are the countries that receive donated commodities. But we do support the middle income countries with regard to other programmatic areas that I mentioned earlier. Next slide. The Supplies Partnership Program, I will not go into the details, but basically it has got 4 outcome areas. Number 1 is about availability and choice, meaning that we need to make the available commodities. And then number 2 is strengthening supply chain across the countries. The third one is increased government capacity and government ownership of the program. And the 4th one is operational effectiveness and efficiency in the work that we do. So this is how the framework for the supplies program that provide commodities is shaped. Next slide. So the next slide is, what is commodity security? When we are talking about commodity security, of course, when we're talking about security, people will be thinking about, oh, security, like people protecting commodities. And somebody told me like that, productive commodities, to make sure that your commodities are protected by security guards and stuff like that. Maybe that's part of it, but it has a broader meaning, like I mentioned earlier on. So reproductive health commodity security, basically, it exists when people can choose. They can obtain and they can use high quality contraceptives and other reproductive health commodity securities whenever they need them and wherever they need them. Now, this is only applicable to reproductive health commodity security, but you can extrapolate this to any commodity security. If you can talk about TB commodity security, you can talk about when people can choose, obtain, and use commodities when they need them. Talk about HIV commodities, so it can be applicable to any. But in this definition, I'm focusing on the reproductive health commodity security because of the conversation that we're having today. Next slide. And which are these commodities that we are talking about? The font might be small and some of these might be technical for some colleagues, but please allow me to just quickly highlight some of the commodities so that they are relevant to what we are discussing. First of all, on top here is the commodities that are related to managing postpartum hemorrhage and preventing and treating postpartum hemorrhage. So now, these are commodities that are mainly used in the hospital setups or whenever the woman is or has hemorrhage or to prevent postpartum hemorrhage. So we are talking about misoprostol, oxytocin. There's another new one on the market which is called histobocarbetocin. For those who are not technical, please don't mind about these words. The bottom line is these commodities will be used for preventing postpartum hemorrhage. If you remember, one of our transformative results is prevent maternal deaths. So this contributes to. The next category is this another medical term which is referred to as preeclampsia. Eclampsia, basically, it's when a woman is pregnant. The pregnancy may lead to increased blood pressure, and that blood pressure sometimes can lead to them fitting, and sometimes it's quite deadly, sometimes they can die. We have some medicines that help us to manage such a condition, such as magnesium sulfate, which stops those fits from happening, calcium gluconate, which is actually an antidote in case there is toxicity to this drug, and hydralazine, methyl dopa. These are meant to be used to managing hypertension, okay, high blood pressure. Then maternal sepsis, which is basically infection. If a woman has got an infection, there's some antibiotics here. This is just an example of some which are recommended by WHO for use in this area, but many antibiotics can be used. For provision of safe abortion services and or management of incomplete abortion, which is post-abortion care, we've got misoprostol, then we have got these others, mifepristone and misoprostol, then manual vacuum aspiration, which is an equipment used for managing women when they have complications of abortion, but also for provision of safe abortion services. And I heard the earlier presentation by a colleague about the status of safe abortion in the region. Sexually transmitted infections, several antibiotics are here. Management of preterm labor, in case the labor comes early, there are these drugs here. Then contraceptives, where we have oral contraceptives, injectable contraceptives, we have implantable, like implants, as you may be aware, then intrauterine devices, and then we have barrier methods like condoms. Then below there, I'm not sure if you're able to see it in my screen, it's a bit hidden. There is another row there where there is HIV and the different ARVs that can be provided, plus the condoms, and also we are able to procure lubricants for various uses. Next slide. So now, what vehicle do we use for procurement of these commodities and supporting the countries? UNFPA has got a branch which we refer to as UNFPA Supply Chain Management Unit. This is a dedicated unit of UNFPA, headquartered in Copenhagen in Sweden, in Denmark, sorry, and with colleagues working in the regions, like in our region here, we have colleagues who are working in supply chain to support countries. So they work across the development and humanitarian settings. Next slide. So this circle you see there is just the different portfolios of our supply chain management unit that helps us to deliver commodities. The fonts are small, but I will just highlight. We have those that work in strengthening systems, like system strengthening. We have those that are related to demand and supply. We have those that are dealing with product quality and assurance. I am going clockwise. So I'm right now at about 3 o'clock, or is it, or to 3 o'clock, somewhere around 3 o'clock, where we have product quality assurance. There's a section or a team that deals with that. We have a team that works on strategic sourcing, meaning that we are procuring commodities that are affordable and of good quality. Then the team that works on procurement. Then at 6 o'clock is a team that works on supply chain solutions, which is basically working with governments that want to procure commodities using UNFPA process to be able to access our economies of scale, procure commodities that have been negotiated price and they are WHO pre-qualified. Then I think the slide has restarted. Then at about 7 o'clock, we have a team that works on logistics to support countries to make sure the commodities are delivered. Then there about 8 o'clock is a pre-positioning, a team that works on pre-position commodities in terms of emergencies. And then at 9 o'clock is a team that works on last mile assurance. And I'll let you know what that last mile assurance means in the next few slides. Then inventory and accounting, meaning that we are able to account for all commodities. And then governance and risk compliance. Next slide. So the previous slide basically was showing that we have got a team that can look after many needs of the countries in terms of commodity security, starting from the planning, procurement, delivery of the commodities, and monitoring that the commodities are reaching the last mile. This is just an internal arrangement of how the UNFPA supplies team works. Next slide. Okay, this slide, you can focus on the 3 orange tabs of the types of procurement that we do. Is what we refer to as development procurement, where we have focal points such as specifically focusing on the development setting where there is no humanitarian situation. So they are focusing on that. Then the middle one is a humanitarian procurement focal points. These are colleagues who are working specifically on procuring for humanitarian situations. Then the third one is where the third-party procurement focal points, where I talked about supply chain solutions. These are the colleagues who are working with countries when you want to utilize our vehicle to procure commodities that are WHO pre-qualified and they are affordable. So if you want to use this vehicle for any circumstance, you can use this third-party procurement. Next slide. The next 2 slides are just talking about how do we support countries for commodity security. The first one here is on demand forecasting and supply planning, where we work to build capacity of countries in planning for commodities in what is referred to as quantification processes, where you use different methods to quantify the commodities that you need based on your population profile and the needs of the country. You do quantify for these commodities and you plan for them. So we build capacity in this area of forecasting and supply planning, so that when we are procuring with the countries or they are procuring by themselves, they have a plan. So normally we do like multi-year planning, like 3-year quantification. So we know the needs for 3 years. And then each year we look at what do we need for that particular year, so that we have got a clear plan of delivering this commodity, so to avoid stockouts. Next slide. This is just showing that it's a country-led and driven planning. I think when the slides are shared, you can go into the details of what we do with the countries. Based on their needs, we do the preparation for forecasting. We work with the technical working groups in the countries, to make sure that the deliverables are understood by all of them. And we go through the whole process until we have the final result of the plan. This is the quantification report. These are the commodities we need. This is how much they'll cost. And then they can also do the planning of when they will need those commodities. Some of them might be needed earlier in the year, mid in the year, at the end of the year, and so on and so forth. Next slide. Okay, with regard to procurement itself, as UNFPA, this slide shows what we have procured over the past 5 years, from 2019 up to now, the different types of commodities. A total procurement of about $1.2 billion in the past 5 years, and mainly contraceptives, which is close to about $900,000, which is about 69% of all the procurement that we do. And UNFPA is the only agency right now which procures commodities for contraception. And then we have other pharmaceuticals. I mentioned antibiotics there, I mentioned antihypertensives and other products. So we do have about 5%, which consists of those products. Then we also have about 10% of medical equipment, various equipment that are used in theaters, that are used for the care of women when they're pregnant or for contraception. Then the one below here is IARH, stands for Interagency Reproductive Health and Medical Kits, and then Dignity Kits. These are kits that are specially designed for humanitarian situations. Either there will be medical kits or there will be dignity kits. Dignity kits are those that contains menstrual hygiene supplies for women. Sometimes in our setup, like in this region, you can have a wrapper for women, like in Zambia, they call it chitenge. You know, those that they can wrap themselves, the things that they use daily, a bucket for water, and that's when there's a humanitarian situation, we do supply these kits to support the people and also the medical personnel in caring for people during that situation. So this is a portfolio that we procure and the associated amounts. Next slide. The next slide is just unpacking the contraceptives that I mentioned there. How many do we procure? Mainly, most of the value goes to the implants, as you can see on top there, followed by the injectables, followed by the male and female condoms, then combined pills, then the lubricants. Of course, they are not contraceptives, but they were just put here for analysis purposes. We do procure lubricants, progestogen-only pills, uterine and the emergency contraception. So we do procure this method mix of contraceptives. This is not to show to what extent are they used in countries. This just shows to what extent we have procured them. Next slide. And then we also procure maternal health medicines, the life-saving medicines. You may not see the prints here. On the left side here is oxytocin, which shows how much we've procured. Then what is referred to as it's the mocarbetocin, which can be, oxytocin needs to be in the fridge. But there's a product that if you don't have a fridge, you can utilize. Not as a replacement for oxytocin, but in a situation where you don't have oxytocin or where you cannot maintain the cold chain. Then misoprostol and so on and so forth. And all those maternal health medicines we do procure. Next slide. Okay, this slide just shows in East and Southern Africa. The ones I was mentioning there was about the whole world, what we procure for all the 54 countries. But this is about East and Southern Africa. In the past 5 years, about $482 million US procurement. Similar to that one, most of them are contraceptives, followed by inter-agents kits, then medical equipment, and then pharmaceuticals. Next slide. Okay, so we do measure, if we procure these commodities, we do weigh, particularly contraceptives. If we deliver these contraceptives and assuming that they were used, what would be the impact in terms of preventing unintended pregnancies? So for the past 5 years, if we measured the contraceptives procured, they were capable of preventing 33 million unintended pregnancies, 745,000 maternal and child deaths, and 8.1 million unsafe abortions. So this is the impact of the commodities procured. Of course, the impact measure on commodities may be slightly different on impact measure when they're actually used. So you can measure impact when you actually deliver the service, meaning that how many people have access to these services. But we also measure in terms of the impact of what we've procured, what impact could it have if these were to be used correctly and completely. All right, so that's not just about procuring these commodities for the sake of, we know that it's at the end of the day, it's preventing maternal death, preventing unintended pregnancies, and safe abortions. Next slide. Okay, the next one. Okay, this was just showing the funding gap that we had. This analysis was up to March this year. I didn't have the data for the latest one, just to show that many times when we do that quantification globally, we do have funding gap. So this one, as up to March 2024, actually this data was compiled between August and March 2024. Projected gap was almost 50%. Okay. But $147 million needed to procure commodities. So at that particular time, this was a gap. This might have changed now. I don't have the latest data. Next slide. Okay, so this is before you move to the next slide, this was just showing that this gap, 5 countries made up 73% of the gap. And as you can see, all of them were in Africa. Nigeria, Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda had the biggest gaps in commodities. I know that through our partners, this gap must have been breached by now, because I know, for example, Ethiopia and Tanzania and Uganda have received additional resources for this. Next slide. Now, when we procure these commodities, we deliver them to countries. They go to the health facilities and they're utilized by the clients that need them. We do not want to have a blind eye to how the commodities flow is. So we do what we call last mile assurance process. Now, the last mile assurance, basically, last mile simply means to the end of the supply chain where the service delivery has happened. So we do this last mile assurance processes that helps us to understand the supply chain and help countries to strengthen the supply chain. So it has 4 components, the ones you see in color in the circle, that's where I will focus on. So on the left side, somewhere around 11 o'clock, is a supply chain overview, where we do understand the country's supply chain complexity. How complex is the supply chain for that particular country? Then we also assess what we refer to as supply chain capacity. So how complex is this supply chain and what capacity is available? And how can we work with the countries to build the capacity that should be able to deal with the complexity of their supply chain? So we refer to that as the supply chain overview. Then we do what we call quarterly stock reviews. So for the commodities that we procure as UNFPA, we work with the countries to understand the stock levels each quarter so that we are able to address stockouts as quickly as possible. And we do what we call supply chain risk assessment. So supply chain management risk assessment is basically looking at what are the risks involved in the supply chain. The more complex it is, of course, the more risks are there. Then we do what we call in-country assessment. This is actually where we send a team, some independent team, to work with the ministries of health and partners to actually go to the ground. We track a group of commodities that we've procured for the country. We track them from the time they were procured, the time they landed in the country, when they were housed, how are the warehousing conditions, the transportation to the last mile, and how are they stored at the host facilities, and how are they dispensed, and how is the record keeping. So we actually send a team to go on the ground to do that. And we do this for all the countries that we support. The 54 that I mentioned globally and the 17 in this East and Southern Africa region. So this is how we have designed this in the past 2 years, in fact 3 years now, to be able to help us to track the commodities and making sure they are reaching the last mile. Okay, next slide. We also have a roadmap to sustainability. We cannot procure commodities forever for free or for donated commodities. We need to ensure there is sustainability. So that is why we have different mechanisms. First of all, expanding the funding sources so that we don't just rely on the donors, looking at maximizing efficiencies in the use of the commodities and so on and so forth. So this helps us for sustainability. In the interest of time, I will describe this in the next few slides. Next. So with regard to sustainability, we have what we refer to as domestic financing toolkit that we support countries. We work with the countries for this toolkit. The first one is a compact. I'll spend a little bit more time later on the compact and the match funding. Then we have what we call bridge funding. The bridge funding is for those countries that we are doing what we refer to as third-party procurement, where the government wants to use our system to procure. But we know most governments do not pay in advance because of the laws or the regulations, the countries. You cannot pay in advance until the commodities are delivered. And yet for UNFPA, we require you to pay, then we procure for you. So this bridge fund is meant to deal with those countries, making sure that we can procure using this bridge funding. Once we deliver, then they will pay for whatever we procured. So this is one option of the bridge funding. And the health system strengthening funding, where we support our countries through our UNFPA country offices to work with the ministries of health to strengthen different aspects of the health system with regards to family planning, reproductive health, and commodity security, such as training of healthcare providers, strengthening the supply chain, and doing data, doing assessments and so on and so forth for them to understand the program better. Next slide. Now, this compact that I mentioned up there, I want to spend just 2 slides or 3 slides on this. The compact agreement is where we enter with the governments. It's a new initiative that we entered into because we do procure commodities for countries. Some countries is maybe $4 million commodities, others $5 million, others $1 million. But we know that we cannot continue donations forever. So we have started gradually to transition countries to sustainability. Through the compact agreement, we sign it with the country to agree on how we are going to continue procuring these commodities, supporting each other. FPA is procuring and the government is also procuring. Next slide. Okay, the purpose of the Compact, number one, improve coordination, working with the government so that it's not UNFPA run program. It is a coordinated program with the government and partners. It also improves transparency on the part of UNFPA for us to show how much we are procuring and which types and where we're procuring. But also on the part of government to demonstrate that putting money on the table to procure commodities for using the domestic resources as opposed to only donations. And then it also encourages partnerships because through the compact agreement, we do engage other stakeholders to improve partnership. And then also accountability. It improves accountability because we should be accountable as UNFPA for what we procure for countries, and the countries should also be accountable for the commodities procured, but also for their own input into the commodity procurement. Next slide. This slide just shows how we categorize countries because we know countries are not the same. Some of them have got almost going towards sustainability. These are the countries we have put on the right side. Then there's group 4, group 3, group 2, and group 1. Group 1 are those countries that we think currently they need a lot of support intensively. So we will continue supporting this country for a while. And the percentages you see here is the minimum requirement that we ask them to contribute towards a commodity. So if I procure for you 1 million worth of commodities, the minimum of 1%, which is just basically $10,000. So we are not asking countries to break the bank. We are actually saying, just demonstrate your commitment towards these commodities. So, and this is graduated depending on the level of the country, and they increase slowly over the years. Up to 2030, we shall be working with the countries to increase domestic resources towards commodities. And we group these countries based on the World Bank classifications. We look at the GDP. We also look at the GNI per capita to group these countries. Next slide. What we call as the match funding. Now, some countries, that 1% or 5% or 10% I mentioned, which is the minimum contribution, some countries end up contributing more. Okay, there are some countries like Zambia who previously didn't contribute much, but recently, like last year, they contributed like 2.7 million. This year, they've already contributed about 3.5 million for their own commodities. So we have introduced this match funding, whereby if you procure commodities beyond your minimum, what we have said as minimum, for example, your minimum was $50,000 contribution, but you end up procuring 2 million worth of commodities. We will match the funding. We will match you for that. So we'll provide to you commodities with, we match 1 to 2. So if you procure commodities worth $1 million using your own domestic funding, government, we will give you times 2. So we'll give you 2 million worth of commodities, $2 million worth of commodities. So if procure 500, we can give you 1 million worth of commodities. Although the maximum we can give is only 2 million. Even if we procured 5 million, we cannot give you 10 million, we will just give you 2 million as the match funding. So this is an initiative that countries are using. So countries that are using it well, they are actually benefiting a lot because we have given you commodities for donation. Let's say we've given you 1 million commodities for donation. So you have 1 million commodities. Then you do procure using your own funding 1 million worth of commodities. So you have 2 million worth of commodities. Now, because you have used 1 million for domestic funding, we give you 2 million worth of commodities. So from spending 1 million worth of commodities, you end up having 4 million worth of commodities, which is an incentive for countries to really encourage them to spend using domestic resources, as opposed to us donating all the time, because these donations will not last forever. Next slide. Yeah, so this is what I was explaining, 2 to 1, up to a maximum of $2 million. Next slide. And the eligibility, there is an eligibility criteria for match funding where the government expenditure on productive commodities either has increased or has remained constant, meaning that if they started with 1 million last year, this year they should procure the same 1 million using domestic resources, or they should increase. Then they'll be eligible for match funding. But if they procured 1 million worth and then this year they want to procure 500,000, they will not be eligible because there is no sustainability with regard to commodities. Then the second one is these commodities that they have procured have to be WHO pre-qualified or approved by stringent regulatory authority. So it's not just procuring from the street, it's procuring from pre-qualified sources or those that are stringently approved by stringent regulatory authorities. And then the government expenditure meets or exceeds programs' minimum domestic financing. That 1% or 5% I mentioned up there, that should be exceeded, or at least should be met for us to procure, to provide this much funding. Next slide. The next slide. Okay, this country is just showing that in East and Southern Africa, we are doing well. So on the right side, on these robots you see here, the one is the only one country that has not yet met their minimum requirement. The rest of the countries have met their minimum requirement. Actually, 4 of them are doing exceedingly well with regard to procurement of commodities using their own domestic resources. So we have 17 countries benefiting from this compact. 15 of them are eligible. South Sudan is not eligible because they requested to be exempted from this. So we just give them donated commodities because of the situation of the country. Then Angola was not eligible because they don't receive donated commodities from the UNFPA. So despite being part of the supplies program, they don't. So we have 15 countries that are eligible for this. Then the rest is for the other 44 countries that are in other parts of the world. Next slide. Now, this is just a map of showing the match funding allocations. How much have we so far worked with countries? 21 countries have been awarded funding, match funding, the one I mentioned. About $21.8 million spent on this match funding. Because of this, we have been able to realize about 15.6 million domestic resources. We have leveraged this for countries to procure using their own resources, meaning that the 21 countries over the past from 2022 up to now, whilst previously they were spending very little on domestic resources, they have now spent about 15.6 million combined. And as a result, we've given them much funding. Within this region, I think we can see DRC here benefited from the much funding. Zambia there's Lesotho, there's Zimbabwe, there's Madagascar, Malawi, of course, others in our region, East and Southern Africa, there's Uganda, there's Rwanda. But there are countries like Central African Republic, we have Chad, we have Niger. So regardless of the situation, whether the country has got a humanitarian situation or emergencies, they are participating in this initiative, which is demonstrating that countries are willing to have sustainable financing for their commodities. Next slide. Now, what are some of the challenges we are facing in supply chain? In a nutshell, this is just a summary. Forecasting and procurement planning. Many countries, this is the biggest challenge. Their planning processes are not doing well. They need a lot of capacity building. And I'm glad that last week I just came from a capacity building workshop in Namibia, where we were building capacity of colleagues from the government institutions in East and Southern Africa, including all the SADC countries in this aspect of forecasting and procurement planning. So we just finished the training on Friday and came back over the weekend. We are glad, and we continue to do this capacity building in this planning because it's very important. Product registration and waivers, sometimes some of the products registration processes can be quite lengthy. That's that if you want to introduce a new product on the market, it takes forever for this to be introduced. Quality assurance for local procurements is a challenge because there are many of the local procurements that many countries want to procure locally. But to assure the quality of those products is a huge challenge that we have. So even under the compact, we want to give much funding to a country, but they procured from the source that we cannot guarantee the quality. And we do not want to expose communities to commodities of poor quality. So this is a challenge. Issues of customs clearance, lengthy processes in most countries, whereby commodities will arrive at the port and it will take long for them to be cleared. In the end, accumulating huge demurrage charges, huge charges. This is common in most of our countries. These are some of the issues we need to do. How do we make customs clearance for medical products a little bit much faster so commodities can leave the ports of entry and go to the appropriate warehousing places? In some countries, they stay for too long and we are exposing commodities to the elements of weather. Inventory management in many countries, the problem where accountability, how much commodities we have recorded as issued and how much is remaining in the warehouse. figures are not tying up. Warehousing is a problem. Many countries, appropriate warehousing is a problem. If they have a good warehouse at central level, when you go downstream, you find warehousing problems. No temperature control, no temperature measurements, prevention of moisture and all that. Many places is quite a challenge. So these are some of the things we need to think about. Last mile delivery, sometimes a challenge. Yes, we have delivered to the warehouse. To get the commodities to the health centers becomes a huge challenge in many countries, either because of the terrain is bad, but sometimes just because there's no money to deliver the commodities to the last mile. So human resource for supply chain management is an issue. Many places you find people who are doing supply chain management are not specialized in those areas, just because they are working in the health sector. It's a big challenge. Next slide. Okay, some of the lessons we have learned. Number one, the risk of stockouts often prompts countries to act. So when they don't know there's stockout, they will not do anything, no planning, no what. But when there's a stockout, then everybody's rushing, they want to procure in an emergency. And emergency procurement has got risks. When you procure things in emergency, a lot of things crop in. Either you're going to procure commodities of poor quality, you're not going to monitor the transportation and warehousing appropriately, and other issues start cropping up where you don't even know where commodities are because you are in a hurry and you can make up a lot of mistakes. Issues of data quality and visibility is a big problem in the supply chain and commodity security.
2 minutes.
But we need to do that. Thanks. Yes, I'm just remaining, I think, 1 or 2 slides more. Next slide. Okay, what are some of the approaches that we can do, some of the recommendations? Accountability for commitments in national supply plans can be enhanced by clear communication and application of contingency measures. Now, this simply means that when the country sits down and they say the commodities we need for the next 3 years are so much, and they have got it for each of the years, the commitment to procure those commodities is where we need to improve in terms of accountability. If UNFP has pledged that I'm going to procure for you commodities worth $1 million, we should be accountable and be able to deliver. But equally, if the government counterparts have promised to procure commodities for the people, they should deliver on that. Then, number 2, reproductive, financial allocations, protection, and visibility need to be aligned with forecasted commodities. So many times we don't know whether the money is available, it's not available. So the gap is not clear. Even when people have pledged, you don't know whether those commodities, that funding is available. So there's need for that visibility of the allocation and availability of resources. Okay, next slide. All right, that's all. I thought I'd put one more slide to make some call to action for this team here. I think those recommendations can be picked up by your colleagues as some of the things that we can collaborate on. For example, the last mile assurance for commodities. Since you are researchers, you're interested in looking at last mile assurance, getting from the top, where were the commodities sourced from? How did they arrive in the country? What were the customs clearance issues? What were the warehousing issues? What were the transportation issues? How were they stored at the health facilities, and how were they dispensed to the clients? So that if you're interested in that kind of thing, we could discuss a little bit more, plus many more on these compacts with governments. How can we work together to make sure this commitment are met to procure commodities using domestic resources? And let me end here, and I thank you so much for this opportunity to share the work that we are doing in this space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stephen Mupeta from UNFPA. Let me give an opportunity to the participants for questions, comments on this presentation. How many minutes do you have? I know you wanted to rush to another meeting.
No, I'm with you. So okay.
It's
very important. Equally. So I have changed that meeting for another 45 minutes or so, up to about 16:30.
All right.
So I'll be here for now.
Okay, we have about 10 minutes for Q&A. Over to you, colleagues. Zambia. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation and very helpful as well. Again, I'm finding it easier to talk about what we do, linking it to Parliament, and we can get some advice from there. This is one of the thematic areas that we look at. And in working on the project, some of the areas I have seen where members of Parliament have made interventions when it comes to commodity security, it's around the supply chain. Issues that have been raised under the supply chain, I think they have played a big role in issues of oversight in terms of transportation, safety of the equipment in their constituencies. You realize that the more rural a constituency is, the more the challenges around infrastructure. So issues of storage, I've seen that members of Parliament have raised those issues a lot. But also the issues of stock out. And in the case of Zambia, there's a time the executive would say, no, we have drugs. Drugs are in the clinics, in the health facilities. These drugs have a high supply. And almost every day, a member of Parliament would rise and say, no, there are no drugs. In my constituency, there are no drugs. I've visited the clinics and we have found no drugs, to a point where the speaker said, can the Parliament of Zambia, through the Committee on Health, undertake a on-site check so that she could now make a position for that. So for us, from the project perspective, I think that was quite helpful. But related to the same, if you look at the functions of members of Parliament, you realize that the fact that they were escalating issues from the communities, that influenced policy, that influenced issues of holding the executive accountable. But another function that I've also seen sitting around brains like UNFPA, brains like the ministry itself, have around advocacy, they've raised the issue of legislative change, especially in the area of procurement. Because sometimes the challenge around legislation, from understanding from them, is that you find that sometimes in trying to control, which is a good thing, sometimes procurement becomes a challenge. And you find drugs, the process of procuring the drugs takes forever. So I've seen that there's been a lot of talk, even in the case of Zambia. I know in 2023, around December, the procurement law was even amended related to that. But also another challenge around the other advocacy issues that come are around the budget function, which we're just looking at. When it comes to drugs, depending on your area, I'm not a doctor, but I know that depending on your area, there are more diseases which are prevalent more than the other. So they come to members of Parliament to say, yes, you're supporting the budget on health, but look deeper. Which drugs are being bought? What's the usage? What's the disease trend? The nomenclature, those who are in the medical field will understand better. But I've realized that members of Parliament, when it comes to the budget function, also support the issues of commodity security, because they're able to buy the rightful drugs. When the budget comes, they're able to intervene at that particular level. So I felt those issues are some of the issues that we could
thank you so
reflect on.
Thank you for sharing your experiences and very good insights pertaining to the role of parliaments. And actually, I believe other countries will learn a lot from you in terms of what to do around oversight, around legislation, and also around representation. So I realize that there are no questions on the floor. Dr. Mupeta, maybe I may just want to thank you so much as we move into the next session, and we really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Magdalene, and good to see you once again. Yeah.
So for countries in the room, I want to believe that they are truly reflecting on your presentation and also thinking of how they're going to position their efforts at country level, particularly in line with the roles of parliaments and also in line with their mandates. And as our colleague from Zambia has already said, very important to look and interrogate the legislation and also to review the gaps that exist that may actually hamper progress towards a commodity security. Again, I think it's also important to consider issues around building the capacity of legislatures around this very important issue, not only in the area of budget, but also just assisting them to appreciate the importance of, procurement, commodity security around SRHR. Very, very critical. It is also very, very important to strengthen the capacity of researchers around collection of evidence. There's so much going on at country level, particularly around commodity security, but nobody really knows, the extent to which commodities are reaching the people, and also the outreach to the furthest communities in our countries. So very important that we strengthen our research skills and also be positioned to collect evidence and influence processes accordingly through parliaments. So there's so much that we can do in this area, and Dr. Mupeta has really gone, in depth to assist us to appreciate issues related to commodity security, including at country level. Issues around collaboration. How do we strengthen collaboration with UNFPA and other entities to really increase access, to really ensure that our citizens can obtain and can choose, and most importantly use, as Dr. Mopeta rightly put it. Thank you so much, Doctor. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Margaret, and we are available as UNFPA to support the researchers in terms of capacity building and also the
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day. Yes, at this point, I would have said let's go for tea and come back after 20 minutes, but I have a very, very important proposal. UN Women and SAFEs are ready to make their presentation at 3:30. We don't want to delay them any further. I just want to request that possibly we can pick our tea and come back to the room immediately, or take the presentation from UN Women and SAFEs while we are still, warm, and, respond to their presentations before we go for tea. What is best? What is better? Let's continue, right? Thank you so much for understanding. I want to believe that Jacqueline and Charmaine are online. Am I right? Charmaine, Jacqueline?
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Moderator. Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, Jacqueline says she is struggling with the official email. We should communicate to her with a Gmail. So possibly you can go ahead and project your presentation, and Jacqueline will present after you. We have given you 15 minutes each, but maybe you can do 10 minutes and Jackie does 10, and then we give an opportunity to the participants to ask you questions. How about that?
Okay, that's all right. I think I'll share the slide I'll share the slides at the end for the benefit of the participants, if that's okay. That's all right. I'll take the 10 minutes and then share the presentation. I'm sorry, Madam Moderator, there's an echo.
Okay. So are you not able to share the presentation on the screen? Are you able to share the screen? Fantastic. Over to you, Charmaine.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to SG and all the esteemed participants. So my focus is going to be on gender-based violence, but zeroing in on sexual gender-based violence. So the focus is on promoting gender norms, transformation, and resilience in SGBV policy response, especially for young people in the SADC region. So this is just a quick reflection of the status of GBV in the region. So the SADC region, unfortunately, has some of the highest rates of GBV And I'll just share a few statistics from some of the countries where you have official reports, where between 40 to 50% of South African women report physical and or sexual violence from a partner, and about 30% of women aged 15 to 49 in Zimbabwe have experienced physical violence, especially with many cases linked to intimate partner violence. And in the DRC, there are documented cases of sexual violence, especially in the conflict zones where there are high levels of rape and sexual assault being reported. And women, girls, and gender diverse persons, unfortunately, remain the most affected population, especially when it comes to intimate partner violence, sexual violence, early and forced marriage, sometimes to child marriages, as well as human trafficking. And sexual violence, especially rape, remains quite high in the region, with adolescent girls and young women being especially vulnerable. And we also have LGBTQ+ individuals also facing targeted violence in this. And unfortunately, because of the legislative and policy environment, they face inadequate legal protection. And patriarchal norms, harmful cultural practices, gender inequality also contribute to normalization of violence against women and gender diverse persons. And because of these norms, sometimes survivors are deterred from reporting violence as well as seeking justice, and in certain instances due to fear of stigma, retribution, as well as lack of trust in the justice system. And the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated GBV in the region, especially where it came to sexual gender-based violence, where there were increased cases of rape and sexual assault within the home setting as well as in closed communities, although a number of governments ramped up responses and case management for GBV. We still have some countries where they're still trying to grapple with the cases that trickled in some instances. And some of the key challenges that we have remain still in the region, an issue of underreporting, where especially sexual gender-based violence is significantly underreported, as I mentioned earlier, due to the issue of stigma or cultural norms that also discourage speaking out, and the lack of confidence in the justice system. And sometimes survivors, when they make reports and they want the perpetrators to be prosecuted, they also face secondary victimization, especially when they are seeking help from law enforcement or healthcare institutions. There's also a lack of coordinated response systems. While some countries have put in place gender-based violence response frameworks, the coordination, especially, at different levels and in different sectors, it's still quite challenging. For example, the coordination between law enforcement, so the police, the courts, so the judiciary system, the health services system, as well as legal support and social welfare, providing psychosocial support often is weak or offers limited services. And there's also limited access to justice, within the legal systems in the region. Sometimes there's a struggle to prosecute SGB cases, and sometimes it's due to delays or where evidence is lacking. There are gender biases, and sometimes the justice system itself is weak. And in some instances, the cases take so long, so the processes are drawn out and they're so lengthy and expensive and out of reach for a lot of survivors, where they end up then dropping the cases on not prosecuting the perpetrators to the fullest extent. And just reflecting on the regional policy environment as well, we have a number of regional policies that are in line with international frameworks and strategies that speak to prevention of GBV, including sexual gender-based violence, as well as case management. For example, the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, which obliges the member states to address GBV, and the revision of the protocol in 2016 also reaffirmed some of the commitments that made, especially around closing gaps in implementation and looking at addressing harmful gender norms as well as economic inequalities, which in some instances makes women, girls, as well as gender diverse persons more vulnerable. And there's also the SADC regional strategy and framework of action for addressing GBV, which calls for multi-sectoral approaches combining the health, justice, social protection system, as well as gender-based interventions to prevent and respond to GBV, including SGBV. And also, goes further to get coordination amongst the member states, especially looking at addressing cross-border violence, including human trafficking, as well as for purposes of sexual exploitation. And then also the SADC model law on gender-based violence, which provides a standardized legal framework for member states to adopt, as well as harmonize GBV legislation across the region, looking at issues of prevention, of protection and support, as well as prosecution, and coming up with gender-responsive budgeting, integrating service delivery, and even going a step further to look at issues such as cyber violence, as well as violence against LGBTQ+ individuals, and reflecting on the dynamics that need to change for us to effectively prevent as well as manage cases of GBV. And at national level, we also have a lot of policies and laws at country level. For example, the Domestic Violence Act in Zimbabwe and South Africa, the SODV Act in Eswatini, amongst other legislation in other countries as well. However, although we have all of these frameworks and laws and policies in place, there still are gaps when it comes to implementation. And I'm just going to give an example of a response that we have at regional level under a Sweden-funded regional program, which is looking at harmonizing the sexual gender-based violence response in the SADC region. And this is through a regional sexual violence response guidelines, and it's focused on adolescents and young people. And this was developed by SADC in collaboration with the 16 SADC member states, as well as the SADC Secretariat Gender Unit. And as part of the so the response guidelines are focused on key thematic areas of sexual gender-based violence, including rape, child marriage, sex trafficking, as well as components of femicide. And it comes with a how-to guide for member states to be able to develop and actually implement domestication plans, which you'll see the harmonization across sectors at country level, but also at regional level, especially when it comes to trying to prosecute cross-border crimes or cross-border cases related to gender-based violence or sexual gender-based violence. It also informed advocacy consultative focuses with ministries of gender, of women's affairs, health, education, youth, as well as justice, to be able to track the domestication process and popularize the SADC GBV model law. It's also looking at tracking the domestication progress and supporting the SADC Secretariat Gender Unit to be able to strengthen the capacity of the member states, especially when it comes to gender statistics mechanisms and reporting on the SADC protocol on gender and development. And then also looking at analyzing the progress that is being made with focus on a gender lens, and developing additional evidence that member states prioritize cases of sexual gender-based violence, as well as the harmonization of respective policies and laws at national level. And as part of this, we had a very well-structured and dedicated regional workshop series focused on gender norms transformation for sexual and reproductive health and rights for member states. And it was focused on capacity strengthening and agency building among senior officials from select ministries, but as well as parliamentarians and policy influencers such as religious and traditional leaders. So to be able to establish gender responsive sexual and reproductive health policy environments focused on strengthening initiatives that are seeking to address gender equality and equity gaps, particularly for young people, for young women and girls, as well as young people who identify or are part of the LGBTI plus QI plus community, as well as those that are engaged in sex work, those with disabilities, and those that are coming from poorly resourced settings. It's also ensuring that build momentum and continuously motivate member states around domestication of the regional sexual violence response guidelines, but also looking at bringing gender equality into digital youth-centered approaches. So the use of digital platforms and evidence and data from that are generated from digital platforms in real time. So for example, an application that we have codenamed MobiSafades, which is looking at digital health tool for young people. So where young people are able to report immediately when they're trying to access services related to sexual-based violence response as well at facility level within the respective countries. So all this work is being done under this model, which we call the GNT for SRHR model. So gender norms transformation for sexual and reproductive health and rights. So at the bottom here, where it starts off is focused on evidence generation. So this being a point of entry for engagement with the respective stakeholders, including parliamentarians as well, and institutions and other players that are supporting parliamentarians. So the evidence that is needed to motivate political will amongst parliamentarians, but also looking at the three key pillars of policy advocacy, engaging men and boys, as well as community engagement. So having transformative policy dialogues in Dabas, looking at sensitization and of parliamentarians as well, to be able to understand the issues and why they need to prioritize having gender responsive policies, especially when it comes to addressing gender-based violence. Also looking at countering harmful traditional and religious norms and practices, and also looking when it comes to engaging men and boys, parliamentarians that also form part of that demographic group of men and boys as well. So looking at skills building, the different clubs or platforms to bring together men and boys that hold different roles in communities and different levels of society, as well as role modeling, coming up with positive masculinities, especially for adolescent boys and young men to become effective partners and champions in addressing gender-based violence, including sexual gender-based violence and dealing with such things as rape culture, for example. And they're having advocacy campaigns, social mobilization, building community assets in the form of parliamentarians within their respective constituencies, but as well as religious and traditional leaders as well, and coming up with response teams at different levels. So the grassroots level, the local level, the national level, as well as the regional level, having quite active and responsive teams that are focused on addressing gender-based violence. And what we hope to also focus on economic strengthening, and what we hope to build around this is looking at collective influence, so coalition building and movement building to address some of the issues, including opposition to sexual and reproductive health and rights, as well as gender equality and equity focused initiatives. Resilience building around climate action, countering the anti-rights movement, as well as closing the digital divide, especially for key populations in rural and peri-urban areas, looking at documenting key lessons, best practices, working models to enable cross-learning and linking and sharing at regional and national level as well. So reflecting, learning, and re-strategizing. What do we need to do better? How do we come together and strengthen the movements? Also looking at increased investments in gender norms transformation and localization for sustainability, and ultimately leading to increased transformed gender norms and individual level, decrease toxic masculinities and exclusion and discrimination against women, girls, and non-binary persons, as well as increased gender equality and feminist principles. And the grand impact, or at impact levels, looking at having gender equal policies, systems, institutions, and safer society. And just looking at some of the interlinkages with the other issues. So as part of our work was our reflection at climate action as well, as part of gender responsive sexual and reproductive health policies and practices. So climate change in itself, we know from evidence, increases the risk and vulnerability where social protection systems are interrupted. There's interruption of infrastructure, floods, roads, bridges are washed away, and there's disruption when it comes to service delivery. And tensions increase due to the loss of livelihoods in households, scarcity of resources, and sometimes in cases where there are droughts, women and girls unfortunately have the main role of going to seek resources such as water, and the distance is sometimes increased, and we have increased cases of sexual gender-based violence, especially rape, being reported. And sometimes where communities are displaced with immediate responses due to limited resources, sometimes you find mixed genders sheltering in the same facilities, where we have women, adolescent girls, young girls, as well as men and boys sheltering in the same places. You have an increase in cases of sometimes of sexual cohesion, for example, where women and girls are forced into transactional sex, but they need to have basic resources that they need. And sometimes the violation comes from humanitarian workers that have come in as part of the emergency response, but sometimes they become the perpetrators of the violence themselves. So addressing all of these issues and looking at issues to do with how it impacts the health and the well-being, including mental health, as well as looking at poor health outcomes coming out of said situations. So there's a need then to address gender equality, sexual and reproductive health and rights, as well as climate and environmental adaptation linkages together. And this relies on a multi-pronged approach. So ensuring that they are healthy, we have healthy, empowered populations. We need to have laws and policies that integrate gender equality and sexual and reproductive health and rights into climate resilient health, protection, education systems, support systems, including psychosocial support, as well as looking at reducing environmental risk and ensuring that the emergency response also incorporates key components of gender equality as well as sexual and reproductive health and rights, and that there are well-informed vulnerability assessments, which also then inform the responses that are put in place. And we know that true climate justice is not possible if we are not integrating issues of gender equality as well as issues of sexual and reproductive health and rights. And when it comes to inclusion and diversity, there's a need to be mindful of the different identities of individuals and demographic groups and how their different identities then intersect, sometimes causing a double impact or double layer of vulnerability, and putting in place policies and frameworks and responses that allow for more comprehensive as well as a nuanced understanding of the challenges and barriers that the different diverse groups face, and incorporating intersectionality into sexual gender-based violence policies ensures that they are well-resourced, they're equitable.
Let's wrap up and summarize. 1 minute.
Okay, they also address the unique needs and experiences and vulnerabilities of individuals. So in view of time, I think I'll skip to just the last slide, which is speaking to some of the recommendations that we need to ensure gender responsive sexual and reproductive health and rights policy response for young people, especially looking at issues of gender equality and resilience building. So some of the key recommendations for parliamentarians include strengthening enforcement of gender-based violence laws. So ensuring that policies are not, and laws are not only formulated or reviewed, but they are also enforced and that they are effectively implemented, and Parliament can do so through their oversight and accountability role. So establishing oversight mechanisms to monitor the implementation of laws at national and community level, ensuring that parliamentary committees or task forces also regularly review the progress. Also looking at advocating for increased investment in budgeting for law enforcement. So looking at budgets for capacity building of law enforcement, health workers, as well as judicial officials. Looking at policy harmonization as well. So national laws aligning with regional and international GBV frameworks, as well as priorities such as the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, the SADC SGBV model law, as well as looking at having gender norms transformative laws and policies being enacted and amended at national level, and looking at addressing some of the laws that we have that are still existing that perpetuate gender inequality across different levels and across different sectors, as well as promoting national campaigns that are focused on capacity strengthening and building awareness of the constituents on the laws and policies that we have in place that are focused on prevention of GBV, as well as case management, including for SGBV as well, and collaborating with policy influencers such as traditional and religious leaders as well to ensure sustainability as well as ownership at community level all the way up to national level. And then looking at resource allocation as well, so prioritizing GBV funding in national budgets, so advocating for increased funding as well as provision of adequate resources that we need in case management as well, and lobbying for gender responsive budgeting, looking at ensuring that at national and regional level we have adequate resources being made available to ensure that all populations, including the most vulnerable, also have access to protection systems, as well as when they need effective case management, including justice. And then looking at resource mobilization and partnerships as well. So strengthening engagements with other partners, including civil society and family, amongst other key stakeholders as well. So through all of these roles, our parliamentarians can actively shape a comprehensive and gender-responsive sexual gender-based violence policy environment that ensures that laws and interventions that we have in place also effectively implemented, they're adequately funded, and that there is increased transparency and accountability at national level. I think for now I'll end here, Madam Moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing concrete recommendations for parliaments and for providing guidance in that regard. Let me call upon Jacqueline from UN Women, who is your co-presenter, but who is also an expert on gender equality and women's empowerment, and also an expert on SRHR. Over to you, Jackie.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and good afternoon, everyone. Sincere apologies for not being there. I'm enjoying a home leave, but this event was very important for me to miss it, and hopefully the next one will be together physically. So my co-presenter actually shared a lot on HIV, gender equality, and SRHR. So I won't bore you with too much slides. I will share this presentation with you. All I want to do is maybe to just go through some bit of principles or fundamentals of why we need to look at these three thematics together. So kindly let me know once you see my slides.
Your slide, just put it on slideshow. Perfect.
Yes. Okay, so I was saying the rationale for us to consider gender equality in planning and programming on SRHR in our region. First of all, I saw that it's number one on the priority in these projects on which we are meeting. Second, a plethora of commitments, global commitments that we have signed up to. I'm not going to go through them in details, but you'll see them. But mostly, I'll just pick on few things. There are persistent inequalities that won't allow us to be able to end AIDS by 2030. And one of the most pervasive of all is the gender inequality. So that's just as a rationale. And then you can go through the others on your own. And these are the SDGs, as I said, which are committing to actually reducing or eradicating inequalities, hence making it a duty for us to actually, especially as parliamentarians, to look into adhering and addressing these SDGs. The political declaration to end AIDS also looks at actually seeking an urgent and transformative action to end inequalities. I picked this just to show you. It's a 2021 slide that SADC presented in the SADC Health Ministers meeting. And this slide was presented as a positive slide, which it is actually, because it was showing a parallel between 2010 and 2021. And as you can see, we have really registered huge progress. But if you look at it like me, the yellow highlighted cells were not highlighted on their slide originally. But for me, I looked at the 5 countries in SADC, in Southern Africa, actually, that looks at the infection prevalence rates in 2021 and 2010. And I compared the female aged 15 to 24 to male aged 15 to 24. And as you can see, it's easily 3 to 4 times higher for a young adult female than it is for male. And that should bring to our mind the question to why. And we know that it has to do with gender inequalities. I will spare you this. These are other slides on the differential impact of HIV on women versus on men. So the gender inequality or gender equality is key if we are truly to address SRHR and HIV in our region. And not to be sensationalist, but you all know this bad slogan of in South Africa, every hour, 5 young women and 1 young man are infected by HIV. So these were just to pick a few of why we should focus on gender inequalities if we are to truly do SRHR properly and end AIDS. And another thing I picked was a triple threat we have in our region, which is HIV infection for younger adolescent girls and young women, sexual and gender-based violence, and my co-presenter really was elaborate on this, as well as adolescent pregnancies. And you know, in various countries now we have all the way to 10-year-olds giving birth. And so, and all that it entails in terms of now outlook in terms of equality, etc. So all this makes it that it's really very important for us to look at the issues of gender inequalities and SRHR. And I picked here, some of you who know me know that I can't ever present without my favorite tree, which was actually, by the way, the first time it was presented was at SADC PF. This tree was born in SADC PF, in a SADC PF meeting. You remember, Miss Boemo, that this was done with your team. And this actually looked at why should we insist on gender inequality? If you think about it, when the response is focused mainly on symptoms, we don't eradicate the structural drivers of vulnerability. So if we are really to do gender equality properly in responding to SRHR and HIV, we need to look at the structural drivers of vulnerability and look at the deep-rooted drivers. Namely, you can expand on this depending on the context. Namely, the issues of harmful social and cultural norms. My co-presenter looked into that. The issues of lack of respect to human rights. And this is where now parliamentarians will be very key. The issues of power imbalance, I was joking with someone saying that, you know, we push and tell our young women that and think that the issue is actually education and knowledge on why they don't use protection when they are having sexual encounters. But oftentimes they don't have the power to actually negotiate. So the power imbalance is key. The issues of economic dependence, which has become very, very a common trend in all our countries. If you look at especially the most at risk women and young women on why they actually are at risk, at the core is a huge harmful economic dependency. So we've seen that oftentimes responding to SRHR and HIV in our region entails not really talking about health and other issues, but rather talking about socioeconomic issues. And so for me, I think if nothing else is taken from this presentation and we take just this slide that looks at the issues of vulnerability amongst adolescent girls and young women and women when it comes to responding to SRHR and HIV. Now, I put this here to show us that in order for us to actually achieve proper SRHR and eradicate HIV as a public health threat in our region by 2030, a whole of society approach is to be used and espoused. This is the theory of change that we use in UN Women in defending on why UN Women should be about HIV business. If you look at it, it's not only about changing individual perception and behavior and their households and communities, but also institutions. And this is where now SADC PF becomes a very key partner in ensuring that we end AIDS by 2030. So institutions that will make sure that those norms transformations are actually anchored into policies and into frameworks in order not only actually to respond to HIV, but if you can see the results area will span across all areas of gender equality, meaning the elimination of violence against women and girls, issues of HIV and AIDS, women economic empowerment, as well as issues of leadership and human rights. So we can expand on this later on when we have a bit more time. Now, this was developed by UNAIDS long time ago, but it's still a very valid framework of analysis when one wants to look at responding to HIV in a gender equality manner. So you look at the human rights issues, the gender norms, the community engagement issues in order to actually develop a full program that looks at the individual in a holistic manner. So I believe that parliamentarians could actually use this to assess the programs and the plans in their countries and see if they are really, they have, oftentimes you'll see that it's only looks at health issues and potentially some few social issues, but mostly from a reactive way. But if we're to be exhaustive, we'll look at issues of norms, issues of economic conditions, education issues. When young women, young girls are dropping out of school, that says volume. Why can't we look at it in order to plan and program for HIV? Issues of stigma and discrimination that have resurfaced because of many things. If I won't touch on the climate change because my co-presenter looked at it. But if we look at the issues of climate change and people's displacement and the stigma and discrimination that come in it and how it has a negative impact on SRHR and HIV response, then it means we need to use a lens that actually an inequality lens in order to be able to plan and program properly for HIV. So all these are tools that one can actually use later on in your own time to use them as a frameworks of analysis of existing policies and programs. This I won't go through, but it's another tool as well that actually is good into looking at not only when you are doing planning and programming, not only at biomedical issues, but looks at structure and behavior issues. Now, in SADC, we have tools that SADC has championed, that SADC has actually has been at the forefront. I mean, we talk about SADC and SADC PF, the whole world wide. Every second year that there is a resolution on HIV and gender equality that passes in CSW every 2 years. And every time that happens, the whole world learns from what SADC has done. So how can we make sure that these tools that were developed from our own region are actually revitalized and used to actually properly end? Because I believe they can actually end AIDS and promote SRHR in our region. There is the resolution 60/2 on women, the girl child and HIV, which is a framework to address inequalities in responding to HIV, championed by SADC, and which is still very alive and renewed. Even this year, it was renewed. It was started in 2016 and it was renewed. Subsequent to that, SADC PF did an amazing work of actually developing a gender responsive oversight model in order to keep member states accountable to this very same resolution. And this was developed by SADC PF it was actually started this, as I said, that tree was presented when that discussion was started in 2016, but it was finalized, I believe, in 2018 or 2020, if I'm not mistaken. And this tool is still available. We've shared it with many other regions and they use it as a best practice. So how can we make sure that maybe we update this, and that could be a discussion for a near future between yourselves and ourselves. As you can see, it was mainly all 4 agencies that were UN agencies that were supporting SADC PF in this work, and it was developed after being piloted in 5 countries in SADC. And it actually goes through all the structural drivers of vulnerability to gender equality, which is the issues of economic opportunities, full engagement of men and boys, promoting SRHR, school retention, CSC, and then GBV, as well as and CSC. I believe that if we use these kind of frameworks and these kind of tools, we can then keep to the commitment that was done by the Generation Equality that said that we will actually be able to reach the full development and full adherence of human rights of the 15-year-old if we are able to address all these 6 major issues that she's faced with: climate justice, technology innovation, gender-based violence, SRHR and bodily autonomy, economic rights, as well as leadership and feminist movement adherence. So thank you very much. It's possible. We have examples. These are some of the few examples where when we address gender inequalities in certain regions, it automatically reduces the vulnerability to HIV and ensure the greater access to SRHR. I won't bore you anymore. Thank you very much. And let's continue the discussions. Over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. A round of applause for Jacqueline. Another round of applause for the presenters.
Thank you.
For the very informative and well-structured presentations that will really assist us to engage accordingly. Let me give you an opportunity to ask questions before we go for tea. Any questions? Any comments? Lesotho?
Mozambique.
Mozambique after Lesotho?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Lesotho.
Thank you, ma'am. I have just a short comment on issues relating to gender-based violence. I
don't know but I do believe my colleagues in here, they will attest to the experience and the change of the landscape that is happening now. In the latter years, we experienced women suffering from the issues of gender-based violence because they were dependent on men in terms of financial muscle. Lately, the women are the ones that are providing financially for households, but they still suffer a lot in regard to gender-based violence. Men have developed this inferiority complex, and the issues of gender-based violence has not only just stopped there, but it increased to the level of homicide and other complex matters in the country. A lot of women in Lesotho are dying, especially those who are as technocrats, I would say. So I'm putting this because I'm thinking, how best do we start to have a policy that is not informed with the statistics if now things are changing in this direction? Because a lot of statistics and data relate to where men are the breadwinners. Things have changed now. And I think we might have a different view in terms of how then to move forward as things are changing. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Lesotho, Mozambique.
Muito obrigado, cumprimentação da senhora secretária-geral. Eu tenho apenas uns comentários em relação àquilo que é a questão concernente à violência do gênero, criança e ação social. Para dizer que Moçambique está já um pouco evoluído em relação a essa matéria. Por exemplo, tem um ministério que chama-se Ministério do Gênero, Criança e Ação Social. Mas para que essa mulher não seja violada, ainda há uns desafios muito complexos, tendo em conta aquilo que a colega do Lesotho estava a falar, a questão de que o homem é o líder da família e então a mulher obedece. Então, no todo momento, quando a mulher aproxima-se no posto policial para queixar em relação àquilo que são seus direitos, a um dado momento, essa mulher é intimidada, então não consegue ter aquilo que é os seus direitos. E parabenizar também aquilo que falou em relação, não apenas vimos a questão da distribuição dos medicamentos, é importante também considerar também a questão da política da mudança de comportamento. É necessário que os nossos deputados, ou a sociedade em geral, tenha consciência de divulgar essas normas complementares para que não haja essa situação de violência no seio das comunidades. E muito obrigado.
Thank you very, very much. Let me give an opportunity to the presenters to respond. I don't see any other hand in the room. Jacqueline and Charmaine, over to you.
Thank you very much for the questions that are very, there's an echo, I don't know why. Hello?
But we can hear you clearly, Jackie.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you clearly.
Okay, you don't have an echo, right?
No, we don't have an echo from our end.
Sim, tenho mais uma questão. Sim, eu, desde que iniciou a questão do fórum parlamentar, os estudos que têm sido apresentados não têm sido apresentados também. Queria saber se há dificuldade na informação em relação a Moçambique ou é pela escolha dos países para a questão da investigação. E muito obrigado.
I didn't get that question very well.
Eu estava a perguntar, por exemplo, no estudo que a senhora estava a apresentar há pouco tempo, não ficou a questão dos dados de Moçambique. Gostaria de saber se teve dificuldades no acesso à informação, tendo em conta que também faz parte da SADC.
Okay. Thank you. I guess that's for my co-presenter. So I will respond to the first two questions. And then my co-presenter will respond maybe to the issue of data. Now, I agree 100% with you, Honorable from Lesotho, I believe. Because there isn't enough time, we haven't gone through actually all the drivers of gender-based violence. What you touched on is a trend we are seeing in many countries, touching on harmful norms that are prevailing in our societies. And part of those harmful norms, there is also the issue of distribution of work at the household level. As you said, the context has changed. Before, women used to stay at home and take care of the household, and men used to go out to work. And now things have changed. And because of that, our prevailing social culture, behavior, and norms and beliefs have not changed in time or in tandem with what is happening. So the one thing we've seen that actually works, which is where, again, parliamentarians are very key, it's an issue of education of societies. We've seen, for example, where we work with traditional leaders or other opinion leaders in communities to constantly change the mindsets and the beliefs and the behavior at the community level, these rates of violence tend to reduce. So it's a matter of education and a matter of norms transformation to go and adapt with the time. Another issue that entails is the issue of human rights and the power balance, which are also building blocks of gender equality. But they are done, and as you can see, our hit and run approach in responding to SRHR and HIV will not manage these. These are issues that are done by community transformative initiatives. And I think we need to work on those and insist on those, make sure that they are part of our policies and programs nationally so that we are able to actually remove these two scourge. That's the one question. The second question is more or less the same. Now, talking about the gender ministry, as you can see, these inequalities, as we looked at the root drivers of inequalities, they span beyond what we call traditionally gender equality ministry. If you look at that, it's also economic. It's also issues of justice. It's also issues of social development. How do we make sure that even though there is a gender ministry, we make sure that all other relevant sectors are actually informed on how they need to be in order to eradicate this epidemic of gender-based violence and HIV. So I think it needs a multi-sectoral approach, and it needs also to understand the particular drivers in the context. In terms of data for Mozambique, by the way, Mozambique was the first country to pilot the gender responsive oversight model of SADC PF. So we do have data from Mozambique. Maybe it's the other presentation. Over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Jackie, for keeping it short. Charmaine, over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and thank you to the esteemed participants for the questions. I'll just respond by sharing that the regional response guidelines that I mentioned also focus on femicide, because from the data that we have, the evidence that we have, as Lesotho was sharing, it's quite true that we now have an increase in cases of femicide, not only just in Lesotho, but across the region. And some of the cases are stemming from tensions around livelihoods and economic empowerment, where now women are very economically empowered, but due to a number of issues, including negative gender norms or social norms, we find that that's actually seen as a threat and not something to be celebrated. So as part of the work that we are doing, even with the GNT model that I spoke about earlier, the gender norms transformation model, we are looking at the engagement of men and boys as key partners for them to be able to understand the issues and how to navigate the current social space and landscape that we have, where women are also empowered, women are breadwinners, and instead of that being seen as something that is challenging culture and tradition, it should be seen as something which is positive, where communities can actually celebrate. So engaging with the policymakers as well as religious and traditional leaders and other players to ensure that we have a series of sensitization around the need to transform gender norms, to understand harmful masculinities, because for us, the way we take it, femicide is linked to harmful masculinities and performance of hyper masculinity or an overdrive of toxic masculinity. So looking at a positive role modeling, trying to understand these issues and how men can actually work effectively as partners to try and address issues of gender-based violence instead of being perpetrators themselves, but understanding the impact of gender-based violence, not only for women and girls, but for men themselves and for entire communities. I think that was that. And I think when I was sharing examples of some of the data and statistics, I was just speaking on some of the countries. But as I mentioned, that a part of our work includes evidence generation. There is a current report that is being finalized by SADC, which is a regional rapid assessment on the sexual gender-based violence status and extent in the SADC region, which will be published later this year. Thank you. And it has data for all the countries and all the 16 SADC countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charmaine. Thank you so much for your comprehensive response. And let me just take this opportunity to thank both the presenters. May we give them another round of applause. I think the key learning points or the takeaways from this session is that very critical that our parliaments continue to play the oversight and accountability role around the prevention of GBV and also eradication of gender inequalities. And I'm also glad that it came out very, very clearly that legislature must continue to fight for law reforms related to GBV and all forms of gender-based violence, including sexual gender-based violence, sexual violence against women. Another thing that is quite apparent also that came from the presentations was that even though some member states have legislated GBV very well, we continue to face problems of limited implementation. So parliaments can certainly play a very important role in this regard to advocate for effective implementation of the existing GBV laws and policies at national level. It was also clear that budgets for the implementation of GBV programs remain a challenge. That is a very important role that you can play. As parliaments, you can advocate for more allocation of resources to actually effectively implement a GBV prevention-related kind of programs. We've been reminded of the regional commitments. We've been reminded of the model laws that are in place. Let's continue to champion for their domestication at national level and really put together solid programs that can take us far as eradication of GBV is concerned. GBV data continues to be a huge problem. When Mozambique raised an issue about where's the data for Mozambique, it actually came to my mind that that is something that parliaments can also support, really, to ensure that there's evidence available pertaining GBV and also that we can use to advocate for change. There's quite a lot that you can do, but also as researchers, it's important that your capacity is strengthened around understanding dynamics around gender inequalities, dynamics related to the root causes of gender inequalities and how you can influence uprooting them through your advocacy, but also through collaboration with other partners, particularly civil society and community-based organizations. Thank you so much. It was a very interesting session. I believe that we will now break for tea. We have about 30 minutes before 5 o'clock. I want to believe that Since our program is so packed and the information is very important, we may want to come back to take one last presentation, if that is okay. And actually, I would propose that we pick the tea, come back in the room and take the presentation while we are take our teas while we are seated. And then tomorrow we'll just have one remaining presentation from UNDP. Do we agree with that suggestion? Let's push, because I believe that one of the presenters has been waiting for quite a while online, and she should be ready to give us the information and to equip us with the knowledge that we really, really need. So let's go for tea. Let's stretch our legs and also maybe visit the bathroom and come back in the next 5 minutes so that we can wrap up and close just before or just after 5, rather. Yes. Thank you so much. We had a plan to actually have an interactive session through what we call the World Cafe. And the plan was to divide ourselves into groups. But because we don't have time, we're going to be innovative about it. So we're going to divide ourselves into groups after the last presentation and allocate yourselves to the different SADC PF program officers. There'll be laptops where you can actually input your experiences, best practices, because we want to capture best practices from the different national parliaments. That's really the purpose of that session. So if you can find a way of engaging, as groups, we'll work on that and really try to input electronically. The best practices will be consolidated and shared across the region. Very important. That will be the last item for the day. And we hope we'll find the best possible way of doing it very quickly so that we don't delay you any further. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm just checking if Chilekwa is there. Repsi, are you ready for us? One, two, one, two. Repsi, are you there? Are you online? Mm. Good afternoon. Sincere apologies for the delay. We have a slight change of plans, but we'll still push to ensure that our program does not remain behind. As discussed earlier, we were supposed to have a presentation from REPSI, but they're not online anymore. They've probably knocked off. However, we'll follow them. Hopefully they can always come back to do that presentation tomorrow. So for now, I will invite Rachel over to the podium to facilitate us on the World Cafe. We had initially wanted to do it in a much more detailed manner, but because of time, we will really be innovative about it, and she'll share with us how we want to go about it. The purpose of the World Cafe really, after all the information has been shared today, we think it's very important for this meeting to exchange best practices and also to consolidate learnings from the different countries that can be shared across other member states as part of capacity building, to really cross-fertilize best practices and see if we can replicate approaches that work or that have worked in other countries. I'm glad that even during the course of the day, through comments, you were able to share a lot about what you did that worked so well. But we need to capture that really nicely. We have questions that we had already drafted also, just to trigger your thinking around legislation reform, around innovative approaches and so on. Those questions should not limit you. We also want you to put in as much information as possible under each thematic area, what you achieved as a best practice, what you can really say was a great lesson that can be shared, and also, possible innovative approaches that have been implemented in your country that you think can work for other countries as well. Ray, over to you.
Thank you, Director of Programs. It's Meg. Yeah, before I proceed, I understand Raj had an announcement to make. Maybe I just give the floor to Raj quickly.
Thank you, Russell. Good evening, colleagues. I should like, first of all, to thank all the researchers who have already submitted their boarding pass. Those colleagues who have joined today, please give me your boarding pass. If it's not with you, you can bring it tomorrow morning. It's very necessary for us for the internal control system. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Raj, for that announcement. I'm just waiting for the IT to share the World Cafe questions on the screen. We can? Where is he? Okay, colleagues, while we are trying to get the questions on the screen, I think we've all received the World Cafe questions in the shared drive. Is there anyone who's had challenges accessing these? You can just let us know, and we'll get them to you. But generally, the methodology as explained by Magdalene is really around us sharing best practices, learning from each other, particularly the researchers who have been long in the program, I'm sure have had many experiences that they are able to share with some of the newer colleagues, and in line with the theme that was elaborated on by the SG this morning around innovation. I think it is critical for particularly the new researchers to provide some, ideas and thinking around how we can innovate on these issues. So the format that we will follow is the country groups, the similar format as the budget session. So what we would expect is for you to develop presentations on overnight. And you can then share these 5-minute presentations tomorrow morning. So we are also asking you to kindly indulge us by starting a little bit earlier tomorrow. So instead of a 9 a.m. start, we will have a 8 a.m. start, just to allow for 5-minute country presentations. And we would also then ask that you kindly do the presentation in an electronic format so that you can share these with Ronald, who will then upload it to the shared drive. I hope this was clear. So those are the questions. If I just quickly go through the themes, what happened now? Excuse me. Okay, so for each country group, there will be a facilitator and basically a rapporteur, somebody to report back to plenary tomorrow morning in the 5-minute session. Although it says 10 minutes here, we will give you 5 minutes for presentation purposes. And the different themes, these are not new themes. I think we are all familiar with the themes, and these are promoting comprehensive sexuality education and the right to information, promoting democratic accountability and advancing human rights, protecting key populations and marginalized groups, ensuring commodity security in the context of universal health coverage, promoting gender equality in climate action and eliminating gender-based violence, and then eliminating child marriage and early and unintended pregnancies. Although we haven't received all the presentations on the different themes, we again ask just for your preliminary thinking, and of course we can always adjust these as you receive the presentation, and perhaps your thinking processes around those themes evolve. Yeah, so I think that about covers the World Cafe session. So we will report back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Are there any questions, comments, queries? We have one from DRC.
Les thèmes que vous êtes en train de donner, c'est par chaque groupe, ou bien un groupe doit faire tous les 6 thèmes? Vous m'avez compris? Okay.
Unfortunately, I did not get the question. If you could please repeat it.
Oui, je répète la question. Vous avez présenté 6 thèmes. Et le travail est partagé parmi les groupes. Et chaque groupe va traiter tous les 6 thèmes, ou bien chaque groupe avec un seul thème? Merci.
We would ask that each group presents on all the questions. So we want your reflections on all the 6 themes.
This is to avoid limiting you, because as we know, you are doing a lot of work around all the thematic areas, and you have experiences that you may want to share across. But of course, if you don't have any best practice or any lessons to share under a particular theme, you don't necessarily have to consolidate under that. But kindly consider reflecting on all. You'll recall that the initial approach was to have groups where you'll actually participate in each thematic area through a rotation approach. But because of time, we will not do that. So let's just focus on all, try to respond, and try to give our experiences, best practices, share the lessons that we have learned so that other countries can learn from your great work.
Okay. Are there any additional reflections or questions? In addition, Madam SG will also share 2 presentations from the thematic areas that have not been presented on, and you can then also look at those presentations just to assist you in your innovative reflections. Thank you.
Talk about tomorrow morning. We propose that we start our session earlier. We had initially thought we could start at 8 or maybe 8:30. Can we vote? 8 o'clock is fine, right? Remember how we struggled with time today, but what do you suggest, 8 or 8:30?
8 for 8:30.
Let's do 8 so that we can really have enough time to engage, you know, and talk and really, really contribute to the process. 8 a.m. sharp. Thank you so much.
There was a hand from Ms. Nakuta. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Mundilo. On the questions, under each of the themes, there are a number of bullets, and it's a 5-minute presentation. So do we choose what to focus on, because there are different guidance in terms of each of the themes? For example, if you look at promoting comprehensive sexuality education and the right to information, one of the bullet points is talking about champion innovative legislation, and the other one is talking about tools that could be used through the CSE program. So do we pick any under each of the themes, because they may be different in approach and considering the time limitation?
All right, thank you, Ms. Nakuta. I think generally the idea is that we are not expected to write a thesis. It's not an academic exercise. It's really just for us to share our own country experiences and reflections, if any. So in some instances, you know, some of the responses might be a little bit longer than others, but generally it's just, you know, to get us thinking around what other countries are doing, how we can best learn from those experiences, and how we can incorporate it in our own systems. So really just around just sharing ideas, really, in a bullet format. Yeah, I'll give it over to the SG now also to comment.
No, thank you very much. I think you must think of a brief way of responding. For instance, what innovative approaches, I don't know which one to look at, what innovative parliamentary actions can be taken to enhance accountability and governance and safeguard human rights? You could start off maybe by saying, let me use Namibia. There was a case in the High Court on ABCD. Parliament was able to hold a capacity development to prepare members. Parliament received a petition. Parliament was able to process. Parliament processed it through these particular structures, engaged in civil society, and responded on the floor of Parliament. Parliament could have done this right, could have done this wrong. The lesson is that there's need for continual engagement so that the current legislation, as it stands, must be processed in that manner, or the current whatever should respond. Not anything big, as in, you know, we turned left and right and then we found a cul-de-sac. After a cul-de-sac, there were 4 men. After the 4 men. So something brief, but around the parliamentary processes. And I'm trying to say, because there are various tools also for parliamentary processes. You know, you have petitions, you have questions on the floor. Some of you have been talking about the tactics that you use to engage parliaments. Some of you use public hearings, some of you use different methodologies. Maybe just to have a flavor around the process, and the details can follow. You can even put a website. Some of you already had, you know, newspaper access links. Some of you had videos that are dynamic, which you can put a link to us. Sometimes it's as simple as championing innovative. Not everything becomes best as in successful, but I think the level of effort in those processes from a parliamentary centric intervention, from a networking perspective, can be reduced to a sentence, and then it can capture the flavor around some of what you're doing. Just to help in terms of the level of detail that would like to put, and maybe reference, you can put the links to some of the motions online, what was tabled in most of your things for somebody who wants to follow up to know that there's evidence of such action. I don't know if that's helpful, Madam Madibe.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments, reflections? Okay. I think not. Okay. I'll hand it over to Ms. Magdalene. Okay, so just for clarification, so we are ending the day today at this point, and you can then regroup with your country members to prepare the presentations for tomorrow. And we also ask that you're more than welcome to share the presentations in the language that you're, the forum languages that you're most comfortable with, whether it's English, Portuguese, or French. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Over to you, SG.
And also sometimes look at the theory of change. You will know what is it that you ultimately own, are looking at, the impact areas. That will also help you narrow your story.
Thank you very much, SG. I want to believe that this is now the end of our day one session. I wish to take this opportunity to thank you very much for your active participation and for your contribution to making this session work and beneficial to all of you. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to tomorrow, and let's start early so that we can manage time better. I believe that we've been able to achieve some of the expectations that we set before ourselves this morning, today, and we're looking forward to the same level of energy and motivation tomorrow.
Ms. Magdalene, very briefly.
Try to rest.
Are the questions translated in the other languages?
Yes, ma'am. The questions are translated in other languages, and while they are emailed to us, they'll also be emailed in other languages. SG is also mentioned in the WhatsApp group. I believe documents will reach all of you accordingly in the best possible manner. Yes, tomorrow we might not have some of our colleagues who are here today, particularly the experts. They're just here with us for one day. Patricia, Jonathan, I'm not sure about Lorato, but we do have colleagues who may be traveling tomorrow and who will not be with us tomorrow. Let me take this opportunity on behalf of the SADC PF and on behalf of all of us to thank you so much for your contributions and for your insights. And we truly appreciate your inputs and your contributions towards this process. Indeed, the capacity has been strengthened. Thank you very much.
I'm sure Seth wants a picture with all of you. Mr. Magaza, is it possible to take a picture in this room or
I think we can go down to where we did the photograph with the researchers yesterday, just at the front of the hotel on the side where there's some lawn. The researchers were here yesterday, we don't know the place. So let's go there and quickly do a group photo. Thanks.
And then SADC PF staff, we need to meet to debrief after that. So is the lawn the best place, or we can take it here to buy time?
The lawn is the best place because we are going to use a wide angle lens, so we'll need space outside.
Okay, we've been guided accordingly. May we kindly transition?
Madam SG, sorry, is there space available for countries to meet
for this homework?
You can use the room. I'm not sure if we're locked out what time, but it's a good question. You may want to finish tonight. And there's a lounge as you enter. There are small spaces in the hotel where countries can meet. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, you look like you're tired. Mr. Magaza, you mean the lens cannot shoot from there? Or it will be dark? Okay. Okay, colleagues, let's go down for the picture. Chandra, help us whip. Because the partners won't be there. They won't be there.